That's the way it works, isn't it, Valentine's Day? It doesn't matter. It just means it's the one day. If you're single, it's reinforced that you are single today. In other words, there will be that person sitting on the train with a bunch of flowers, gazing mistily out of the window, and you'll all be thinking, why don't you just have a car crash? Why don't you just do us all a favour? Because it's so annoying, isn't it? Because you won't have that. You won't have that. Your phone will not be ringing with, I love you, because nobody does. And you just have to put up with it. You have to. Don't worry, it'll all be over by the end of today. What you can do tomorrow is go out to all the supermarkets, buy all the flowers cheap, and then walk down the road with a huge bouquet of them going, I'm just so lucky. So lucky. He loves me not. I wonder if in Iceland they give away things like that. I wonder if do they celebrate Valentine's Day? And it's probably too blooming cold, I should imagine. Do they celebrate with roses? Is it always roses? I'm sure it does, yes. Well, I don't know what the population explosion is in Iceland. I mean, over here, they used to say when we had dark nights and we used to have the electricity that went off, because I'm old enough to remember when we had the miners' strike and the electricity, they'd say it goes off at 6 o'clock. I'd be halfway through drying my hair, doing the curling, because I was into Dynasty at the time, so I wanted big hair. And so I could end up with something that looked like a crash helmet and then blow me down, 6 o'clock, bang, everything off. And you'd sit there with a useless hairdryer. You'd have to light a candle. You try drying your hair under a candle. It doesn't work. So it was always a very miserable time, actually, Valentine's Day. And today is no exception. Even though I've had my love sausage, and very nice it was too. Always best eaten by yourself, I think. Otherwise it's a court case. And, people... What were they talking about the other day? Somebody was talking about... James O'Brien was talking about... We've had some very odd conversations on LBC. We had circumcision the other night with Darren. Then we had... And then everybody went, not too sure about that one. And what else do we have? Yes, James O'Brien was doing... Somebody who'd removed somebody's nipple, removed somebody's ear... And then they got onto... that's why you got the circumcision thing. And then, but somebody who's actually had a nipple removed and was happy with it. You see, I knew somebody years and years ago. He was it was a friend of Dale's, really, from Nottingham. And he got into piercings. He had piercings, the like of which, you've heard of Prince Albert's. He had them all the way down. I mean, seriously, he used to show people. He had his nipples pierced and there was a chain across. He had his ears pierced. And I've never seen anything. It becomes an addiction. And I don't, because James O'Brien couldn't work out why people would have things like that done. I can't either. But apparently it's okay. But you can have your nipples pierced with a ring. You can have, oh dear, so much simpler in my day. Boys who wore their earring on the right-hand side were homosexual. And on the left-hand side, they were heterosexual. But some boys didn't know their left from their right. And they were just confused people, very confused. And they were confusing other people as well. But so I did ask Josh, the newsreader this morning, I said, how many Valentine's cards have you had? Knowing, of course, the answer was 0, but I thought I might as well humour him. And he said nothing. I said, no, there you go. Look in the mirror. That'll tell you why. And, no, we've got to be cruel to be kind. I'm sorry, there's no point in lying to people about Valentine's Day. There is no point in saying to somebody, don't worry, you'll find somebody soon. Because he won't. It's as simple as that. I mean, he's going to be, one of those sort of people that go, of course, he's a confirmed bachelor, And then nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But now he has the hots for another newsreader. He was telling me that he's heard this newsreader on another radio station, and he's very keen. And I said, oh. I mean, I've forgotten what her name is. I think she used to be called George, but anyway, that's another story. And, no, it's not somebody here. No. It's no, oh, God, no. Oh, Lord above, be barking up the wrong tree on that one, wouldn't he? Let's face it. But no, it was somebody else. Then he saw a picture of her. And he said it didn't look at all as he imagined she would look. Because we all get that all the time. Somebody said to me once, I thought you'd have black hair, or I thought you'd have this and that. Everybody's completely different. Everybody's so different. Jane says, you're so funny, I'm going to buy myself a box of chocolates. See, why not add to the fat? Add to it. Goodness sake, keep it all going. But it's the way it goes. As he just... No, that's what I said. No, he looked at a picture. There used to be... Do you ever remember... Probably a bit before Darren's time, but there used to be a presenter called Sheila Tracy, I think it was. And it was in the days on Radio 2, I think, when CB Radio had come in, and she thought she'd capitalise by linking up all these truck drivers over the country, break a break for a copy. And she had one of those really lovely BBC voices, but you had no idea that she was probably in her late 60s, early 70s. And so, because this thing took off with all the truckers, their publicity picture was Sheila sitting on the front of a truck with a hat at a rakish angle. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. So I remember thinking, do you think that they think that's what she looks like? I bet it isn't. But anyway, still Valentine's Day and we're still single. So there you go. We're 10 minutes into the programme and still no cards have arrived. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but you've got nearly 3 hours of this stuff to go this morning. By the time we get to 7, I'll be in such a foul mood. Because there's going to be somebody in the office. Somebody will turn... There is a bunch of flowers sitting in a... Are they Dave O'Brien's? A bunch of flowers, which I have to tell you, they've all gone droopy. Nothing new there for Dave O'Brien. But anyway, so they've got these things. And I don't think anybody's given them water. But then I get my papers this morning, and Josh, being sort of one of those helpful people, lives in Kent. You have to be if you live in Kent. He brought my papers up for me, which is very sweet, and then laid a rose across the top. So anyway, I passed that on to HR immediately. I'm having none of that kind of malarkey going on. Not on a Thursday, let me tell you. James McVeigh's going to come in from the Vamps, and we'll have a chat to him for In Conversation for this weekend. What else is happening today? Still no Valentine's cards, and but I could dig out my love sausage if you're interested. Should I mention that now? No, come on, go for it. Come on, let's have a bit of fun today on the programme. Let's not have the same miserable programme we had yesterday where people are sort of checking out. Brenda says, Happy Valentine's Day. You see, that's nice. That's nice. Noreen, lovely Noreen, happy Valentine's Day. We got cards and photos from our sponsor dogs, Maximilian and Sheldon. I didn't get anything from my sponsor dog. I might get it later on today, actually. I love the idea that Jane's going to buy herself a box of chocolates. I do the same thing. I do the same. Seriously, I don't eat them all. I only eat the soft centres. I can't do the hard centre. They don't do it for me. It's got to be the soft centre. Strawberry. What did I buy the other day? I bought a posset. Do you know what a posset is? It's different layers of fruit puree, which are very nice, actually. David in Willesden says, it's Valentine's Day today. Hope I get a card from Moonpig. My missus hates it when I call her that. You see, what are you laughing at? That one? Yeah, Moonpig. Moonpig. Don't call me that. Actually, I love the idea that he calls himself David. He's in Willesden. It'd be Dave. It'll be Dave. It won't be David at all. They don't have Davids. It's like, is there an Andrew in Willesden? Of course not. Andy, that kind of stuff. Handy Andy. And Trish is in Bedfordshire. She said, you make me laugh. Well, you live in Bedfordshire. Most things probably make you laugh, I should imagine. Just opening the front door and breathing the air. Whew, God, I feel good. That's Next Door Neighbour. That was that desperately worrying thing, isn't it? Desperately worrying thing where they had the parish magazine in Bedfordshire. And somebody wrote a letter to the local vicar saying, I'm a little bit worried. I think my next door neighbour is growing cannabis. He says it's cabbage. And so the vicar said, well, listen, go round, ask to try some of the cabbage, and if after 10 minutes you're still worried, it's cannabis. No, sorry, it's cabbage. Claire in Caterham says, me and my dad Richard have listened to you for years. And me too. Me too, especially after Mum died about 5 years ago. We talk about your conversations. Me too, me too. Love the sploffs, wind up. It's not a wind up, don't say that. The simple people don't know these sort of things. And good luck with the aorta scan. Actually, a friend of mine phoned me yesterday. She said, you promise you've got to tell me what the result is. I said, listen, they tell me after, 20 minutes. And I will tell you exactly what it is. Yeah. Am I being a bit unfair to say that Ollie Murs thinks The Voice is all about him promoting his latest tour and new album? The funny thing is, Stuart, Ollie's only ever hit a level. He hasn't gone above. He hasn't gone into George Michael's superstar level. Ollie is down quite a bit, actually. But he does. I mean, that's what he does. We know so much gossip about Ollie Murs. Honestly, we could have a field day with it. Everybody loves you, says Chrissy, especially me. Oh, listen, I never think that. I just think we're sort of sitting here at this time in the morning, having a bit of a laugh, having a bit of fun, for goodness sake. The world's a bit miserable, isn't it, at the moment, especially if you haven't got any more Valentine's cards. I don't think anybody here has got Valentine's cards. You got any Scottish boy? You got a Valentine's card? You got a Valentine's card? Oh, you creep. What a creep, honestly. And you who did you get it from? Who did you... Did you not buy one? What did I say yesterday to you? I said to you yesterday, I said, have you bought a Valentine's card? I mean, that's supposed to be a reminder. Oh, really? Did you hear from petrol station? The Shell sign means happy motoring and a Valentine's card. No. You got a card? Oh, right. Well, what did you write in it? Go on. What was the well-known phrase or saying? You're welcome. That was it. How disappointed she's going to be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Lovely Faye Barker. Where is this machine going today? Do you know, sometimes my machine has a mind all of its own, and the mind is it's not playing ball games with me, which drives me absolutely mad. And so I'm trying to do something now, and it's not letting me do it. Why is it not letting me do it? Oh, dear, honestly. My friend Rich will be driving home today, enjoying himself on that long journey back home again. I bought some lottery tickets for Friday because it's 144 million. And I thought, well, what have you got to lose? The answer is about 20 quid, I should imagine. I shall try not to. I shall try not to lose the £20. I can't get into my text messages. It's not showing me the right things. Why is it not? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Search. I don't want to search. What am I doing? I don't want to do news. I want to do... Oh, I don't know. Oh, I think I'm going to have to turn this phone off and start all over again. You know when phones go a bit funny, and this one started going a bit funny, really. And I thought to myself, I'll tell you what, if I turn it off and turn it on again, then I can catch up with Faye's little DVD. What are you having with a love sausage? Mashed potato, mushy peas and gravy would be nice, says here. Just mashed potato. Just mashed potato. Mushy peas, no. Thank you very much indeed. And Phil says, maybe your Valentine's cards have gone to the same place as the Christmas cards. I'm going to come round and sort you out, pal. Don't start that kind of talk with me. Not on Valentine's Day. Do it any other time of the year, but not Valentine's Day. We're all vulnerable. Christine says, years ago, Cadbury's did a box of chocolates, and they were all self-centres. They were all gorgeous, but they stopped making them for some reason. I wonder what that would be. I wonder what that would be, actually. Soft-scented chocolates. Do you remember the Cadbury's chocolate bar, which was a bar of chocolate, but it was in the shape of all different chocolates, and you broke it off, and each had a different centre to it? I can't remember what it was called. Please don't write in. No, please don't text about chocolate bars. Chief Spike and Mike from Finchley. Is it wrong to be eating a chocolate bar at this time of day? Yes. Absolutely yes. He says, I've got one here talking to me saying, eat me. I don't know what to... Oh, well, if it's saying eat me, that's fine. It's only if it's not talking to you, in which case you've got a rogue chocolate bar. But no, you can eat it fine. If it's saying eat me, that's fine. At school, we were due to have 10 skiing lessons at the local dry ski slope, Steve. After 2 lessons, the 3-day week kicked in. They couldn't operate the night floodlights. I also remember trailing around the shops, who were only allowed to sell 1 bag of coal per person. Trekking around the shops carrying coal bags helped keep us warm. Do you remember when you couldn't buy certain things on a Sunday? You could buy ice cream, but you couldn't buy a Bible. And you couldn't buy a sofa, but you could buy a pound of apples. So a lot of shops were selling apples. They say, buy a pound of apples, 560 quid, get a free sofa. And that was the way getting around the law, because we had it was the Keep Sunday Special campaign, where they didn't want you to go out. It was basically people who were determined that you were going to have as miserable a time as they were having. So we all had to suffer with it, which was very embarrassing. Now look, Callum Hyder is back again. How is this working? Is he getting up early in the morning to do this? I'm very disturbed by this, very disturbed. Faye Barker, she's at ITV News in London, always catches this programme, in keeping with lots of other people. And she says, what's she done here? Wait a minute. She says, no sign of the famous love sausage at M&S. Couldn't bring myself to ask a member of staff if they had one. They didn't have any in our one either. I mean, now today is Valentine's Day and we're all celebrating. No, we're not. No, we're not. But they didn't have them in. And I'm beginning to think, it's not a joke, is it? I need to find out. I mean, I did get one, as you know. They actually sent me one, which was very nice. And Callum Hyder has sent me in. Is he just lifting pictures of me? He seems to be just lifting pictures of me and then putting them on there. And he's actually done his love sausage. It's amazing. You can get 2 eggs in it, apparently. You can get 2 eggs in it. So for £5, then you just add the cost of the eggs. But every time I mention him, he doesn't come back. So I'm not sure if he's arranged to send this from his computer, because this is very odd. So I mention him, and nothing happens. So I'm thinking that maybe he's not there. Maybe he's pre-arranged to send this last night. But he's certainly getting Very stalky, as they say. Amy says, sending love from Dubai. Just dropped my son off to school for his Valentine's Day party. He's 2. Oh, so cute. 2 years old and a Valentine's. You see, I think that's cute. It's probably wrong of me, but I think that's really sweet. I think kids at the age of 2 are great, till they have a tantrum. Steve, totally agree with you, Valentine's Day. The word "you'll find someone one day" causes far more hurt than relief. It's a hostile environment out there trying to find love, because people are generally uncaring. Hope you survive today. Anas, I will definitely survive today. Anas is in the Kingdom of Fife. It's just whether I live to fight till tomorrow. But actually, I had a very good day yesterday. I got a bit, you know me, I've told you before, I'm terrible at anything to do with money. Not looking after money, not spending money or anything like that, but anything to do with officialdom. So if it's anything to do with my accountant, who is lovely, I'm just useless. I find it so stressful. And so yesterday, my bank manager said, listen, I'm dealing with your accountant. Don't worry, we're sorting all of that out. And I went, oh, great. took away the sort of the worry. And then I thought, God, I've got Valentine's Day to survive. I bet you anything, there won't be any cards arriving. So to cheer myself up, I've ordered 2 DVDs. One about the National Trust properties with Alan Titchmarsh, and another one with David Dimbleby, looking at some of the beautiful properties in this country, because I like a bit of history, and I hope you like it. It's Kevin Keegan's birthday today. He can pretend he's got lots of Valentine's cards, says Mark. If the next person mentioned Valentine's Day, I shall scream, I think. And, Callum's back again. He says, I was going to keep quiet till tomorrow to wind you up, because I'll be producing... Oh, he's producing the Capital... Oh, that's why you're up. That's why. And actually, you're going to be seeing me later, because I've got an interview to do in your next-door studio. I wonder why you were there. I couldn't quite work it out. Oh, bless his heart, honey. But he was going to keep quiet till tomorrow. Just to wind me up. That's how sick this person is. Just to wind me up. Why would you want to wind up an old man? Your father. Also, what was the other one? Oh, sorry, I just lost another one. These blooming things are coming in thick and fast here. Love the show. I've not sorted out the Valentine's Day gift, says Bruno, yet, but hoping I can take her up the Oxo Tower. Always find last minute is best. That's what Scottish Boy's done. He's been hunting around to find a cheap deal, and he's finally found something really cheap. It's a speakeasy. Speakeasy. Anybody who... Fat Sam, speakeasy. Remember that? What was that from? Fat Sam, speakeasy. Bugsy Malone. Yeah. No, Bugsy Malone. I could lip read. Hello, I've done things like that. Stu says, now you tell me you don't take calls. We've been trying to phone you for a week. We don't do calls. We haven't done them ever. We did them 6 years ago. For a brief moment. Did you win the Valentine's lottery draw? No. Of course I didn't. Last night I went to buy my ticket in Tesco, and there was a long queue of men with bouquets of flowers, red flowers. P.S. Marks and Spencer's are doing a Valentine meal with Prosecco for 20 quid. Treat yourself. It's nice. I don't have a problem with the meals for 2 people, which as far as I'm concerned, feed one. And, Dave in Willesden says, my wife loves roses. I've just spent an hour spreading loads over our bed, and I've still got half a tin left. Yeah, Rich Paul says, I love my money, so every day's Valentine's Day. And Mike says, fill the bath up with Prosecco, get in it, take a drinking straw with you, get out when all the Prosecco is gone, if you can. Do you think you could get bubbles? Foam, things like that. Peter James, thank you, Peter. He sent me a Valentine's. It was a card trick. And the producer went, do you know that one? I went, yeah, I think so. It's good. Well done, you. Very nice, thank you. Unfortunately, Steve, says Bella, much like Christmas, Valentine's Day has lost so much of what it's all about. It's become over-commercialised. It's absolutely commercialised. That's all it is. You can't move today. As I say, there will be Valentine's balloons arriving in reception. There will be flowers. Seriously, there will be... I mean, I could just see it now. Loads of Valentine's things. And then there'll be us sitting in the corner sobbing into an old handkerchief, I should imagine. It doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. You don't need to go out to a restaurant, cheap or otherwise. Do you know how much the set meal is? Have you discovered how much the set meal is, Scottish Boy? How much are they charging for this? Come on, you must have a rough idea. It's a speakeasy. What is that? Yeah. No, money is no object, not price is no object. Money is no object for Valentine's Day. Well, that's rich coming from you. You'll be putting that on a credit card, won't you? I can tell. You'll be spreading the cost out over 6 months. Can you claim it off work? Trying to work out how he can claim it off work. He won't be, because now I've actually done it. Adrian says, Happy Valentine's Day. Who was St. Valentine? We find out. Not that I really care, but I mean, I feel we should find out what is actually draining our bank accounts today. Do you see that a little quote from Thick Boy Thick Arge Argent, who's going out with Thick Boy Thick Girl, Gemma Collins? He says, I don't think the baby thing's going to happen because, I've got not much money in the bank account. I thought, well, it's because you don't work, that's why. And he said, and also she wants 100 red roses, Valentine's Day. And I thought, they're 25 quid in Aldi. The 25, what, you haven't got 25 quid? I suppose you probably haven't, really. But anyway, yes, I received an envelope in the mail, which I presume had been sent by some wench who was seeking attention of today's avalanche. The sender was naturally anonymous, but better still, no Valentine. The envelope contained my Fitba season ticket. Oh, I had an argument on a bus the other day. Sometimes on single-decker buses, there's a thing, a door in the middle, okay, and a door at the front of the bus. Sometimes it says at the front of the bus, do not use this door to exit. This bus did not say that. So we get to the thing. I'm laden down with a big bag from Waitrose. This was coming in from Richmond, it must have been. The H22 yesterday arrived in Twickenham about 7 minutes past 10, something like that. And so I'm sitting by the front of the bus. The driver refused to open the door. I said, can you open the door? He said, no, use the back door. So I limped all the way up the bus. What a nasty little piece of work he was. H22 arrived in Twickenham about 7 minutes past 10. Ghastly person. Really was. I should have pushed the button there and opened the door myself and gone, see, I can do it. Honestly, you get some right fools, don't you? St. Valentine, by the way, was a 3rd century priest from Rome who apparently looked a bit like Jeremy Corbyn. The stories about it being a day of love were seemingly invented by Geoffrey Chaucer. I thought in Rome they were all at it, weren't they? I mean, seriously, I always thought that, because a lot of people walked around, they were all wearing sort of off-the-shoulder togas and stuff like that. It was all a little bit sort of strange. And then some of the older members of the family had young boys who they looked after. Whether that came into it, I don't know. Very strange. And Tony's in Rill. Says, I've seen a picture of you. You look so butch, not what I expected at all. There you go. How disappointed are you? Ray from Kent says, not texting about the Cadbury's bar with different soft centres, because it wasn't Cadbury's, it was fries. No, it's not fries. No, I know what the fries one is. That's cut down, This is the actual chocolate bar, which looks like chocolates all melded together, or moulded together. Valentine's Day, says Kieran, and I've got my first date of the year. It's with the ex in court, who says the justice system doesn't have a sense of humour. I know. And, but mind you, see, it starts, doesn't it, when there'll be people getting married today, and then years later they'll be going, oh, we got married on Valentine's Day. Right. Are you still together? No, we're not, sadly. Oh, right. Well, why'd you get married on Valentine's Day? Well, because it was a joke, and we were both on reality shows, and we thought we'd try and milk it and get some money out of it. Oh, right. Okay. It's like Gemma Collins. Will she ever get married? You think that Arge is going to commit himself to a marriage? No. Absolutely not. The man's too stupid. Way too stupid. And he hasn't got enough money. Can't even afford 25 quid for roses. Poor soul. There won't be any romance going on there. It's fake. Okay? Fake. They've been on and off for 7 years. And when I say on and off, I mean on and off. Look at the time. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. When you were a kid, when you were a little person, didn't we take something to school for your school mistress, whoever was, your school teacher? I know we used to take stuff in for Harvest Festival, but did we used to take in stuff for teacher on Valentine's Day? Like a poisoned apple or something. I'm sure we used to take something in. I'm sure we'd take something and go, Happy Valentine's Day, because little kids, we didn't think about it as being anything, like a free meal in a speakeasy or something like that. We just thought about it as being, it was Valentine's Day. We didn't know what it was. I don't think we ever thought about it. My mum got a card from her husband and some flowers, and that was it. Josh has now got to that desperate stage, the newsreader, where he's desperate to find somebody, and he thinks today's the day. Unfortunately not to be, because he's now started taping. What is it? He's now started taping. You've had a message. Oh, how is your mother? Is she all right now? Is she fine? She's still in the assisted ward. Cold steel potties and sawdust on the floor. She loves it. Now, who have you had a message from then? Come on, who have you had a message from? It'll be yourself, won't it? You can't tell us. Do you know, you know what he's just done? You remember I told you he has the hots for this newsreader? He's obviously recorded her, and he's playing it back to my team. Now, they're not interested, I have to tell you. But we have to go the charade. It does sound like children's TV. Hello, everybody. Should we take our balls and bounce them against the wall? Why not? You know, let's see if we can catch them with one hand. Woo, missed. All that fun you can have, all that fun. If St Valentine looked like Jezza Corbyn, Steve, I bet that's where the similarity ends. Well, I don't know, he's been quite adventurous, hasn't he, in the bedrooming department, I think. The chocolate bar was Cadbury's Milk Tray Bar. 8 different centres, Josh, in a bar. Wish they still made them. Actually, I think they do make them. I'm sure they still make them. Cadbury's Milk Tray Bar. Go on, I'm sure you could still buy. I could be wrong. I don't like to be wrong. But, Steve, remember to love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. I think it's a quote, says Chrissy. I think you'll find it is. And little Julie says, Happy Valentine's Day. You won't find any other programme celebrating Valentine's Day as much as we do on LBC. And we do that because it's quite nice. Do you remember the Five Boys bar? Says Sandra in Fulham. Yeah, absolutely. Milk Tray Bar with the half barrel of lime or the half strawberry, as some of the selections were. Can you still get them? You can still get it? They only scrapped it a short time ago. 38 years ago. Oh, Lord, I feel ancient. 38 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, they scrapped the Cadbury's Milk Tray Bar. Why don't they bring it back? The half barrel with lime. Oh, I remember that. I used to love liqueur chocolates at Christmas. We used to get Cointreau in there. Which is lovely. Where do hamburgers take their girlfriends on Valentine's Day? A meatball, says Lee, who's now banned totally for life, I think, for totally. And Spicer says, haven't been able to listen to the show for 2 days because the sepsis has been kicking my legs out from under me, so I'm feeling all at a loss this morning. Never feel at a loss. Never feel. I mean, it is only 24 minutes to 5 in the morning. I've gone a bit sniffy overnight, I'm afraid. When I say a bit sniffy, I sort of started thinking, oh, God, I'm coming down with a cold. And I didn't fancy getting a cold at all. So wait a minute, let me have this here. And then Phil Vickery says, morning, Phil. His dad broke a tooth on a bar 6. Now, wasn't that the wafer thing, the bar 6? Was it solid chocolate? I can't remember. I thought was it a wafer? How can you break a tooth on that? Mind you, I lost a complete bridge. Wafer centre and hazelnut cream. That's what I thought. Why hazelnut cream? I don't know. Like a chunky Kit Kat. Yeah, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? A chunky Kit Kat. I love all the Kit Kats when they do them in different flavours. All different. I thought they were really, really nice. Very nice indeed. So if you're coming in this morning and you didn't bring in a Valentine's card for somebody that you love in the office, you better nip back out again and get one. You can make one yourself. Just put a big cross on it. And, or if you really want to score, put your name, a photo, and a phone number. It's the only way to do it. What's the point of doing... And preferably a copy of the latest bank statement. We want to make sure you've got enough money. Little Julie says, Happy Valentine's Day. And Steve, Happy Valentine's Day. Mick the mechanic leaving Whitstable for London, scraping thick frost from my screen. You're not serious. Although it is cold out there this morning. Not as cold as I wanted. Do you know, this morning's driver... We obviously decided to do the tour of the countryside because my place is so easy. Twickenham, 316, straight road all the way through Knightsbridge, down the little tunnel into Piccadilly, up the other side, down St James's, along Pall Mall, up into Whitstable Street and up into Orange Street there. Done. No. No, that would have been too simple for this morning's driver. Far too simple. So instead... we avoid the 316 completely, and we decide to do a 1.5 mile detour around Richmond town centre. A pointless exercise. So I thought, oh, God, here we go. You could just tell it's going to be bad news. We then come into Knightsbridge, straight through. There's no traffic in Knightsbridge at that time of the morning. I've been doing it every year for 15 years, 20 years, if not more. Where do we go? We turn right down Beecham Place. We go down, I mean, seriously, I couldn't quite work out this. Then we cross over, then we do a left, then we do a right. We're all over the place. All over the place. And then we end up in Eaton Square. I mean, we were within, a few hundred yards of Knightsbridge at the end of Scotch Corner. And we end up in Eaton Square and everything's so stupid. We end up going down the Mall. The Mall, I ask you. We could have actually been here. I mean, it took the best part of 50 minutes. Could have done it in 25. But you don't like to tell people. They always know the best. They always know the best. But frankly, that was the worst. The worst. What's your take on the pregnant ISIS bride that wants to come home? She's not coming home. That's my take on it. Shall I tell you why? She went out there. She's already talked about, she doesn't see anything wrong with them. She doesn't think they're the same force they were. But she's seen heads piled up in bins and everything else. Now, remember, and the one thing you only have to remember is ISIS is that they are prepared to die for their cause. They couldn't care less. You die, they die. They're not bothered. As far as I'm concerned, no. You stay where you are. You've made your bed. She claims she's lost 2 children already. If she had, it's terrible. But, people want to see evidence. She might be lying for her teeth. She could be lying. And also, what is to stop her coming back here and blowing herself up? We don't know. We don't know. It's an unknown quantity. She was prepared to duck out of school and ditch her parents. So she's quite clearly prepared to do just about anything. And now somebody said, how can we get in? Because when you think about it, we haven't had an atrocity or anything for a while. She could be it. We don't know. We really don't know. So as far as I'm concerned, nope. You made the decision to leave the country those years ago. And as far as I'm concerned, you stay where you are. I don't think we want you back here at all. In fact, even her parents must have forgotten all about her. Alison says, forget the milk tray chocks. I quite fancy the milk tray man for Valentine's Day. Lisa says, I did eat the M&S Love sausage alone and I didn't have a very romantic time. I can well imagine, actually. Well imagine. I was hoping Valentine's Day was going to be sort of abandoned like the horse racing due to an outbreak of rose flu, but no such luck. Not that I'm single or bitter, says Stuart in Twickenham. I know, it's awful. Not that I'm bitter in any way, shape or form. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Anne and Mark in Hayes say, I wish I'd taken my mother-in-law's advice and given my daughter, born today, Valentine, as a middle name. I thought it may sound a bit pretentious. Never mind. We pretend. Please say happy birthday, Annabelle Valentine Hemsley. There you go. They do Kit Kat, says David in Brentwood, in Japan, that you put under a grill to caramelise the top. I've never heard of that one. That sounds quite exciting, doesn't it? A caramelised top. Woo! Wow. And Rob, here's an idea. When you get a stupid bus driver, I like to wait until I get off and I move out their passenger side mirror. It gives them a right old hump. They need to get out and readjust it. I did that. The bus came in, it came in too thin and it hit the side of my head. And he tutted when I got on a double-decker bus, because you're right. If you knock the mirror out... Actually, what I did do is take a picture of him on the bus. There was no reason why he didn't open that front door. He was just choosing to be a bit stupid and thick. So there you go. Don't worry, I'll see him again. I'll find out who he is. A real confectionery toothbreaker was palm toffee banana split. We used to have, now you've reminded me actually, of toffee in a long wrapper, and you would chew it till it went soft, and then you could string it out a little bit. I like that. Jane says, yes, bar 6 we're not doing sweeties or anything like that. They were nice with a Moorish taste. Yeah, I didn't do those, actually. I like Cabana. That was the one which was coconut and cherries and stuff like that. She chose to go fight with ISIS, says Helen. She made her bed and now she can lie on it. She's been tainted with blood on her hands. She's got no remorse or conscience. She's a terrorist and should be banned from entering back into the country. Was that the general was that the general census last night? Were most people saying that she shouldn't be allowed back in again? I think that's right. She left the country. She stole, didn't she? Because they had to steal jewellery to get the tickets. 3 of them went over there. One's dead and the other one we couldn't care less about. And they went over there and they made their decision. They've been radicalised, but unfortunately, how do we know she's not radicalised? I understood the people coming on and saying, perhaps we need to sort of bring her back, then we can talk to her. Listen, these people are devious. They send children out with explosives trapped to their bodies. What message are we sending out? That somebody can go there, support a group that supports not just terrorism, but the murder of innocent people, and then come back here to have a baby on the NHS? I don't think so. I don't think so. Most right people will be thinking exactly the same. Nobody could ever disagree with that, because she's prepared to die for her cause. It wouldn't make any difference to her what happened, as long as she took other people with her. So, as far as I'm concerned, no, you stay exactly where you are. You have your baby out there. Can't believe the Times even gave credibility to somebody like that. Not very good. Also, I love pictures of royals. Prince William was cutting a sandwich up the other day. That apparently is quite technical in the royal family. Also, the forbidden love of Ma and Pa Walton. You remember the Waltons and the Ma and Pa, the actor and actress who played them. Apparently, off screen, they nearly got together, until they decided that maybe not a good idea. Also, the canonisation of the first British saint in 40 years, approved by the Pope. Apparently cured a cripple. That's what they put it down as. Heaven on Two Wheels, the return of caravanning holidays. Yeah, super. And is love in the air for you? The simple answer is no. It isn't. There is no love in the air. It was only when people sang like, love is in the air, and the melody, which they use with such great effect. Also, the X Factor shake-up. They now want to put, get rid of all the stupid people on there and put newsreaders. Step up little Josh. Josh has got a little repertoire of one song. And what was the one he started singing? Oh, he's singing the song from Frozen, wasn't he? Let it... And he let it go, let it go. And he likes that, actually. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think he's telly-friendly. I don't think he would look right on it. Also, the TV favourite, she's on Coronation Street, and now she's telling you she's proud to be bisexual. Why don't people just shut up? Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Don't frighten the horses, for goodness sake. Samantha Fox urges young women to shun plastic surgery. And the vegans apologising to the cattle trucks on the way to the... And they've been whispering through the bars saying, I love you and we're sorry. I don't know whether or not cows actually speak English, but I suspect they probably don't. But and so they're holding up signs saying, we love you and this kind of thing. These people are mad as fruitcakes. I mean, seriously, that's not going to make any difference at all, apart from highlight that most people think vegans are mad. Why would you be whispering through the bars of a lorry going to the abattoir, we love you? I mean, what do they think? That makes the cows inside going, do you know, that's nice, isn't it? They love us. Where are we going? Where are we going? Vandals have defaced London's 9/11 memorial with white paint. I think they're going to be caught. I think there's quite a lot of CCTV around there. And roses are red, violets are blue. I love my four boys, but it's rehab for Roo. That's Rooney. Because he's obviously some sad old drunk and he can't cope with it. And he goes out there and we don't know what it is. He just does it. He obviously couldn't care less about the wife. But she's off on holiday now. And David Beckham cannot be true. He could face new court charges over allegations he used his mobile phone whilst behind the wheel of his £200,000 Bentley. Well, I mean, they've all got hands-free built in. Why would you ever want to pick up a telephone in a car? I mean, unless he's really stupid. He would know that would be illegal. So I can't believe it. We'll wait and see, shall we? Cabana bars had cherry, Steve, then it changed to watermelon. No, it didn't. No, watermelon goes mushy. After a while, cherry stays hard. So definitely wouldn't work. Speaking of vegans, do man-eating animals apologise before they start ripping you apart? Just wondering, says Ian. Do man-eating animals apologise before they start... I don't know. I don't think they do. Producer says no. Gary in Woolwich says, I fancy this woman at work. Trouble is she's married. Wish she could be my Valentine's. Well, she probably could. Depends how married she is. And Ollie... Bless his heart. Look at that. He's still using that picture from the 1930s on the front of his stuff. He says, thank you for the Valentine's Day donut you shouldn't have. If you've put any teeth mark in that donut, you're going home surrounded by chrome, OK? I said I'd have a cup of tea. Are you sort of doing it in your own time, or you're just sort of faffing around a little bit? You asked if you want a cup of tea, and then you carry on doing it. I mean, either you mean, do you want a cup of tea now, or shall I do it in 20 minutes' time? Don't huff. God, blimey, we had enough trouble the other day. Now he started huffing again. We're only into... I've got a cup. He's wandered out there. I've got my own cup. Which I've washed up specifically, so I know that it's my own cup. He's now going to go and attempt to... I bet he doesn't wash the cup up. I'll know. God, honestly. He's dreadful. Lee says, funny 2 weeks I've got. Tomorrow night, Jim Davidson in High Wycombe. And the next week, Peter Andre in Aylesbury. What a funny mix. I'm only going to see Pete with my mother, as that's what she wanted for Christmas. But now she can't find anybody who wants to go with us, so I am, as I paid. Oh, dear. Yes, Peter Andre is playing the teen angel in Greece. It'll be so hammy. So. But wait a minute. I've just remembered. Didn't Pete go on a television programme a short while ago? He's going to be going backwards and forwards to America to make these films and everything else. What did that come to? Nothing. Nothing like the Australian tour of Peter Andre and his one-hit wonder. A mysterious girl, speak easy. You know, it's that kind of thing. You know, he's trailing one. Perhaps he'll just repeat it ad infinitum. He's playing Teen Angel. But no, he was making films. In America, he's got this big deal. He's over there, a load of old codswallop, of course, as per usual. The idea of Peter Andre. And, yeah, because I'm doing this film, and then I'm going out to America. So I'll probably divide my time between the two. What a pile of crock of stuff, isn't it? Yvonne's in Telford. No wonder animals don't stand a chance with hateful people like you. Ooh, mamby-bamby, aren't we? Goodness me, honestly, Yvonne. Really, you must calm down a little bit. Try not to get yourself too excited. Elizabeth in Motherwell says, I don't need a Valentine. I need £8 million, a cabana and a fast metabolism. £8 million. What would you do with £8 million? Oh, here we go. Just remember, if we ask you for a cup of tea now, it'll be here about 5 o'clock, won't it? You know why? He cannot go and do a job and just go do it. All he's got to do, turn the tap on. Instant hot water. There's no kettle boiling. We have instant hot water taps, and then he's just got to bring it back. It is not difficult. But I tell you, no, he's not appeared. He'll be chatting to Ollie. They'll be sharing my donut. Lee says, a few years ago, there was an advertising campaign for a new milk tray man. I applied, got down to the last 500, lost out to a fireman. It could have been me climbing through a window with a box of chocolates. Thank God it wasn't. If you got down to the last 500, roses are red, violets are blue, the ice has cracked and Gemma's fallen through. Yes, roses are red, neons are rainbow, Big Steve's sausage swings like a spike. OK, great. So it doesn't kind of rhyme, but, you know, the idea's there, I suppose. Simon Pegg's birthday today. Have you interviewed him? No, I've used him. Oh, sorry, Peg. I was doing the gag about pegs. Steve, though it may be that the upper dosages of IV antibiotics and painkillers are taking effect, I do feel slightly more cheerful this morning over being able to walk to the tea trolley. Do you know you cannot beat a cup of tea at the tea trolley, can you? First thing in the morning, it's delicious. And Jim says the joy of a crunchy tiffin bar and Fry's mint chocolate. Who said that days gone by weren't the best? My school tuck shop was heaven. Yes. Kevin the milkman says, read David Beckham allegedly using his phone whilst driving. He can't have been. He's got hands-free. In fact, it's not physically impossible to use a telephone in a car, but the moment you pick it up, it connects through to the system. So so if I'm driving down the motorway and my phone rings, it comes up on the dashboard, it'll tell me who it is, and I just push the button on the steering wheel, and I've never found out where the microphone is, but it must be somewhere around, and it cuts the radio, and I speak to the person. If he's using his phone, perhaps he hasn't linked it up or something, or whatever they call, what do you do it when you sort of, Bluetooth, you know, with the, are you sure he's making a cup of tea? Or perhaps he's throwing some cups on the potter's wheel. He's only over there. How long can it take? Never know anything. I'm looking through it. So I can see Joanne has just arrived. She's going to be busy in a few minutes' time. And he's obviously wandering up and down, chatting away whilst my tea gets cold. I bet you. And yours as well. 2 cups of tea. Honestly, I tell you, you could have thrown cups on the potter's wheel, made it, done tea, toast and a love sausage, and we could all have been very happy. So far, nothing at all. Anyway, Kevin says, I'd been stationary in traffic for 10 minutes last year when a customer texted me asking how long before I got to her as the office had run out of milk. I was messaging back when a copper caught me. I tried to protest that the traffic wasn't moving and wasn't going to move in the immediate future, but to no avail. No. Do you know what they do? It's because your car is running, OK? If you turned the engine off and took the key out of the lock, you could get away with it. Did you see that? I told you the other day, the bloke in Mexico who was, he got a wafer, a couple of wafers, put some chocolate in the middle, then half chocolate, and held it up to his ear. Sure enough, the police pulled him over. And he said, yes, he's still holding it up to his ear. And the officer went, you're on your telephone, it's illegal. So he took it away from his ear, bit it in half and went, I don't think so. And the officer, luckily, had a sense of humour and went, you got me. You know, whereas another officer, don't play that trick again. No, the trick was you didn't spot the fact it was a wafer. Steve, I want to give my girlfriend a treat for Valentine's Day. Well, leave her. That'll be a treat, won't it? And a big surprise. Are there any tunnels of love in London? I don't think they call them that nowadays, actually, but yeah, it's called the Underground. Okay, and you can get on it loads of places, and you pay a ticket, and then it goes, shh, and it keeps going. Every so often it'll stop, and other people will get on the tunnel of love. But is still out there? He's made 2 cups of tea. I mean, it's not physically possible to take this long to make 2 cups of tea, unless he has gone to the well at the bottom of Leicester Square, put water in a bucket and pulled it up, and then poured it into a kettle. But we don't have any kettles. It's a hot water tap. He's still in the kitchen. Doing what? What can he be doing in the kitchen? I mean, is he talking to me? He's only just... Well, he went 10 minutes ago. Oh, dear me, honestly. Vince says, did anybody ever finish a Texan bar? What was the slogan? Was it too big to eat or something? I can't remember. We didn't have Texan bars. I did like a Milky Bar. I was a big fan of a Milky Bar because the Milky Bar kid was strong and tough, and only the best was good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bar. And then this annoying little kid with a cowboy hat on and bleached hair would go, the Milky Bars are all me. Yes, I think so too. It's absolutely outrageous. They're now taking 2 of them to make 2 cups of tea. Because Josh has gone down there as well. This is ridiculous. And I've got my own cup, which he totally ignored. Oh, here he comes. He brought it on a tray. I'm hoping there's a fully cooked English breakfast, but I think it's highly unlikely. No, it's not. I mean, seriously, where does he go? It's almost like there's some sort of mystery show. Anyway, so Ken Dodd, has pledged the majority of his estate. You can tell how long ago that was made. The scum on the top of the...
No, I literally just went and got
Don't
it.
talk. Don't argue back. Don't argue back. It's not necessary, is it? Oh, my God, I tell you, you've got a lot to learn. I'll have a taste of it. Excuse me. Bloody hell, it's boiling hot. I'm taking the skin off the roof of my mouth. You've not got yours? Oh, you won't get it now at all. No. Don't tell me he's got to go back for another one. Don't tell me. Take 15 minutes for this one. 15 minutes. How does it take you so long to make a cup of tea? I don't understand it. Honestly, if you were working in a canteen or McDonald's, people would die of starvation. OK, I'll have a Big Mac, 10 minutes later. Oh, yeah, Big Mac. And a milkshake. Oh, milkshake. And could I have an orange? Oh, orange juice. It'd take him that long. Really, what were you doing? I don't know what he does down there. Seriously, it's just, you get the cup, you put the tea bag in, you turn the hot tap on because it comes out boiling hot, you go to the fridge, you get the milk out, you pour it in, then you bring it in. I mean, it's just... Oh, right. But I had a mug. I told you I've got a mug. I don't want a new clean mug because I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, I don't believe you. I'm sorry, I'm going to argue with you. I'm the presenter. I'm always right. Presenters are never wrong. Unless they're Matt Stadlen. I don't need the news, is it? Oh, sorry, I was just going to go into my next Valentine's thing. John in Honeybourne, I think it is, or Join. Listen to you every day. If somebody listens to your show via Alexa, does it add to the listener spike? Now you've asked. I've got no idea. I mean, Alexa, listen to LBC. Does that make any sense to you? If that doesn't annoy you, nothing will. On the front page of The Sun, Colleen's demand to hubby, roses are red, violets are blue, I love my 4 boys, but it's rehab for Rue. And so she's walking out with 4 Valentine's Day balloons. Well, I mean, how do they know they're for the boys? They could be for him. Have they asked her? No, she's pushing a trolley. They're sort of attached to a trolley. There doesn't seem to be much in the trolley apart from I was going to say it looks like it was bottles, but you can't really tell that. She's in Washington. She's furious because he partied with a barmaid. Listen, he's been at it for years. Why should we be surprised anymore? Listen, it's their marriage. If it's... Listen, she's not going to leave him, put it that way. So it makes no difference at all. Oh, look, Christine McGuinness again. This is her stripping off. A bit old for this kind of thing now. She's 30, and she hit rock bottom a year ago when he was caught out with singer Nicole Appleton. And so ever since then, poor old desperado Christine McGuinness has started sort of doing... airbrushed within an inch of her life. Unrecognisable. She's in that dreadful programme about the housewives of Cheshire, where she contributes zeros. Zeros, I'm afraid. They've gone berserk on the Rooney story. They love it. Wayne's boozing out of control. Stint in rehab will be his second. Lonely Colleen's mum flies to America. I mean, it's just... Who cares? Listen, she's got enough money to live in comfort for the rest of her life. They've just had a house built worth £20 million. over in this country. What, you think she's going to sort of divorce him and give up all of that? No, she's not. She's going to put up with it. She knows what he's like. It's only we express surprise. Andy in Rochester says, stop moaning about your tea, bring a flask. Don't be so stupid. I'm an international radio celebrity. We don't do flasks. You know, we're not like people in Rochester. Oh, you got a flask there, mate? Ah, and I've got sandwiches wrapped in cling film. No, thank you. Trish in Bedfordshire says you can't get the staff. Well, you can. It's making them do anything. Apparently, he had to walk down to one of our sister stations because their dishwasher cycle had just finished. How he knows that, I've got no idea. I managed to find a mug and then brought all this, you know, it's basically a hogwash, isn't it, really? Helen in Leeds says, I'm doing sugar-free Feb and all you're talking about is chocolate bars. It's killing me. And somebody says vegans love animals, do they? Yep. Well, they do. They must be. They're whispering to cows. What about all the animals that live in the rivers and the sea that are polluted by plastic microparticles that get there via vegans' clothes washing machines? Well, I don't think you can actually heap all of that on vegans. Everybody is as guilty, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what's recyclable and what's not recyclable. I do think it's taking it a bit far, but then they are the sort of people, I suppose, who go around and feed pigeons because they're God's creatures. But pigeons will eat anything. You never see very rarely do you see pigeons under the wheels of cars. Very, very rarely. Today was meant for someone like you. You genuinely bring love and joy, says Aisha, to my heart. Blessings and love, Mr. Steve Allen. Thank you. And Holly says, I don't need a Valentine. Listening to you makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Just for today, of course. On other days, just make me happy and giggly, which is nice. And Steve, happy Valentine's Day. I've just noticed my carton of milk has got a date. More than I have today. Oh, there'll be more of you listening who don't have a date than listening who do have a date. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And you will be cheered to know that it's the end of an era for the X Factor. It's run its course. You've got Ada, who's Robbie Williams' wife, contributing nothing. Robbie, just mad as a fruit bat. Simon, who looks the same. Well, he doesn't look the same. He looks different every time the show comes back. And Louis and Dermot. And they've pulled the plug on filming the X Factor auditions, which could see the end of the current format and the introduction of a celebrity or all-star version with old winners. They've started doing it in America, where they've shoved Susan Boyle over in America, and she's had to start singing all her poor old songs again. And very shortly, they will revamp it, and they will try and find some celebrities. When it first sort of got going, the 2010 final... The 2010 final got 17.7 million viewers. The 2018 final, 7.5 million. It's lost its interest because it's the same old rubbish every time. And the same old rubbish is they're filling up on a programme. OK, when you've got a set amount of time, OK, suppose an hour. Let's hypothetically do an hour, which could be anything about 46 minutes of television time. So you're producing a programme that's going to fit into that one. So if you haven't got enough people who can sing, you put on all the stupid people. And that's how they fill it out. You know, what's the dream? Oh, we won't like in the charts. Oh, right. Do you think you stand a good chance? Yeah, I think I do, yeah. They come on stage, they can't sing. And so we laugh at them, they point at them, the audience boo them, and the panel go, I don't think so. And you think, well, why have you put them on there? You must have surely in the interim auditions worked out these people can't sing. Are you putting them on there so that we laugh at them? And we don't so much laugh at them, we just go, God, you're so sad, aren't you, really? So sad. But that's it. I mean, if you actually put on the people that can sing, you could have it down to a 10-minute programme. And it would make it much better, but they've got to fill it out. So if they're going to fill it out with celebrities, they're going to have to find a few celebrities, which they might manage for about the first week, and then they're going to run out of people. I mean, do you know who won last year on X Factor? No, I didn't know who it was either. I can tell you now, it was Dalton Harris. Well, I wouldn't have known that. Not a clue. Steve, sorry, late on parade. Hopefully you get a hot cup of tea sometime this morning, says Nicholas. Yes, we did get it sometimes. We had to wander to another floor to go and find a mug. So it's all become very stressful this morning. I don't want to go into it. Steve says, Peter, my girlfriend makes me sandwiches every day and I eat them before I get to work. Do you know what I could eat now? Peanut butter sandwich. Nice fresh bread, peanut butter sandwich. Steve, having a tea with you. Who's that Dimbo asking you to bring a flask? Oh, I don't know, Rochester. I don't know anything about Rochester. It's far enough away not to worry about. And keep making us laugh, thank you. And Rachel in Gloucester says, entertaining me as always on my earlies. And from tanker driver Phil, he says, might take the opportunity to wish all those beautiful, good-looking and slim people a happy Valentine's Day. Hope you all have a very romantic and sexy evening. As for the rest of us, keep your chins up. It's Pancake Day next month. Yeah, we love I love pancakes. But you know what I do? I've started being quite good with them, actually. You can buy them ready-made. You buy them ready-made, and you just put them in a hot frying pan. Turn it on full, literally maximum, and then you throw it in. It cooks really quickly. Flip it over, squeeze on some lemon juice. What else did I put in it? Oh, some bananas. Something like that, sliced up bit of a banana, fold it over, delicious. And because they make, listen, it's not worth making pancake mix. You can buy, even in Iceland, it's £1. You get a flask, you fill it up with milk or water or whatever it is, shake it, you know, Fat Sam Speakeasy, and then you just pour it into the frying pan. But I find the ready-made ones are much easier, much easier. Is there any better feeling in the world than eating your favourite chocolate bar when you're suffering from a hypo? Says Ray, type 1. Hayes, Kent, happily hypoed. Yes, I mean, that could be a good feeling. I've only ever had it once, actually, where I had a couple of programmes years and years ago where I sort of thought, oh, my godfathers, I'm wandering. I could feel it going. Why are the stations called sister stations, says Sam, and not brother stations? Only women work there. That's why. Only women. Well, as far as I know, they're only women. But no, they've always been sister stations. Always. I don't know what. I don't know why you've asked that question. I don't know the answer. I don't know whether to what sister ships. What sister ships? Are they? Oh, I don't know whether it goes. I've got no idea. But we always say sister stations, don't we? Somebody's working on our sister station, and I don't know. I don't know. Don't raise questions we can't answer on a Thursday. We're going to have to worry about without any Valentine's cards in the building. So ring what? Yes, ring Magical Hour. Because it's Thursday, it's Magical Hour. Dave will be counting the Valentine's cards again. 1. I've seen him writing them to himself in the studio. Oh, dear me. Love you, me. Tory MPs called for a ban on sunbeds amid skin cancer fears, calling them killing machines. Little bit dramatic. And the Royal Snapper calls for Harry and Meg to end the phony media war. This is Arthur Edwards, who said, lighten up, Duchess, you're not the new Di. No, she's not. She's not. You can't be the new anything, and he knows that. He knows because he followed for years and years and years. And he likes her, but it's this phony war that's going on. And now we've had stories, I think there's a programme on the television with some bloke who used to do Panorama or something, University Challenge. What's his name? What's that bloke's name? Paxman. Has he done a programme on the royal children where he's talked about the relationships between the royal family and why none of them like each other? Charles is wary of his children. Harry and William hardly speak. You know, they've got issues. Princess Anne trying desperately to fit in, but life is moving on a bit too fast. The Duke of Edinburgh is going to carry on driving on that. Pops, are you going to carry on driving? Of course I bloody well am. You know, he's going to drive on that. They've got 50,000 acres. Of course he's going to. My wife told me to surprise her with something sexy to wear in bed tonight. Can't wait to see her little face light up when she sees the gift. A Cheryl Tweedy mask, says Tom. Oh, dear, honestly, it gets worse and worse, doesn't it? And Rod Liddle says, I see Katie Price was paid to turn up to dance at some gig, but there were no punters. Nobody's interested. I think she's going to have to reinvent herself again. Yeah, I mean, it's always just a load of old baloney with her, isn't it? But he says, I suppose it's sad to see someone slip out of the public eye when they're so desperate to be in it, although I don't care that much, to be honest. He's so right. She's so desperate to be in it. It's like, you know, the Daniela Westbrook. Oh, shut up and grow up, for God's sake. It is almost pathetic to watch these people nowadays. You watch them collapse. It's not nice to see somebody collapse, but to be honest with you, because we've always sort of looked at sort of people and gone, oh, I'm sure she's all right. And you think, wait a minute, she's shoving half of Columbia up her nose. It's her own fault, nothing to do with us. You know, and then wants everybody to help her. Emma Barton says, happy Valentine's, lovely Steve. Sending you and listeners plenty of love. We need a bit of love this morning. Because they'll all be sitting there on the TV programmes, won't they? Everybody from, oh, you're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. And, I didn't get any cards at all. But it doesn't matter because I'm lovely Lorraine and I love you too. And this is what the best dressed people are wearing. Oh, I can't believe it. We're going to cook something in the kitchen. And so somebody will come in and cook something. Mind you, they've already done that before. And then you'll have, because I think Susanna and the man are going to be off, I think, at the same time. Perhaps they could drag out Judy Finnegan from retirement. She could do it, couldn't she? I don't know what she's like first thing in the morning, but I mean, she could be good. Steve, money-saving tip, buy your flowers tomorrow. They'll be half price. Or save even more, don't buy anything. I don't see why you should have to, but they do look nice. They do look nice. You know, whichever way, you know, it's going to be, I don't know. But people like flowers, and don't get me wrong, I think flowers are great and lovely, but it shouldn't be the be-all and end-all. You know, I mean, you should be able to give somebody, you know, a packet of aspirin or something and make it equally as exciting. Even though flowers do look lovely. But these supermarkets are full of flowers, full of flowers. You can't move for flowers. And there'll be somebody here today that will turn up with loads of flowers. Morning, everybody. Morning. Nice to have your company this morning. I trust you are well and all looking forward to either tucking into your Valentine... Why can't you have a Valentine's breakfast? Valentine's breakfast... Well, I thought the love sausage was supposed to be for breakfast, but somebody tells me it's for tea. Oh, does it say breakfast on the... Oh, right, OK. It says breakfast on the packet. I have to be honest, I can't wait to try it. I was going to have it yesterday, but I was a very good boy. I got through the whole day. I'm sort of putting off the VAT. I'm either going to do it today or tomorrow. But then tomorrow, when I come back from the hospital after having the aorta check thing, I don't know if I'll be in a fit state to do it. It depends what news they give me. If they give me bad news, well then we shan't be eating the love sausage at all. We shan't be doing anything apart from sort of slipping slowly into bed. That should be a lot easier. Roses are red, fingers are for licking. Get you a Valentine who takes you for chicken. It's not my words, it's what they're using this for an advert as well. One here that says, proud American spiker. That's what we like to hear. Love the dog. Maybe I missed it, but did you eat the M&S heart-shaped sausage, or is that tonight? It's tonight. It's tonight. It's tonight. Can't wait to try it, actually. But I've got no eggs. Could I put something else in the middle of it? I don't know what else. I'll just have it by itself. And I tell you what I could put in the middle of it. I could put some mashed potato. Ready-made mashed potato, just spoon it into the middle and just let it cook a little bit like Bubble and Squeak. Or failing that, I could go and buy Bubble and Squeak, because I saw that on sale the other day in Waitrose. John McDonnell sparked anger last night by branding Sir Winston Churchill a villain. Labour's Shadow Chancellor said it was because he sent in troops to put down the 1910 riots by Tony Pandy coal miners in South Wales. Everybody's called him a Poundland. What do they call him? They call him a Poundland something. But, there you go. Well done to John McDonnell. I think the older they get, the more barking mad they become. Pasha Kovalev, he's a Strictly pro, has quit after 8 years to concentrate on his relationship with Rachel Riley. And presumably she said, listen, I'm earning more money than you'll ever earn. So let's just sort of, you know, two can live as cheaply as one. Other story, a juror wrecked a trial by turning detective. See, I didn't quite understand this one. I really didn't understand it. So all it is, he conducted his own probe. So he'd visited the scene of the things that they talked about to see whether it would be possible. I mean, why would that not be okay? Surely you know, so all right, just supposing somebody said, oh, and the gun came around the corner and he fired a shot, blah, blah, blah. And so the juror goes, let me go to this corner and have a look and stand there and see, would it be possible for that to happen? That's what you would base his thing. But they're only allowed to judge on the evidence there. Well, I didn't know that. I really didn't. Mind you, I didn't know that we could talk about that case the other day with the abomination of people's bodies that they didn't complain about. Thought that was very strange indeed. But anyway, it was all a bit bizarre. War on the cardiac killers. GPs to save £150,000, and an arrest warrant has been issued for a woman who swindled more than £115,000 from the brother of the former Home Secretary Leon Britton. Which is, it's amazing the amount of people who sort of plunder money from people's accounts and then just go and spend it without thinking they're ever going to be caught. Anyway, off to prison, as they say. To be fair, it's not the Duchess saying she's like Diana, says Ollie. It's other people comparing her to Diana. And the whole thing is just ridiculous. I really think it's ridiculous. Listen, Diana was a one-off. The Queen is a one-off. Philip is a one-off. They're all one-offs. Charles, the boys, everybody's a one-off. You can't be like somebody else. And, of course, bearing in mind, Meghan Markle goes into the royal family. She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything about the royal family. She doesn't know about the history unless she started reading up about it. And they've started taking her around to some of these places. All she knows is she doesn't have to spend money doing anything at all. It's all bought for her. The food is all cooked for her. Apparently she does cook a mean chicken, but there's a limit to how many times you can eat chicken. And that's it. So she basically doesn't know anything about we know more about the royal family than she does. But she's now in it. And so naturally, because of the naivety, they're going to compare her to Diana. You're quite right. And so people are going to be thinking, oh, she's very much like Diana. Well, she's not really. She's not really. A mum and daughter, trapped when their car slid into a ditch, were rescued by a teenager using Snapchat. Because you wouldn't have seen the car. It was invisible from the road. It had just fallen under the wayside, which was a little bit difficult. There's a hero shop worker proving the Sun is the newspaper with clout. He used it to see off 2 armed robbers. Good for him. Good for him. And Gucci Tom says, I'm in Rochester and only drink tea or coffee out of correct china. Some peasants, what are they like? Yeah, I don't think so. You know, when you say Gucci Tom, you mean fake Gucci? Is that Gucci spelled Gucci? Is that how that one's spelled? I suspect people from Rochester, Steve, are a bit odd and have trouble pronouncing English words. In my teen, my neighbour's son told me they came from Wochester. I wondered why I couldn't find it on the map. You want to hear some of the Americans' pronunciation of places in this country. It's quite funny. Here's the picture of some of the vegans. There are different pictures in different papers, and it's the vegans staging a vigil outside an abattoir to whisper soothing words to cows set for the chop. A placard-waving group halt trucks for 2 minutes to murmur, I love you and we're sorry. Founder Dina Ahern, an ex-solicitor, says cows are sacred, with souls and conscience. We want to comfort them. They're going to the abattoir, dear. That's the way it works. I can't help it. It's been like that for donkey's years. They deserve compassion and respect. They're getting compassion and respect. They've had a nice life. They've lived on a farm. They haven't had to do anything. I mean, they've just sort of done their bit, and then they go to the abattoir. She says, we whisper things like, we're sorry, we see you. I don't understand what you're saying to them. They're cows. A life is killed for 10 minutes of pleasure from a burger. I'm going to sneeze. Thank you. I mean, they might not be going for burgers. They might be going for other things, but it's been like that for donkey's years. Where were you 5 years ago? Again, not doing anything like this. But their signs have slogans such as, no hate for drivers, we're here to show love to the animals, and your taste equals their death. Well, there you go. I mean, that's the way it goes. Foyle kill more than 7,500 cows a week at 9 UK sites because it's an abattoir. That's what they do. They don't make dolly mixtures. They, unfortunately, provide meat for this country to eat in. And as the majority of the people in this country eat meat, it's the majority who have the say. You know, you're never going to stop if you don't want to eat meat, that's fine. Nobody's complaining about that. You can decide to do whatever you want to do. But, whispering things to the cows like we love you and stuff like that is nothing short of madness. More on the flowers you can get today. You can get some lovely flowers, actually. Faux flowers as well. Also, gift set from Lindt. There's the bumper bunch of 100 red roses from Lidl undoubtedly will sell out. 100 red roses for 25 quid. If you've got vases big enough for them, good luck. Because most people will not have things like that. Football fans will no longer be left facing a huge rail bill if match times change under new government plans. And a freeze frame of Elsa working her ice magic in Disney's first trailer for Frozen 2. The heroine, voiced by Idina Menzel, is seen casting spells and walking on water. Wow. The movie's out in November, incidentally. That'll be nice, won't it? We'll all be looking forward to that. Daily Star, it's their world exclusive by Ed Gleave. After 15 years and 445 shows, Cowell launches the X Factor revamp. It's taken them long enough, hasn't it? It really has taken them long enough. Taken Victoria Beckham long enough to stop using exotic skins from pythons, alligators and ostriches after pressure. I mean, she should have thought of this for herself. She shouldn't have needed pressure. She should have had a little bit of compassion, but she hasn't. She's more interested in money. Some of these products sell for up to £18,000. But PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, had called on her to rule out using skins in future. She's promised never to use real animal fur. Good. Well, stop using endangered species for skins as well. Shame on you. Shame on you. £13,000, £18,000. You know, so the decision, a spokesman for her, because she can't speak, says the decision reflects the wishes of not only the brand, but also of our customers. No, it took people pressuring you. It's got nothing to do with that baloney you were giving. Oh, she's bringing out a skincare range. She says, I want people to look gorgeous on the outside as well. And I'm thinking, what do you know about skincare? What do you know about skincare? I mean, who buys her stuff? Actually, judging by the amount of times he's had to bail her out, probably not that many people. So you know James Arthur, you know Louisa Johnson, you know Ray Quinn, you know Fleur East. She's not in the business anymore. And you know who Steve Brookstein is. We know who Steve Brookstein is because we interviewed him. And poor old Steve Brookstein didn't want to record what they wanted him to record when he won. And so they dropped him. They wanted him to do little covers. He didn't want to do them. He wanted to do his own material. So, you know, but they were all on there. All, you know, Little Mix, One Direction, an assembled band, and it made them very rich, very, very rich. There was a picture actually the other day in the paper of Niall Horan, who was out on holiday somewhere, totally unrecognisable, bloated, fat. You tend to forget, you know, this has all happened years and years ago. Oh dear. What else do we have? Oh, El Chapo, and the place where he's staying in, which is a nice little cell, but he won't be able to go anywhere. This place is tighter than the usual. Although, with that much money, you can buy anybody. You know, I give you 5 million, you get me out. OK, put me in a laundry truck. But that's not going to be happening. So they've said. He's already broken out of prison twice. Let's see. The last one, they dug a tunnel so big there was a motorbike in it. And he just got on the motorbike and went off down this tunnel. Must have been laughing like drains. Honestly. Howard says last year, her indoors complained that I didn't buy her something that's long and flowing. This time I bought her a walking tour of the Thames. That's such an old gag. That is such an old gag. Not even funny. Funny when I told it years ago. And top comedy writers have accused ITV of killing off sitcoms in favour of bleak dramas. Kevin Lygo's urged viewers in search of a laugh to tune into Coronation Street. Porridge actor Kevin Bishop, good-looking boy, who starred as Fletcher in the remake, has launched an astonishing attack, as ITV is without a sitcom this year for the first time in its 64-year history. He says, what sort of hell are we creating for our children? I've never laughed at a soap, even Crossroads. I was going to write a funny sitcom and pitch it to ITV, but I better write a dark drama instead about a child that goes missing, or a terrorist plot, or a prostitution ring. Comedy is dead. I hope that's not right. I hope that's not right. I would like to think that comedy is not dead. And it's all out there. Apparently, and Holly says, you sneeze twice. There's an old saying about sneezing. 1 a wish, 2 a kiss, 3 for a letter, 4 for something better. So 2 for a kiss. Great. In Crowthorne says they're called sister stations because anything that carries life, like a company or a vehicle, is female because females carry life. All right. I think you've made that up, actually. I'm sure you've made that up. Nicola says, the M&S heart-shaped sausages, do they even exist? Since Tuesday, I've tried the M&S, Pantheon, Marble Arch, Whetstone. No sausages. Very disappointed. No, I haven't had them round our way either. Seriously, I tried all of them. Kew, Richmond, I tried Kingston the other day, and Twickenham. Nothing. Nothing at all. Presumably, they're all going to arrive today, and it's going to be a big surprise. There's going to be sort of shelves burdening with these things. Otherwise, a lot of very unhappy people, I should imagine. Amanda says you can make a nice onion gravy to pour into the middle. Amanda, you should know me by now. I can't make onion gravy. You buy a packet of it in M&S or wherever it comes from, and you rip the top open and you just pour it in to a saucepan and heat it up, which is much easier. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Also, Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott, the lovely Scott Mitchell, who's been married to lovely Bar for 25 years now, says you need to check for early signs of dementia in loved ones. And he says detecting the condition early allowed his wife to live life as fully as possible. Mood swings, depression, repeating questions, poor concentration and confusion can all be signs of dementia, according to NHS England. Scott says having Barbara diagnosed early was a positive move and allowed us to adjust to her condition, and in my opinion gave her an extra 2 years of being able to continue working. So this Valentine's Day, I'm urging you all to support a loved one if they're acting out of character. And if you're worried, gently suggest they visit the GP and receive the care and support they deserve. Dame Barbara, 81, not possible, but she is, was told she had dementia in 2014, but kept the diagnosis secret until last May. Scott previously revealed how the actress sometimes forgets they're married. Well, as I say, if ever you saw them together, you would know, you can see that they're married. They're very much married. Very much married. And I'm hoping to get Scott in for an in-conversation, just mainly because they're doing that run to raise money. And secondly, it's important that, as he said here, people don't know what to look for. If you can see these signs earlier, then you can get people on medication that can help. It's as simple as that. So, some sound advice from Scott Mitchell. So hopefully we'll get him in for an in-conversation. Steve, I don't want to be a telltale tit, but after your show yesterday, I tuned into a well-known DJ doing his breakfast show. You'd earlier on your show had a debate on the colour of rainbows. This DJ obviously listens to your show and he copied on his show. Are you flattered or upset when another station uses your material? Well, it's never my material. That's the big problem. It's there for all to see. It's just that I highlight it. I've got lots of friends in the business who say, "Oh, can you give me a list of what you're doing on your programme? Or at least when you mention a topic, like, you know, vandals defacing London's 9/11, which paper is it in? So we can look..." Because other radio stations are looking for things, but they don't have the facility for people to find it. And my stuff is so popular, as you know, that people do copy it. I don't mind it. It doesn't make any difference at all to me. I think it's a high form of flattery, isn't it? It's like doing an impression of somebody. And so it doesn't bother me. I don't even think about it. I've just accepted the fact over the years there might be a few things that I've done on the programme and somebody will go, I like that, I'm going to use it. Because I've done it. I've heard funny lines on not on radio stations, but on TV programmes, and I thought, that's a good line. I like that. I think I'll use that line. And you do, and then people go, oh, that must be your line. You go, no, I pinched it from somebody else. Lidl is offering buy one, get one free Prosecco in what could be its biggest ever deal. Well, that's nice. Actually, talking of big deals, I saw Ellen DeGeneres on YouTube this morning. She gave away to one family $500,000. And then within 5 minutes, she'd given them another $500,000 from the company that makes Cheerios. They decided they wanted to do something and they wanted to help this family. And they were lovely and deserving. And so they got £500,000 times two. Paddy McGuinness's old wife, so desperate she's showing us pretty much all of her body. I mean, what does she think she's achieving by this? I mean, is she so stupid that she thinks people are going to look up to her and go, oh, it's great, isn't it? As opposed to, you just look like a silly attention seeker with no talent. That's all it is, isn't it? Ken Dodd pledged the majority of his estate to his home city of Liverpool, some £27 million. And an army private is anything but quizzed by officers over hundreds of X-rated photos of her online. The Nan's Ice Jail Wrap. This is down the road from me in a supermarket where somebody locked somebody else in a fridge in a supermarket. Not so good. The TV favourite, proud to be bisexual in real life. Why people want to tell you, I've got no idea. Like telling you who they worship, Oh, by the way, I'm this, I'm that. I don't care. Really don't care. What was the other one? Oh, it's the Gun Crooks trainers set to sell for 20 grand. They probably won't. The failed Garden Bridge project cost you £42 million. And why the war on masculinity is a crying shame. In other words, it should be okay for men to cry at films and stuff like that. But people say, oh no, it means you're not very butch. No, sometimes the best things are when people cry. Really good. Also, what was the other one that I had, actually? Is love in the air for you today? No, probably tomorrow, I should imagine, or next year, or perhaps never. And an American trophy hunter has sparked outrage after paying £85,000 so he could kill a rare goat. Don't make me say it, because I'm tempted to. Give the goats the guns and let's see who's going to run faster. I think he paid something like, well, it was about £86,000. And did I see right the other day? There was a picture of Barbie, and Barbie's in a wheelchair now. You can get wheelchair Barbie. And I've never heard of such a thing. I mean, it seems to have taken a long time. This is for people in wheelchairs who don't associate with Barbie not in a wheelchair. So you can get a Barbie wheelchair. You can get it, can't you? It's with Barbie's got prosthetic limbs as well. Does she know about Ken? I thought I'd mention it just in case they were slightly worried that Ken's turned gay and is now being he wants to do dancing on ice. Yes, that's the Rodrigo Alves. The one who's had his face altered so much, we're not really sure what he is, whether he's a cabbage or a watermelon. But he'll be one of the two, of course. The shell shock hell of the flower attack victim. You remember this one because we did it heavy on this programme. This is a woman who was sitting in a bench in a park, and she was pelted with flour and eggs and photographed by a bunch of yobbos. A boy of 17 who posed for a photo beside Janice Morris in a shot shared online was found guilty of a public order offence. His name? Kohan Semple. What a pathetic little waste of time you are. They were told that Ms. Morris is schizophrenic and alcohol dependent. The boy who can't be named will be sentenced on March the 7th. 5 other youths, including Kohan Semple, admitted a public order offence last year. What pond life? I tell you, when they arrive in prison or wherever they're going to, I hope the people pelt them with flour and eggs and everything else. And then they get down to the real business once you're in Nick. Oh, dear, you won't like it at all, I promise you. Plus, the hot date. What they've done is they've had a check. Warm air pushing north from Africa will send temperatures in this country to about 16 centigrade. Was yesterday warm? I can't remember. It was okay, was it? Really? Oh, there you go. There's a nuclear bunker under Whitehall. Could delay the revamp of Parliament. They plan to use Richmond House as a debating chamber for up to 6 years while Parliament is closed. Everything's closing. Buckingham Palace will close because they're going to spend God knows how much money, and now the Houses of Parliament, because they've let it basically run down so much that they're going to move to somewhere else, which is not good, is it? Plus, vegan burger patties. Hello, you listening? Vegans? Vegan burger patties can have more saturated fat than a couple of Big Macs. Who'd have thought it? I thought it was supposed to be a healthier diet. Not really. So the brand Marston's Moving Mountains B12 burger has got 20 grams of saturated fat. Aldi, the meat-free butcher, juicy quarter-pounders, 15 grams of saturated fat. McDonald's hamburger, 3.3 grams of saturated fat. And the Big Mac, 9.5 grams of saturated fat. So it's the vegan burger, Moving Mountains B12 burger, 20 grams of saturated fat. Well, there you go. You pays your money, you takes your choice. That seems a bit bad, doesn't it, really? And 2 briefcases. I was worried about this one, which Ian Brady had locked away. The Moors murderer, you'll remember him, dead now, thank God. May never be opened, despite claims they may reveal the burial spot of Keith Bennett. Can't imagine why. He couldn't find them when he was taken out there, but he was a compulsive liar and a murderer. The serial killer demanded the briefcases be taken from his room and put into storage hours before he died of cancer in 2017. Police failed to get a search warrant because he and his accomplice, Myra Hindley, are dead. And with no chance of prosecution, the police said, based on legal advice, the force did not proceed to the High Court, although Keith's family has said there's a desperate need to see the contents to find the 12-year-old's remains on Saddleworth Moor. Well, they've been up there, they can't find anything. They've taken everything. Keith's brother, Alan, says there seemed to be no compassion. No, there isn't. Nothing at all. In fact, they'd rather you didn't mention it ever again. It's awful, isn't it? You can get Divorce Barbie, too. It's got Ken's house, Ken's car, Ken's clothes, and Ken's money. It certainly doesn't have that buffoon who is Alvaro Rodriguez, who thinks that if he loses weight, he can actually get himself onto the Dancing on Ice programme. Listen, if we wanted a freak show, we'd stick him on Strictly Come Dancing, but the BBC are only interested in people who take cocaine, hence using the pen salesman on a programme with Chris Packham. It's marvellous, isn't it, really? An admitted cocaine user. Fantastic. How wonderful. Just what we need in this country, isn't it? So we're going to be looking at birds through a thing, and we've got... I'll tell you what I watched the other day, some dreadful programme with a little Essex hairdresser called Kem and his friend, and they're sort of just... I can't work out what they're supposed to be doing. It's a bit... Seriously, I never understand what the talent of these people is, apart from just turning up somewhere. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and Susanna Reid will be thrilled when she learns her straight-faced indignations inspired the new Alan Partridge series. It's absolutely sensational. Sensational. OK, 5:45. Good morning, everybody. Quote of the week from dreary old Colleen Nolan, the one who bullied that poor elderly lady. She signed up for the second year of the Real Full Monty, Ladies' Night, and she's quoted as saying, "I can't quite believe I'm putting myself through this again." No, we can't believe it either, actually. I'm very surprised. Boo! Boo you, as they say. I wonder if she stopped smoking. I thought she promised to do some time ago. She said, I'm going to lose weight and stop smoking. Well, the losing weight bit's gone out the window. Nigel says, I've never watched soaps and I can't stand them. EastEnders is a total misery. Yeah, but it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to reflect life, apparently, which means that we must all have very miserable lives. He says, the only time anybody smiles is just when they do something bad. Give me the joyous pub in Only Fools and Horses any day. The Queen Vic is grim hell. Why would you ever want to go to a local like that for a night out? Is there anybody in EastEnders you'd actually want to spend time with in the real world? We stopped our young family from watching it many years ago when the producers told us rape and violence were an important part of experiencing real life in a TV evening. Yes, they do. That's how they say it. Well, that's what you've just heard from Kevin Bishop. They don't want, if he was going to write a gritty drama, as opposed to, say, a comedy, they wouldn't buy a comedy. If he was going to do sort of boy caught up in paedophile ring and sort of sadistic parents and witchcraft, they'd buy that. but they wouldn't buy comedy. So comedy's going out the window. We don't have the comedy shows we used to have on the television. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. A couple I know went on holiday with friends. The hotel allowed them to have a 40th barbecue party, and they stored the food in the big walk-in fridge in the hotel kitchen. My friend went to get the meat, and the door shut behind her. She couldn't get out, and her mobile phone wouldn't work in there. The drunken friends took quite a while to realise she'd gone missing, and eventually found her. She was very cross. Yes, now all those fridges have to have handles inside so you can get out again. Or failing that, you should have an alarm button that you can push. This is the story, which I'll come round to a little bit later, of a supermarket. I think it's down the road in Hampton, where two people who don't get on with each other, one locked the other one in. She said, "Oh, no, it was a mistake." Oh, yeah, whatever. Anyway, so yesterday we told you £615 gets you a pair of dirty old Gucci trainers. I say dirty, they have been deliberately dirtied, made to look old and everything else, and they're selling for 615 quid. I mean, last year, the luxury brand Golden Goose was criticised for selling a £428 of trainers with a piece of fake tape supposedly holding them together. I mean, honestly, obviously the super rich are more stupid than we ever imagined. However, the latest it bag by high-end designer Louis Vuitton usually goes flying off the shelves. This season's offering has a bit more of an acquired taste. It's only got room for two particular items. The tiny leather case, attached to a gold chain and featuring the brand's trademark monogram, can hold just 2 lipsticks. That's all it holds, but it does have a price tag. £1,000. £1,000. Available in either black or gold or tan and silver. It's going to arrive in the UK next month, described by Vogue magazine as the new it bag. Nicolas Ghesquier's creation is designed to be worn around the neck. Of course, where else? The designer brand has a number of other travel accessories, including a 200ml snakeskin travel case, I think not, for £3,400, and a jewellery case for £840. Last year, the label launched a pair of monogrammed headphones costing £880. I think it's for people without a brain, isn't it? If you're going to spend £1,000 on a little case that's going to hold 2 lipsticks, you know, there's got to be something seriously the matter with you. Can't be in the real world, but still selling those snakeskin things, which Victoria Beckham, they're still in the system. You know, it's only due to pressure that she's pretended, you know, I'm just going by what the public want. Well, you obviously didn't ask the public first time round, did you? And the lady who survived the Holocaust, only to die at age 100 when a mugger attacked her in the street. This is a young woman here. She was 100, as I say. She left church, and she ended up with a fractured neck, cheekbone, extensive bruising. This man here, whose name I think is Sofia Kazan, he knocked her to the ground and ripped her inexpensive green handbag from her arm. What a disgusting piece of work, honestly. He moved here with his mother in 1996. He shook his head as the verdict were read out. They think she was carrying about 180 quid in the bag. But he's going to be sentenced this morning. Let's hope it's life, mate. Let's hope it's life. But I don't fix the rates in this country. They never cease to amaze me. Everything's different. You know, if you have something here, it'll be different up north. Every sort of court seems to have a different kind of system operating. Another tiger mauled to death after a gate is left open at a safari park. Tigers hate each other. They're very solitary animals. You don't see lots of tigers wandering about together. And these ones, of course, grew up. They're separated by a gate. And unfortunately, you know, the gate was left open. And that's where the trouble started. Steve, my girlfriend Emma is going off to the ski slopes today. We're on our way to Heathrow. Says Callum in Reading. Not to make you jealous, but it will be cold and sunny. Yes. Where are you going skiing? You must be going France. Can't think anywhere else at this particular time of year. France is definitely the preferred choice. Also, Steve, travel update. Windy in Lochcarron today. No issues on the trains up here. A few stags roaming about on the roads. How lovely. How lovely. And good morning. I'm listening. Have a brilliant day. Today of all days, says Steve. And also, David says, the trouble with trying to write a comedy today is that the chances of some snowflake or activist group or professional victim will find something to be offended about. Well, there is the picture in one of the papers today of Ant and Dec, who have blacked up. They haven't done it recently. It was back in 2003. They blacked up as 2 comedy black women. Either way, it looks offensive, whichever way you look at it. Even at the time, you'd be going, not sure about that one. Why do they have to be black? Why do they have to be black? They've all done it, haven't they? Even in Little Britain, Matt Lucas, David Walliams did it. Is it David Baddiel's done it? Has David Baddiel done it as well? It's odd, isn't it, really? Back in the 90s, as a footballer. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? The things that now we go, that's not acceptable. But back in those times, it really was. But you look at the picture of Anton Dec online and you'll be going, not sure about that, not sure about it. There's a Romanian migrant who turned to crime because her job was too hard. It was obviously easy to go thieving. So Maria Sparash and an accomplice posed as charity workers and just thieved in Manchester city centre. In one case, a dementia sufferer without his carer lost £200 when they were distracted by Spirash at a cash point. She learnt very quickly. There was another one here, a Chinese student about to deposit £8,500 in cash he'd saved for his accommodation and tuition fees. He was fleeced of £2,000. But anyway, one has been locked up, this one here, for 32 months in a young offenders institute. Good. Enjoy your time in there. Thieving little toe rags, honestly. These people make us sick. The Prime Minister has hinted the Topshop boss could lose the knighthood. Well, you know, what do you mean hinted could lose the knighthood? Either will lose the knighthood or isn't going to. Don't faff around. You know, could lose the knighthood. That doesn't mean anything at all to me. It only means something. Mind you, I was listening to O'Brien the other day. He was calling for Lord Digby Jones not to be used on programmes because he said he was outdated, which was, I happened to be listening as I was going in to go and get some shopping. And then, strangely enough, Ian Dale tweeted him. And I thought, there was then a spat between Ian Dale and O'Brien, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Never heard of presenters rowing. I've never had a row with a presenter here. Never, well, not as far as I know, I haven't. Perhaps I might have done, but I'm not aware of it. And... oh, right, we don't worry about that one. His career's disappeared completely. Poor soul, honestly. Anyway, that one. Who's that? Oh, yes, right, that one. Oh, right. Is that the one who had the little problem with a bit of Colombian, I believe? Yes, I thought so. Also, long a target of snobbery, excuse me. But as caravans mark their centenary, Christopher Stevens, writing in the Daily Mail today, says for generations of Britain they are heaven on two wheels. We loved our little caravan. We were very happy with our Sprite Musketeer, and there were loads of them. 1969, you know, people had caravan. That was the cheap British holiday. You could take your food with you, tins of soup and everything else, and you pull onto the site, you wind down the wheels. It's all electronic now and all, you know, much better. But in the early days, it was fantastic. You know, and then you took the table down, put it on the thing, moved the cushions over, and you had a double bed. Brilliant. Talking of comedy the other day, says Ray in Sutton, I was watching Laurel and Hardy with my 9-year-old granddaughter, where they deliver a piano. Never seen her laugh so much. And yesterday, when I picked her up from school, she said, could she watch it again? Goes to prove we do need more comedy. Well, there isn't anything. There's nothing really for sort of young people. M&S Kingston had love sausages yesterday morning. You have to be early. The early bird catches the worm, says in. I was in early. They weren't in there. Don't tell fibs to me. I was in there early. Nobody gets there early. I'm out of here at 7. Was I out of here at 7? Yeah, I was out of here at 7:05 yesterday. And also, Yogesh from Aylesbury says, I believe that nurses and carers are blessed humans with kindness to take care of fellow human beings. Everybody's different. You know, if you're a nurse, you're not doing it for the money, that's a fact. You know, you're not doing it because you want to watch people not very well. Some people get well, some people don't get very well. You're not doing it for that. You're doing it because it's a calling. It's like being a priest or a vicar. It's like working in a shop. It's a calling. You can always weed out the ones who don't enjoy what they do for a living. And in radio, it's a calling, isn't it? It's what you do. I don't think you do it, well, some people do, to sort of make loads and loads of money and sort of be famous and stuff like that. But you get the majority of people who are in radio doing it because they love doing it, you know, and will do it till the end of time. Happy birthday, Alan Parker, today, the Oscar winner behind Evita, Fame, and our favourite movie, Bugsy Malone, which is our favourite movie this morning. It's our featured movie of the day. Fat Sam Speakeasy. Anybody who... No. I love Bugsy Malone. They brought it back a short while ago, actually. They were doing a touring version of it, which is very nice indeed. Also, in 1477, remember it well, the oldest known Valentine's message was sent to John Paston by his fiancée, Marjorie Bruce. And in 1929, what happened in 1929? Come on, you should know this one. This is very famous. 7 of US gangster Al Capone's rivals were shot dead in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. And if you go to the Crime Museum in Old Vegas, you can see part of that wall from the St Valentine's Day massacre, complete with bullet holes. Oh, yes. It was donated by a couple who had it incorporated into a toilet block and then realised exactly what it was. So they phoned up the museum and said, we think we've got something from the St Valentine's Day massacre. So they came round and went, you have? They went, do you want it? I went, yeah. And so they show you the film of the St Valentine's Day massacre and then the wall parts, and there is this part of the wall. It's very clever stuff, very chilling. Also, they've got all sorts of barber's chairs that tilt backwards, and people ended their lives that way. The Duchess of Cornwall warns Instagram generation against ridiculous diets. And it's really nice to have you come. I was talking to a friend of mine a minute ago, and he says, I was listening to another radio station, he said, and this particular presenter came on, and she said, today we're going to be talking about your favourite board games. And he said, I thought of you instantly. I said, yes, my least favourite topic, next to your favourite chocolate biscuit and your favourite sweet. We don't do stuff like that. Yes, Charlie Girling sent me a thing. Did you see this story? By the way, good morning. A woman claims her life is complete. She's married a zombie doll. Have you seen this one? This is the most peculiar thing ever. I mean, I thought there were some odd people in the world, but that's one of the best ones. And we got a picture of this zombie doll, and perhaps she's not normal. And is it the odd? I thought it was odd as well, and I mean, it is slightly strange, but there you go. What can you do about it? I did notice the story before the producers had a look at it. He thinks it's more disturbing than I do. I think it's very disturbing. Anyway, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday, 14th of February, Valentine's Day. You know, if you haven't had... What? Oh, look at the picture of kissing the doll. I know. I don't really know what... To be honest with you, I'm that naive. I don't know what a zombie doll is. I mean, I don't really... Are zombies the living dead? Am I getting that bit right or wrong? So it's like a ventriloquist dummy, but it looks like a zombie, which is the living dead. Right, okay. So that's like creatures out of Michael Jackson's Thriller, isn't it? That sort of thing. Yeah, all right. You don't need to do an impression of Thriller. It's so funny, actually, sometimes he really thinks he's part of the programme. It's quite sweet, actually, and very, very sort of reassuring. For him, not for us. Anyway, I have had 3 of those love sausages, Steve, up to now. They're gorgeous. They were pure quality. They were £20 each, adorable. And that's just JC. Why don't you put stabilisers on her on the ice? This is the Gemma Collins. Put a rocket either side of her and point her in the direction of the fire exit. Oh, dear, honestly. We couldn't be that lucky. They're still promoting the fact she's 13,000 quid for an hour. So far, we don't think anybody's taken up the challenge. 13 grand. Steve, for money, I stopped being a nurse and started to drive a cab, says Monica. Still miss this every day. Immense satisfaction when everything you do changes somebody's life for the better. Thank you, Monica. It is true that people do things. I remember somebody saying to me, and we've discussed this loads of times on the programme, where I've sort of said, you know, you do this job. If you're lucky, it's a career. If you're very lucky, it lasts for a long time. So I feel that I'm extremely lucky, and they pay you. And that's all you need. You don't need anything else, do you, in life? That's all you need. You need a roof over your head, a bit of heat, a bit of warmth, bottle of Prosecco in the fridge, a love sausage, and a contract. And that, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. Shenfield Operatic, my theatre group, says David in Brentwood, are doing Bugsy Malone in June with an adult cast at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. Great show. Auditions on Sunday. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. Speakeasy. We like Bugsy Malone. I love it. No newsreader's going to be able to pronounce Tony Pandy. Not Tony, but Ton, as in pon. Ton, yeah, whatever. Well, they've all called it Tony Pandy. Even people in Tony Pandy call it Tony Pandy. So, and Philip says, didn't you have a quite vitriolic on spat with an LBC newsreader? No, don't think so. Probably in your mind, yeah, but no, definitely not. And Phil says, did you ever argue with... Oh, I thought he was dead. I had no idea he was still alive. Is he still going? Good Lord. Can't have an audience, though, can he, really? And so Tony Pandy. Yes, definitely. It's always been Tony Pandy. As far as we've ever been able to pronounce it on air, it's been Tony Pandy. Other stories here. Rose-tinted tipples. Pink drink sales are soaring. And so they've got all sorts of ones here. They've got... Pink gin is everywhere. You cannot move for bottles of pink gin. Now, I don't do gin. Not particularly good. But somebody's got here a rum ice... This one sounds delicious. It's a rum ice lolly. Not just any Valentine's cocktail, it's an M&S new pre-mixed cocktail, a blend of white rum, cranberry juice, lime juice and orange peel with other flavourings, including apple, cherry, radish and sweet potato. Overall, it's a sort of mishmash, tasting like a melted ice lolly, save for the heat of the rum, and it's definitely a conversation starter. It's 10 quid. I'd expect a bottle of the stuff for that. That sounds lovely, doesn't it? A rum ice lolly, Be My Valentini. You've got a fuchsia fizz bomb. It's rhubarb mimosa. Oh, that sounds quite nice as well, actually. Actually, some of the rhubarb and custard, Waitrose, 40 quid. It's Chase rhubarb vodka. See, that's sounding particularly delicious. I like stuff like that. When you actually see something and you think, there's something about frozen rhubarb. Frozen rhubarb sounds very exciting to me. And anything with cherry in. I bought a cherry drink the other day. Monica says, the problem is in nursing, they're pretending that they're paying you. I know exactly how it works. God knows, if anybody knows about the NHS, it would be me. Talking, says Dallas, of the Valentine's Day Massacre. Some Like It Hot has to be the funniest film ever. Jack Lemmon and Tony Curtis in drag and hamming it up to the 9th degree. Yeah, and they did it well, didn't they? It was in the days when you knew they were men. It was supposed to be that because that was the plot of the story. But it's very interesting that when you watch the two Ronnies, they dressed up as women. They didn't like dressing up as women, but they did look particularly good. Mark says, have you sent any cards? If not, if you could send one card, who would you send it to? I don't know. I've got no idea, actually. I couldn't, I wouldn't like to sort of limit myself to only sending the one card. Dave O'Brien. I bet he doesn't send any. I bet he buys a box of chocolates for his wife, and probably a small bunch of flowers from a garage. I reckon he eats the chocolates, and then he gives her the thing. I don't think he does things like that. I think he'd be the sort of, it's not his sort of thing. I don't think so. Sorry, I had to have a slurp of my tea this morning. I needed my slurpy tea. My neighbour cut his lawn yesterday. I love the smell of, thank you. We're not doing that. That's for other lesser-known programmes on the radio, where people tell you their favourite smells. And it's always fresh grass, isn't it? But there's only a certain time that it smells like fresh grass. The rest of the time, it doesn't smell like fresh grass. The Garden Bridge. I can't remember a lot about the Garden Bridge. I just know people complained about it and we never got it. The executives trousered 1.7 million. 9 million went to the designers, and 10 million provided by private donors who have now threatened legal action against the Garden Bridge Trust. They want their money back. £43 million it swallowed. £43 million. That's a huge amount of money. You know, and I look round London, and because I work in London, and I've worked in London for the last 50 years, so I know London. I think I know it reasonably well. And I look at some of the things, and I could tell you what's wrong immediately. Why the mayors never see it, I've got no idea. It seems to me to be patently obvious. You know, when you look around London, you look at dirty streets, you look at the illegal minicabs that are operating, you look at the drug... I can see drug dealing on a daily basis. Seriously. And you think, well, if I can see it, why can't the mayors see it? Also, fashion shows are hungry work, according to Keith Richards' daughter, who's called Theodora. She's a model turned radio host. She left the Oscar de la Renta show in New York, where she was a guest on the front row, to get a slice of pizza in this fabulous dress, which actually would have looked very nice. I can't help looking at all these lovely bubblegum glitter, Fox and Foreman rhubarb and rosehip shimmer gin liqueur, £7 in Tesco. Everything pink. Do you know what I would live next to? If I didn't have a fridge that was so cold it's brilliant, I'd live next to an ice machine. Because I reckon in summer I would want an ice machine that either did cubes or it did shaved ice. And I did have a bucket some years ago. You put the ice in, you turned the handle, and it gave you shaved ice, and used that for cocktails and stuff like that, which was really nice, actually. Really nice. Blind Date. They've got a dating column. And there's a woman here, Elaine Watson from Middlesbrough, has been let down at the last minute by not just one blind date, but two. Do you remember the story? The prompts me to tell you the story of the woman in America. She sued her blind date because he never turned up. Or did he sue? No, he sued her. She never showed up, and he sued her, and he won. They said that they'd actually managed to sort of get her on a technicality, which was he'd spent money getting ready for the date. He'd had his suit dry cleaned, he got food in, everything like that, and she let him down. So he sued, and he won. Which is good, isn't it? Oh dear, we've got the gay boy back again at the bottom, the one who works on a beach. Cirque. So, Very peculiar, isn't it? We've all had a good old laugh at your picture, mate, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Steve, I would give the GC £13,000 to vanish, says Tom. Oh, she'd take it. She'd take 13 grand. She won't, but nobody would be interested in sort of spending money on her for an appearance. I say, nobody turned up to Jordan the other day. That was the funniest thing ever. She had to sort of twiddle about by herself because there was nobody else there apart from her and a handbag. That's the boyfriend, who apparently is a fitness trainer. When he does it, I've got no idea. On this morning, Phil appeared keen to try the meaty treat and held the sausage up to his face and said, "Happy Valentine's Day." Yes, I think so. And, mentioned by Polly James. Remember Polly? They came down and she says, "Matt has just nicked your Zac Efron joke." She said, "A check's in the post." I think so too. Matt should definitely pay for things. There is some, there's some such good material out now. I was watching a bloke called Tom Ford the other day. He's another gay comedian, I think, but he's quite smartly dressed and he's a little bit dapper. And I quite like him, actually. I didn't like him when I first watched him, but like with most things, people grow on you, a bit like bindweed. And I was sort of watching it and I think, it's actually quite clever. He was very good at going on. Have you ever interviewed Stanley Baxter? No, he's quite old now. He's quite old, Stanley Baxter, but you're right, he would have been a great interview in his day. Les Dawson and Roy Barraclough. And T of Enfield says, "I'm meeting up with my wonderful girlfriend later. We'll be driving out to Hertfordshire for an evening meal." Another lay-by job, is it? It's exactly what everybody said, the same thing. Stanley Baxter, by the way, for those who want to know, is 92. 92! Good for him. Good for him. I think Dave O'Brien says Julie in Germany would give his wife a copy of his own book. No. He'd charge her, but he'd give her a discount. That's what he'd do. Steph says, under the Sale of Goods and Services Act, don't have to pay a penny for something not delivered. All the bridge money should legally be returned to where it came from. No chance. No chance. Janice from Ilford says, Tesco is selling a Parma Violet gin. Such a beautiful colour. I remember Parma Violets. Oh, lovely. I just got 15 Valentine's cards. Left me completely breathless. That security guard at Clinton's gave quite a chase. That's such an old gag. The trouble is, you could sort of highlight it, and of course it wasn't so funny. I was talking to somebody the other day. It's my goddaughter's birthday today. I think she's 15, is Danielle, and so hopefully she will have a card. It should have arrived the other day, and she'll open it and be surprised. Nothing in it. And, no, I always put money inside there. I'm quite generous like that. I mean, for goodness sake, they're young people. I know how excited I was when I was their age for actually getting something. You'd open the birthday card. If there was nothing in it, you almost sort of throw it away in disgust. Matt the Trucker says, we visited the Mob Museum in Vegas. While we were in New Vegas, we went to Old Vegas. We didn't even know it existed till we noticed it on a map of things. Do check it out. It's fascinating. Yes. Oh, the comedian's name is Tom Allen. Tom, that's a little camp man, isn't it? He's very good. He's very quick. I quite like that. You see, I'm quick as well. I'm very quick. But I don't know where he came from. Probably his mother, I should imagine. But, no, he's very good. OK, LBC News Time, 6:50 is going to be talking about that ISIS member who left school, went off with two of her friends, stole some things, got tickets abroad, and had two miscarriages, she said. We don't know if it's true. And now she said she wants to come home. She wants to have her baby here. And you're thinking, what, the NHS are going to pay for you with your beliefs? I don't think so. I don't think so. Most of the phone-ins on LBC overnight were basically saying the same thing. No, she's made her bed, she can go and lie in it. How do you know that she's, they say, oh, she was radicalised at this sort of college where she was, and then she just upped and left her parents and all the rest of it. Who knows? She's going to come back and do serious harm to this country. She's already admitted she's seen heads and everything else, and that doesn't bother her in the slightest. Well, I tell you what, we're not bothered about you either. Dreadful state of affairs, it really is. That she thinks she can come back and, sitting in an NHS bed, what's she contributed? Nothing, apart from terror. And who's to know, actually, that she's not going to blow herself up? The answer being that ISIS look on that as a bit of a bonus. If you can persuade somebody to blow themselves up, look at the kids that they get, who they strap bombs to, and then she's going, oh, I think I'll come back to have my child. I think not. Well, let's wait and see. It'd be interesting to see what daytimes on LBC think. I've heard what all the people overnight were thinking. Also another sick hunter here, an American trophy hunter. There seem to be, I'm sure there are British trophy hunters as well, but this bloke goes out and he's slaughtered an Aster Markhor in Pakistan. He shot it. It's quite a rare animal, this particular one. He paid £85,000 to kill it. To be honest with you, I think he's just pretty sick. And he was widely criticised. Somebody says, nobody disgusts me more than hunters like this. Another one said, you paid someone to murder an animal? Gross. He then said, his name's Harlan. He's a banker. He's a real banker, let me tell you. He comes from Plano in Texas. He says, it's an honour to be back in Pakistan. I've hunted almost all animals here. I saved the markers for the last. What a disgusting piece of work. Really is. They show the goat leaping in pain as he fires a shot into its side. He then high-fives a member of his group. I mean, there's fewer than 6,000 of these asters existing in the wild. The Pakistani government sold hunting permits for asters in October. It says the cash goes to conservation efforts. Trophies can be taken back to the States. What a piece of filth he is. What a piece... I mean, what is the point? I don't quite understand the point of this. So, 85,000, you can shoot one of these rare animals. Really, it's too depressing for words, isn't it? Too depressing. Also, an appeal has gone out to give an RAF hero a good send-off as only 2 people are attending his funeral. This is George Peter Osborne, who died last month at the age of 96. He was a signaller in Bomber Command during the Second World War. A spokesman for the funeral director, Paul Capper, said, is there anybody out there that could help give this hero a fitting send-off? His funeral is being held today at 9:45 at the Southampton Crematorium's East Chapel. Southampton Crematorium's East Chapel at 9:45 today. I predict a lot of people will turn up now. You've got to have more than that. You've got to have more than that. You can't just have just 2 people turning up for somebody's funeral. It's not nice, is it? Not nice at all. Also, Some Like It Hot, Steve, funniest film ever, 60 years on. First scene of Jack Lemmon and Tony Curtis in drag, tottering down the station platform in high heels, and Jack saying, how do they walk in these things? Sometimes I've often wondered that myself, not that I've ever tried them. Best scene is when Marilyn Monroe drops her flask of gin, and the woman band leader, played by an actress called Joan Jolie, goes ballistic. Jack Lemmon covers for Marilyn, asking for his flask back, and the band leader says, I thought you two went to the Ladies' Conservatoire for good music. So it goes on. Morrison's have a heart-shaped beef steak, says Zara, and Grace says we're off to Zedel downstairs for lunch. Happy sausage day. I like the idea. Steve, refrozen rhubarb. I commend you to Iceland's Winter Crumble Apple Crumble Sultana Plus, a treat for the taste buds of £1. Or why don't they just do frozen rhubarb? You know, a sort of frozen rhubarb that's been cooked and all that, and then you just defrost it, just eat frozen rhubarb. Oh, please. Another one here. This week I've been listening to Evening Time in Las Vegas. I'm staying at the Cosmopolitan for my annual work technical conference. I've heard you say before you stay there, do you normally stay at a hotel here on the Strip? Well, normally it's either I stayed at quite a number, actually. The Hilton, because Liberace played there. The Bellagio, I quite like the Wynn. I like most of those in that sort of area. I like. Never stayed at Caesar's Palace. I've always wanted to stay at Caesar's Palace, so perhaps next time round Caesar's Palace. Who knows? As fun as this trip has been, the major downside is the slop, the food that's been catered for us all week. But we'd like to eat a proper meal. Any recommendations? I believe in Caesar's Palace they have a very... Is it Caesar's Palace? They've got the... is it the Rembrandt? The Picasso restaurant, where the walls are lined with Picassos. My wife Leanne might be listening to you back home in Edinburgh. Normally up early with our daughter Alice, so say hi to her. Should I pick up a Tommy Bahama shirt? No, thank you. I'm going to go out... Which one? The Picassos are at the Bellagio. Yeah, I thought they were, actually. Which is lovely. I've been penning greeting card verses, and here are a couple that listeners can add to their Valentines. Your smile is contagious. It makes me all warm and tingly inside. Here's a bouquet of flowers that match your beauty. They'll never wilt as your smile ensures year-round blossom. Simon, we're going to be sick. Okay? Nobody ever reads these things. You just put a cross in it. You're not supposed to have them sign. But obviously, if it's husband and wife, you're going to know who it is, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Is it because I... Anyway. So, yes. But it is Valentine's Day. Chocolate. The value meals look really good for £20, including a bottle of Prosecco and enough food. I mean, if you eat it by yourself, it's a bumper celebration. £20 seems good value. Box of chocolates, bottle of Prosecco, couple of steaks, some vegetables, and a starter and a pudding. Oh dear, sounds absolutely brilliant. You can't do it yourself for that, could you? I wonder what the profit is on it. I wonder out of £20, when you're looking at sort of a couple of steaks with herb butter on or things like that, I wonder really what they're doing it for. And how many they shift? Would it be like sort of 200,000 or would it not be 200,000? I've got no idea. But either way, seems good value to me for 20 quid, whereas you could pay that for a decent bottle of Prosecco anyway. And if you have a dessert, which is good, isn't it? Somebody the other day in Marks and Spencer's was trying to fiddle the amount of items he had. He tried to fiddle 2 main courses. She went, no, you've done this wrong. Because the till will show you it's wrong. Steve, the young lady from ISIS, should never be allowed back in the UK. She's guilty of accessory to murder as far as I'm concerned. Well, I think the person who got her pregnant should look after her. She's obviously got married or something like that. That's what worries me. Sorry, are you not with the man who got you pregnant? You know, that's who you go back to. We shouldn't. And she wants us to pay to bring her back. I hope not. Jackie says that ISIS member said that seeing heads in a bin didn't even faze her. I mean, she's not even human. I know. I don't quite understand it either. But ISIS, as we know, a bunch of paedophiles. You know exactly what they do, the most dreadful things to people. Have you ever stayed at the MGM Grand, says Gary? Yes. It's got a lot of rooms. Do you know they aim to serve people? I can't remember exactly how many rooms they've got, but you know they aim just shy of 7,000 rooms at the MGM Grand, and they aim to serve breakfast within 10 minutes of you ordering it. So in other words, if you order it for 7 o'clock, it'll be there between 10 to 7 and 10 past 7. And they do that in most of the hotels, because if you've got thousands of people checking out, and it's all conferences and stuff like that, you ought to sit there going, I'm sorry, I've been waiting here for an hour and a half. You can always go downstairs and have it, but have it delivered to the room is much easier. But they've got, you know, food stations on every floor. 7,500 rooms. Huge, isn't it, really? Makes our little Premier Inn in Twickenham look a bit lame. And they don't even do room service. You have to sort of wait for things like that. But you're very close to Waitrose, and they've got a little cafette. And you can go and get a cup of coffee there, which is very nice indeed. LBC News Time, this bank holiday. I just seem to think it's a bank holiday. I don't know why. There's no reason for it to be a bank holiday. It's because it's Valentine's Day and it's very exciting. There'll be people decked out there. You know, there'll be flowers and all things all over the newsroom. It's 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock this morning. With breakfast, a huge scientific study has shown a strong link between smoking cannabis as a teen and having depression as an adult. Is our approach to drugs actually too soft now? Nick will also bring you up to date on the horrific triple murder in Exeter and find out why Theresa May is set for another difficult day in the Commons. Plus, he'll be looking at the big row between Transport for London staff and their bosses over having to wear red vests whilst working. Are those sort of like high-vis kind of thing? What's the matter with that? God, honestly. You do worry about life, don't you, seriously? I don't know how we get through the day. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Actually, reading more on that girl, she's in a refugee camp. The reason she's there is because she feels safe, because I should imagine if she's stuck with ISIS, she'd probably be dead by now. But she says her husband... So she's married to someone. She's prepared to ditch him. You can't really believe a word she says. Has actually killed Muslims, and she has mixed feelings. She says, I don't regret joining the caliphate, but when I saw underground oppression, it really hit me. She just wants to come back here because she's bone idle, and she's pregnant again. And she wants to have the child in this country for it to be looked after. Well, I don't think so. You dumped the country, you walked out of it. I think that's where it finishes. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. Interesting to see what happens. And somebody says, we should show compassion, let that girl back. What for? What for, Michael? Why would you do that? She's been with ISIS. I'll tell you what, why don't you have her living with you? That'll be good, won't it? There you go, and you can find out how long you last. Kevin the Milkman says, I think the solution to the ISIS girl situation is to let her have the baby over here, then bring the baby to England for the parents to bring up. I'm sure they would, and leave her over there to the fate she chose. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Well, failing that, she's lost 2 children already. So she says, but as I say, can you believe so? She's been over there for years. She didn't just popped over there. She dumped everything. And she says, you know, I think ISIS are getting smaller. There's just something about her you look at and you think, how do we know? How do we know? Can we trust her? The answer is, I don't think we can. She's been over there for such a long time. Now she wants to sort of come back because somebody's obviously said, how can we use you? What possible use are you? Because she has no regrets about being... I mean, she was 15 when she flew to Turkey and was smuggled to Syria 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Now, all of a sudden now, she wants to come back. I'm sure people will have thoughts on that. Steve, this is very romantic. Your teeth are like the stars. They come out at night. And Big Chris says, did I hear you say you can remember having hair? You must have a good memory. I have a very good memory, actually. Also, the Pakistani government sell an organised number of permits to hunt the animals. This ensures that only weak and poor genetic stock are taken to make sure the species has no diseases or genetic conditions to risk its survival. They auction them off to raise money for conservation. I know what they do, Veal. I know what they do. I just think it's sick that a banker from America, he's been overshooting, he's shot loads of animals, he thinks it's some big trophy, and he's prepared to cough £85,000 to shoot an animal. You know, I mean, what a shock for the animal. What a shock. Somebody says, I might not make Valentine's Day next year. Could be my last. Could be. Please wish the love of my life, John, a very happy Valentine's Day. Going to drive through Europe to Austria with him later. That's a drive and a half. We did that once. That's quite nice, actually. It's a good way of seeing a country, isn't it? Leanne says, thank you for reading my husband's email out over in Vegas. And, yes, up early with the baby, but listening to you, which is good. Have a great day and enjoy the love sausage. It just sounds so naughty, doesn't it? It's not supposed to. I don't believe it's supposed to sound very naughty. Now, you know that LBC is committed to raising a lot of money for our Make Some Noise charity. And this is a charity that helps young people. And over the years, we've helped so many young people who come from all sorts of backgrounds. Some survive, some don't survive. And what we can do with the help of all these charities, which are nominated, and then we go down and we look at them, and we've been able to help, you know, to the tune of millions and millions of pounds, some of these charities for whom you'll never hear of again. You won't hear it, but they carry on with this great work that they do. And so this time round, we're going to offer you the chance of donating £3. That's all it is, just £3 for charity, which goes straight to Make Some Noise, straight to the whole lot, the whole caboodle. But we have to offer something to you as an incentive, and the incentive to you to be in the prize draw is to experience a 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board Queen Mary 2. In all the worlds of travel, there are few journeys rarer or more iconic than this transatlantic crossing to New York on Cunard's flagship Queen Mary 2. So you'll sail from Southampton to New York, or vice versa, it said Vicky Verka, or vice versa, in a deluxe balcony stateroom. And if you want to fly from New York, if you want to come back on the ship, we'll fly you out to New York. You come back the other way as well. You can treat yourself to a unique and timeless voyage, sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner. And it's so impressive. Look at pictures on the internet, you'll be very impressed. You get 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery, with a wonderful dash of glamour. Your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it was in 1847, but now with the finest refinements at sea. Surrender to the rhythms of freedom, service and celebration, only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. The prize includes all meals, entertainment and flights, either to or from New York, depending on which way you want to sail across the ocean. For your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2, text CRUISE, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters, and send it to 84850. If you misspell it, you still get charged, but you don't get enter into the draw. Okay? Which might suit you fine, I don't know. But I'd rather you went into the draw at the same time. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to the charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard network rates apply, and you need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So text CRUISE, C-R-U-I-S-E, and send it to 84850, 84850 or 84850, and good luck. Roger says the girl was a kid when she was lured to Syria. She wasn't lured to Syria at all. She made a decision to go with 3 friends. Kids do stupid things. She's not stupid. She got herself pregnant quite quickly over there. Very quickly. Let's not keep punishing them for past mistakes. We're better than that. Really? I'll tell you what, you take her in. You take her in. Can't believe the stupidity of some people. It's unbelievable. And, Steve, when I visited Las Vegas, I stay in the MGM Grand. But during one visit, they opened a lounge bar that charged an entry fee. Very few Americans. And suddenly all these big guys appeared, and it was Bruce Willis and his gang took it over. It was closed. I remember him taking over the DJ booth and playing Honky Tonk Women. At least he had decent taste in music. Actually, I was in a club once where Bruce Willis turned up too. But friends very shouty. Your cheeks are like petals, bicycle petals. Thank you. Steve, Phil actually ate some of that heart sausage and said it was lovely, says Julie. Yes, I heard about that. He would say that, wouldn't he? Actually, imagine by the time they actually get to the food bit on the programme, they absolutely love it. They can't get enough of it. It's a case of somebody's cooking and you go, oh, how lovely, we can eat pasta. And then yesterday a sausage, which presumably, I don't know if they cooked it in the oven or if they cooked it in a little bit of oil. You can do very, very shallow frying. Sausages take forever to cook, don't they? About 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes? Whether it goes quicker in the oven or not. It would go quicker in a halogen oven, but you know me and halogen ovens. So I'm not doing that. P says, 15 when radicalised. Maybe this ISIS girl is a victim. Been over there for the past 4 years. I don't think you'd be a victim. She managed to get herself pregnant 3 times. So there you go. I mean, of course, it depends whether you believe a word she says or if you believe that she could be a way of getting back into the country, whereas they go, oh, you invited her back in again? What, so she's going to come back in and do what? Claim benefits? What does she do for a living? She's in a refugee camp at the moment, pregnant, going to give birth any day. Well, I'm sure they can cope with things like that. We are still at war with ISIS, says Alan in Basildon. Yeah, absolutely. As far as I know. She's also never denied them. She's always been a big supporter of ISIS. Well, you stay with them then, dear. You stay with them. Another one thing here. In World War II, she'd have been hanged. There's a whole world out there. Go somewhere else. No, stay where you are in the refugee camp. Why should we want her back? Why should we want her? She ditched us. She went over there. She stole so they could get the money to fly to Turkey. It was all arranged. It was all very... Oh, put it this way, they're very devious. Very devious. They don't just sort of go one day, oh, I think we'll just leave here and go to Turkey. They have to arrange passage through. They'll be radicalised on the internet. But she's managed it for 4 years. Then all of a sudden, they start sort of, shooting at ISIS members. She's going, oh dear, I might actually die. Shame. Shame. Happy Valentine's Day to Gary, says Trudy. And another one here, Steve informed me, says, why are we talking about this? Words can't describe this thing. Turning our back on a society, joins her religious fanatical murderers, gets pregnant 3 times with them, gets dumped and now wants us to support her in her growing potential terrorist, more idiotic dialogue. Reject her totally. End of. Yes, I mean, I don't think we should support her. You want to come back? Well, I don't think you should come back. What, so we can pay to have her baby? I mean, what do the rest of the family do? Are they going to pay for it? Probably not, I should imagine. She hasn't bothered, although she said she spoke to her mother the other day. So obviously in regular contact. Fantastic. What a charming family. Tell that listener that's currently in Vegas there's a good pub called the Tilted Kilt. It's the sort of opposite Caesars off the Strip. The food's pretty good in there and the waiters all wear kilts, says Matt. How bizarre. How bizarre. And another one here says that this country is soft and stupid. Bet this woman, she isn't a girl, gets here on our money and will get free NHS treatment and benefits for life. Can't believe the idiots who want her back. I know. She was prepared to dump her family. What a charming child she must be. But as for the parents, says Tricia, raising the unborn child, they raised her and look what happened there. I know. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Gary says, back in my day, I don't think anybody sent Valentine's cards to friends and family. You'd only send one to somebody you were romantically attracted to. Yes, it is true, actually. It is true, but I'm sure that we gave them to school teachers. I might be wrong. Steve, the only reason the girl wants to come here again is because ISIS is getting their backside kicked. She's a terrorist. Well, actually, under new laws, which are coming in a few months, anybody who returns, up to 10 years in prison. Because the trouble is you can't... I mean, I think she's a child. She was 15 years old. They all think they know everything at 15. She's been over there. She's got pregnant with an ISIS fighter 3 times. Whether it's the same person all the time, we're not too sure. And now she thinks she can just sort of wander... Right, I've had a little bit of fun. I think I'll just go home now. And you can look after my baby and you can pay for it. And I'm thinking, why? What's the point of it? It's amazing. A person cannot be hanged, it's hung. Sadly not, it's hanged, I'm afraid. Sadly, it's how stupid are you? Good Lord. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says she needs help. She certainly does, but we're not the ones to give it to her. She made that decision. She's been over there 4 years. She's not popped over last week. She's been there 4 years. She's happily enjoyed the lifestyle of murdering, disgusting paedophiles. And that's what she seems to like. And now, when it appears that ISIS are getting their ass whooped, I think that's what somebody said earlier on, then she wants to come home. Oh, I think I'll come home now. Had a bit of fun, got myself pregnant, you can pay for it. Don't think so. Shall we keep all these foreign criminals here, says Danny, because their countries don't want them? Goes both ways. No. And Jeff in Manchester wonders if she's wearing the hijab. She is. She is. She's on the front of the Times this morning. So they found her. One of her friends appears to have been killed. As I say, she's 15, and now she thinks she's all big and clever, and I'll just wander back into the country. Her family have said nothing at all. But the Times has ensured that the family are aware of the news. The authorities have been informed as well. I don't think you could just leave the country, go off. She hasn't decried ISIS. I want her to actually say, I despise them, everything they stand for. She's not said a word of it. Not a word of it. She says, and she quotes, I don't regret coming here. She says, I feel weak to have left the group in its death throes. In other words, she's scared of being killed. That's what it is. She should never, says Ian, be allowed anywhere near this country ever again. Well, she came from here to start with, but to be honest with you, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. She's obviously just a bit stupid and a bit simple, and she's thinking of an excuse, and the excuse is, I'm pregnant again. By an ISIS fighter. By an ISIS fighter. There's no denying it, and apparently they're married, so she's prepared to dump him. In fact, she's actually quite fickle, because she dumped her parents and really couldn't give a forex about them for ages and ages. Steve... anybody collaborating with ISIS is a wartime traitor. Well, this is where this new law comes in. I think within a few months, jihadists could spend up to 10 years in jail if they return to Britain. Good. Let's just say, if I could understand it if she turned round and said, everything that ISIS do is disgusting, it revolts me and all this kind of thing, then there might be some sympathy. Oh, no. She feels weak having left the group. She's only bothered about her own safety and the fact that she might get a bullet in the back of her head. That's all she's worried about. Maggie is in Weston-super-Mare, says Steve, and a fantastic and loving Valentine's Day. A bit early to be thinking about that. And Gary, says Janice, is listening upstairs in bed. Thank him very much indeed for the lovely red roses. Where'd you get red roses at 5 to 7 in the morning? Jasmine says, put your sausage in the oven in the container, spice up your usual bucket order for Valentine's Day, and treat your lover to the aptly named bouquet de poulet. From KFC. Graham's driving to Bath, flashing everybody in the middle lane. Fantastic. And Steve says, I had my own procedure last week. All went very well. No pain, nothing. Result good. Steve, if the girl is British, doesn't she have the right to come back? No, she's been with terrorists for 4 years, and she's not decried them. She's a big supporter of them. Big supporter. And as a British citizen, she has technically the right to come back, but under the new laws coming in, she could face up to 10 years in prison, which actually would be a good idea. But then we'll still have to pay for her. I think the parents should be made to pay. If that's the sort of child they brought up, they should have to pay. 15, she walked out of her family's home. 15 years old, thought she was being all big and clever. Not so big and clever now. Not so big and clever now. We've got a listener in Libya this morning, Mr. Abu Zaid. So there you go. And somebody says, I heard once you had hair down your back. Just down your back, not on your head. It's an old one, isn't it? Well, as we bring the programme to a close for Valentine's Day, the front page is The Times Bring Me Home. The Daily Mirror is Love in the Air for You. Russell Grant's doing his Valentine's Day stars. The X Factor shake-up. Basically, they're trying to find other people to do the thing now. They've run out of ideas. No Justice, the England hero, lost on at knighthood after Whitehall blunders. This is Gordon Banks, who left £148,000. But last year he only earned £5,000, which is a shame. Camilla's fad diet warning, Duchess of Cornwall, telling young women to avoid dairy-free diets that leave them at risk of brittle bones. She should know. She's lost some members of her family. Also, the Daily Star, 15 years and 445 shows. Simon Cowell launches a massive X Factor revamp. Wayne Rooney, why don't we just leave them alone? If he wants to go out and get drunk and go out on a bend of a tenner, that's their business. As long as it doesn't affect his sort of job and it's fine, you know. Serial kill fears as 3 OAPs are slain. Nick Ferrari will be talking about this morning. Steve, imagine the Sunday lunch where the baby's grown up. Your daddy was a hero. He was an ISIS fighter. How does that fit in with our beliefs and values, says Damien. And Ollie says, I say leave her there. She comes back here. The next thing is we'll have to accommodate the terrorist husband because of the child. Well, not as far-fetched as you think, actually. And The Guardian this morning, stand-ups recall their disastrous dates. It's a bit of a take on, people having dates now. Also, women and children arriving at a collection point for ISIS families. As I say, they're more than happy to sort of do it for years until they think they're going to be shot. And then they immediately come running, screaming from the hills. The Daily Telegraph. Life apparently looks up from the age of 51. So that's good news. And Dame Maggie Smith returning to the stage after 12 years. Well, that'll sell out immediately. And cannabis linked to depression, and May in a scrape over mouldy jam advice. This is Theresa May fallen foul of the Food Standards Watchdog after advising her cabinet to scrape mould off the top of jam to cut down on food waste. I didn't know you got mould on the top of jam. Am I missing out on something here? Quite clearly, yes. Michael, happy birthday. Happy Valentine's Day. First one together, says Rebecca. Good Lord. And Tracy says, my Valentine's gift is a child with chicken pox. Oh, dear, honestly. Just what you don't need, isn't it? Anyway, just before I go, and I wish you all a very happy Valentine's Day, for those of you who celebrate it, even those of you who don't celebrate, it doesn't really matter, does it? You can just enter into the spirit of it. What's coming up on my little bit extra? I'll be offering some special advice to Simon Cowell on what you can do with the X Factor and how you can improve it for everybody. Get rid of it. You also hear a very sweet Valentine's Day message from Towie's ex-jailbird, Fern McCann. Well, she's not an ex-jailbird. Her boyfriend is in prison. She wants you to know it's been 2 years since she, between the sheets kind of thing. Thank you for that, Fern. Too much information. Plus, I'll tell you about the biggest stage gap I've ever seen on stage as a young clothes horse got up to dance or something with Barry Manilow, who probably remembers the dinosaurs. Harry finds a warm welcome in an igloo. Remember, though, it is just a photo opportunity. The last survivor of the real Great Escape dies aged 99, and the search for Shackleton's ship has been called off, mainly because I'm assuming it was wood. I know that the temperature is enough to preserve the timbers, but it's going to be in pieces all over the place, which is a great shame. And a mugshot of a beauty salon customer has gone viral because of her trout pout. She was one of those thieving little toe rag people who goes in, gets the work done, and then just swans off and doesn't pay. They'll find you, love. People will be dobbing you in even as I speak. 100 MPs slope off on the Brexit holiday. Richard Osman has found love with a jazz singer. And Wayne Rooney has told pals he'd be devastated if Colleen leaves, but also relieved because they're both so unhappy. Yeah, because he's got thoughts elsewhere. I mean, the fact that he's got 4 children has got nothing to do with it. He couldn't care less. If he cared, he would not be messing about like this. But what people do is they actually go off. I can tell you this through bitter experience. And they have a fling. Mainly because the wife's a bit drippy or wet or whatever it happens to be. They go off and they can get away with it. So when they come back, the wife goes, oh, why did you leave me? And all the rest. She goes, listen, I love you so much, let's have another baby. So they have another baby, and then they suddenly realise this is the get-out clause. Go off, cheat, come back, get them pregnant, and they go, oh, he really does love me. And then he does it again. He's done it 4 times. I mean, surely by now, poor Colleen must have twigged to the fact that she's being used, which is not a good thing at all. Mylene Klass has got a baby on the way, and Anton Deck fans have leapt to their success after this footage has emerged, showing them in blackface. Anybody else, they'd have been pilloried on the front of the newspapers, because it's Anton Deck. It's Anton Deck. They're all right to dress up as black people. Black ladies. Very funny, very funny. Not really. And a serial killer has drawn pictures of his female victims to help police search for their bodies. It's only because he's dying. And he's decided this: the sooner you die, mate, the better. How many people has he murdered? 99. I hope you die horribly. And Jan Hunt, raring to get back on Crackerjack. Crackerjack. She's 81. We told you that the other day, which was lovely, isn't it? What was the other one? Daniela Westbrook droning on about her cocaine habit. Nobody cares, love. We really don't care anymore. I've had enough. You're weak, ineffectual. You've had the rehab. You're out. Now you're back into rehab again. It's just a waste of space. It's a never-ending spiral. What you need is to get yourself busy. It's no good earning a little bit of money out of a magazine and then going, oh, I think I'll go on holiday. Because we don't care, do we? Mind you, over at the Dorchester, poor souls, they've got to put up with Gemma Collins. I bet that breakfast will be absolutely enormous. And the other one was the Daily Pill, which could halt senior moments like losing your keys. We've all done it, haven't we? We've all done it. You lose a key and you go, oh my goodness, where did I see it last? I was coming off the train the other day, and I got to Richmond Station, and the bloke just was about to go through the barrier when he suddenly realised he'd lost his ticket. So he's now looking round on the ground. Now I start looking on the ground as well, and it wasn't there. So I don't know what happened, because I decided to carry on through the barriers. And did you manage to get one of those Marks and Spencer's Love sausages? The answer is not many of you did. And when you did get them, boy, were you disappointed. It wasn't a heart-shaped sausage at all. It was 2 sausages bent to make it look as though it was a heart. They weren't even joined. It was 2 separate sausages. What a swizz. What a swizz, honestly. I did say to somebody in Marks and Spencer's Twickenham, I said, have you got any? No. I said, what was the point of them telling everybody what they've got it? I mean, what a bad publicity stunt. Backfired immensely. And he said, oh, maybe you'll have one tomorrow. Well, who wants it tomorrow? I mean, as it turned out, I did have one, actually. Ron says, I reckon the ISIS bride will be allowed in, get a slap on the wrist, have the baby, then go away looking for more excitement. We have thoughts on that. We had thoughts on it yesterday. We got thoughts on it today. Everybody was agreeing with everything I said yesterday. You cannot trust her. It's as simple as that. She's 15, obviously a simpleton, obviously somebody who has no respect for her parents, even though poor saps that they are, they've gone, oh, we should forgive them, as if she's been off to join the Girl Guides or something, the Syrian branch. No, she joined ISIS. She was having sex at 15. They're a bunch of paedophiles. We know what the ISIS people are, and they murder people. And why do you think she's any different? She's expressed no remorse, no regrets, no nothing. In fact, she talked about seeing a head in a bin, and that didn't faze her at all. She's quite clear. How did they find her out of 35,000 refugees? And she got a sign on her saying, I want to go home, have a baby. She's already had 2, so she says. Although, as I say, you really can't believe these people. They're murderers. They're perverts. They're murderers. She's no different. No different. She has not. All they had to do was ask her one question. Do you renounce ISIS? Do you renounce everything that they stand for? And I bet you anything she'll say, no comment. Because she still supports them. And she thinks, because she's lost 2 children, so she says, that she can have the 3rd one here. But then, do you not, she's married. Does that not entitle her ISIS murdering husband to be able to come to this country? Is that how it works? Will he have entry as well? Yeah, but if he's married to her, I think that might work. I think he might get entry. Hilarious, isn't it, really? A murdering ISIS member. He was also linked to some of the Paris explosions. And she's going, nothing. But they find her in 35,000 people. But an arrogant little madam, isn't she? 19 years old, ditched her parents, couldn't care. And the parents, as I say, poor souls, honestly, not a brain cell among them. Oh, no, she should be come back and forgiven. What, you think you just go over, get involved with this kind of thing, and then pop back in when you feel like it? The country says no. The country says no. I mean, I confidently predict that the papers, already The Sun this morning, are going pregnant jihadi teen. I mean, why didn't she want to come over on the first baby? Because she's a supporter of ISIS. She has sex with ISIS members. And now they say she faces a ban. I don't think she can be banned from this country. She's a British citizen. She's also a Bangladeshi citizen. Oh, as well. Oh, right. Perhaps she could go and live there. No regrets or remorse, no entry, say The Sun this morning. I mean, to be honest with you, an arrogant little madam who thought she could steal to get the money. I mean, she's quite calculating. All this, Opie would say she's been radicalised. I'm sorry, I mean, surely anybody with half a brain cell, and she doesn't look like she's got half a brain cell, would realise that ISIS are disgusting, filthy people. She's been made pregnant 3 times. I'm assuming it's the same man. Difficult to tell. But she's not voiced any regrets for joining up with the Islamist butchers. Well, I tell you what, love, people don't want you here. They really don't. Every programme I watched, even Loose Women, they had an overwhelming number of people saying they didn't want her. I think the same for Darren overnight. The amount of people were saying they don't want her. And Question Time last night said exactly the same. The majority of the audience didn't want her back in this country. She's just an arrogant little nothing. You know, perhaps she thinks you wander away. We have a little game of kill people and behead them, and then we're just having a baby, so we go back home again. And we pay for it? I said yesterday, I don't think so, and that's apparently what you're saying as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So, interesting. I know that everybody was saying exactly the same thing overnight. There were only a few misguided people who didn't quite understand the situation. This is, absolutely a member of a terrorist group. Not just any old terrorist group. These are people who throw gay people from the top of towers. They kill them. They have no hesitation in beheading people. You've seen all the videos. And she's a supporter of it. Darling, the only reason you're sitting in a refugee camp is because you're frightened there's going to be a bullet in the back of your head. That's why you've gone there. You've run away like the scared little child that you are. Although clever enough to thieve to buy your plane tickets. We all saw the footage. There's no way you could ever excuse anything she did. And now, if she'd expressed any regret or remorse, but she's so arrogant, I'm a member of ISIS. So, what, you think she's going to change her opinions between now and coming to this country to take full use of the NHS? Let's hope not, shall we? Let's hope not. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Daniela Westbrook talking in some magazine about she needs 11 bags of Coke a day to get through life. Pathetic waste of space, honestly. We seem to be surrounded by these people. No public interest in the prosecution of Phil over the car crash. You know who's upset already? Little Miss Gobby. Oh, I think that's absolutely awful. He should have been prosecuted. The one with her arm in a plaster. Well, it's just a sling. I'm afraid there's nothing the matter with her at all. They didn't even want to keep her in hospital. So, rubbish there. But the Crown Prosecution Service, far better qualified to decide about it than anything else. I love the idea that there's a birthday girl called Doll Jenkins. I've never heard the name either. She got a cheeky gift for her birthday. 2 men showed her their bottoms. They're sort of naked waiters and things like that. She's 100. What is the point of showing a 100-year-old woman who's in a chair, probably with arthritis, her 2 half-naked men? What would be the point of that? Nothing at all. There's no point in reawakening long dormant subjects. And one of them would be, pinching somebody's bottom or something. I think it's a case for HR. Holby City and Casualty will merge for a special for the first time in 14 years. The reason they haven't done it is because it's a boring idea. And the BBC is so desperate to get some audience going, they think if we merge them together... I mean, do you think they'll actually sort of bump into each other and go, you're in Casualty, you're in Holby City? It's like whenever they get people on EastEnders who are famous, nobody seems to know that it was Shane Ritchie. I knew it was Shane Ritchie. There he was. And I went, that's Shane Ritchie. And they gave him another name completely. Why didn't somebody ever say in the script, you look exactly like Shane Ritchie? Daniela Westbrook, you look exactly like that cokehead who's failed in every lab. You would know that. You've read it in the newspapers. Hello? When she popped up briefly on Brookside and then didn't manage it again, they obviously decided they can't be involved with somebody like that. Peter says, if you're speaking from personal bitter experience, how many times have you been pregnant? Why do you mind your own business? It's got to do with you. Of course, no chance of you ever getting pregnant. Steve, we're having bushfires in New South Wales. While up in Queensland, they've had floods. And down in Tasmania, snow, says Shane in Sydney. I like the idea that you've got 3 different seasons. Don't you think that's good? And Gary says, mostly the time I can't find things is after I've tidied up. Sensibly grouping alike things together. I had to send some receipts off the other day, which I sent to my bank manager, person who looks after my accounts, and then she sorted it all out into different groups. She's terribly organised. I'm not as organised. I can't do anything. I just shove it all in a bag and then shove it on. She said, send it to me. I'll deal with your accountant, Steve, who's a marvellous man, but I can't do things like that. I would rather give somebody the money and let them deal with it. I'm a little bit lazy, I'm afraid, which is a shame. Right. What are we going to do? I think we'll take... Oh, yes, there's a Snowflake pub staff refusing to work after dark. I can understand that. Why would you want to work after dark? Very shortly, you'll have people working in clubs. I'm sorry, we want extra money for working in clubs. It'll never catch on because they'll always find people who'll do it for practically nothing. So you could whistle in the wind for that one. And what was the other one? I quite like the idea of people eating like a horse and staying slim. It's to do with your metabolism. Unfortunately for poor, let's just call it somebody who's fairly close to this programme. And it's a case of I've just bet him £100. It's a figment of the imagination that he thinks he's going to have a flat stomach in 4 months' time. He's going to lose between 1 stone and 2 stone. And I said, there is no chance, being realistic, that you're going to lose that sort of money. I said, I wouldn't have taken the bet, but he took the bet. And now we've done it on air. It's £100. I've said he's not going to have a flat stomach in 4 months' time. He's totally convinced he's going to go to the gym and it's going to happen. So there we go. Yes, poor Josh. Oh, no, I don't want to... Oh, spoiler alert. Sorry. Steve, she will cost millions over the coming years. Home, healthcare, universal credit payments, security costs, initial legal bills and court costs too, says Alec. Kick her out. She's British, but she's got Bangladeshi citizenship as well. Sometimes we can say... Yes, I mean, the Home Secretary doesn't want to back, and it appears that 80-90% of people in this country don't want to back either. She's a member of a terrorist group. Just think on that one. They murder people, OK? They behead people. You've seen all the pictures of the orange jumpsuits and everything else. That's the group she supports. And she wants to come back here to have a baby. I mean, surely if you've got half a brain cell, let's get rid of her. She's in a refugee camp because she's scared. She's running because she knows that if she stayed with ISIS, she'd be shot by the incoming forces. It's as simple as that, as we gradually whittle them down. And so she's thought, I think I'll just go back home. And her parents have gone, oh, yes, she should be forgiven. Well, the girl who walked out on you 4 years ago, she's a member of ISIS, a member of a murdering paedophile group who have sex with your 15-year-old daughter. What sort of parents are you? Not good, is it? Not good. Stephen Mulvin agrees 100%. Like everybody else. 18 Heavy Company, 4:20 Friday. Yeah. I'm so excited about Friday. Everybody's excited about Friday. You know why? It's the end of the week. And you go, it's the weekend. Although, if somebody says to you, so what are you going to be doing for the weekend? You've got no idea. People will say to me, so, what are you doing for the weekend? And I go, I don't know. I don't have anything. Right, so today I've got this ultrasound scan of my tummy. It's the aortic thing. It runs all the way down the middle. And there's a screening technician, and they're going to explain it to me, but luckily I'm ahead of it, so I know what it is. So you'll lie down on a table and lift up or unbutton your top. You don't need to undress, but I always do, because it makes it more interesting. The technician will then rub a clear gel on your tummy and moves a small handheld scanner over the skin. Pictures are shown on a monitor, and the technician will measure how wide your aorta is. I mean, it could be pregnancy. I might be pregnant, actually. I'm not sure. Anyway, the gel is then wiped away, and then you pull down or button up your top. The technician tells you the results. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes. So sometimes the technician might not be able to see your aorta clearly. It isn't anything to worry about. If it happens, you'll be asked to have another scan, usually on a different day. So you'll be told the results at the end of the test. If there is any problem, I mean, are they going to tell you if there's a problem there and then? Because I've got a feeling, and we're normally quite good with our bodies. I've got a feeling there's something going on. There are 4 possible screening results. Either normal, which means your aorta isn't swollen, which is less than 3 centimetres across. If the result is normal, you don't need any further scans or treatment because it grows slowly, and the chances of you developing one after 65 are very small. A small AAA means that your aorta measures about 3 to 4.4 centimetres. Just over 1% of men have a small one. You won't need any treatment, as the chance of the AAA bursting is small. This is the thing. They've got to make sure it's not expanding so that it bursts. And you'll be given advice on how you can stop smoking, exercise, and eat healthily. Okay, I could be medium. You'll be invited back for a scan every 3 months to check the size. Treatment will usually only be needed if it becomes a large AAA. Now, if you've got a large AAA, that means that your aorta, the bit that runs down the middle of your body, measures 5.5 centimetres or more across. About 0.1% of men screened have a large AAA. You are at the highest risk of bursting. I don't want to make light of it. If it bursts, there's a good chance you die. Okay, it's as simple as that. Surgery does carry a risk of serious complications, generally smaller than the risk of not treating it. And so most men with large AAA are advised to have surgery to stop it getting bigger or bursting. Let's hope I'm normal, but I have a feeling I probably won't be normal. I'll probably be checked every 3 months or something like that. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling about it. So that's what I'm having done today. So I've got to make all these phone calls afterwards to go, well, this is what they've told me. So there's either 4 possibilities. Normal, the next one up, which isn't too much to worry about, small, medium, and then, not so good, the large AAA. So the surgery does carry a risk of what complications, I can't imagine. But so far, because you don't know anything, you don't feel it, there's nothing, they'll need to do, and then how do they actually treat it? How do they treat it? They can do this, I think it's called endovascular surgery, which is a graft inserted into the blood vessel in the groin and then passed up into the aorta. Open surgery, there's a cut in your tummy. Oh, not more cuts in my tummy. Lord above. And if surgery isn't suitable, you'll have regular scans to monitor your aneurysm. God. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it, honestly? The joys. I was talking to actually one of the producers earlier on. I won't mention his name because he produces programmes at LBC. And he was talking about the sort of the disasters of getting older and realising that 1 minute you're 30, then the next minute you're 40, and it jumps really fast. I said, well, you wait till you get to my age, for goodness sake. Steve says, John in Bayswater, I wouldn't be surprised if Daesh has pushed this woman forward to test the waters, preparing for the way for hundreds more to use the same pretext to get into the UK. They can never be trusted. No, she's a compulsive liar. She's a compulsive liar. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. She doesn't even look as though she's got remorse. She really doesn't, and that's the thing that worries people. Because just supposing, okay, so she's a member of ISIS, which we know she is because she's having sex with one of their murdering paedophiles, she seems to think is okay. She's been there for 4 years, having a whale of a time, looking at dead people and heads in bins and stuff like that. So just supposing, in a hypothetical situation, just supposing she is so radicalised she hates this country so much, because she does. That's why she left it to join ISIS. She'd been radicalised. That's just basically like telling an immature 15-year-old, this is much better, this is the way forward, we have to get rid of all these people, we blow them up and we do all these kind of things. She goes, oh yeah, that's okay. So off she tootles, without a disregard for her parents or her friends or anybody else, because she's a bit simple, okay? So she gets herself pregnant. Just supposing she does lose 2 children, and we don't know whether she has. You've only got her word that that's what's happened. If it's happened, it's terrible. But to be honest with you, I have no sympathy for her whatsoever. Really nothing at all. Probably makes me a hard person, but there you go. So anyway, so they go, how can we get you back into the country? You need to do your bit to help ISIS. We're losing ground here. Let's get you back to England. How are we going to do that? Get pregnant, and then, how pregnant is she? She's quite pregnant, isn't she? So she's 9 months. She's had 9 months to work out a story and the lies and the deceit and everything else. Okay, so I've lost 2 children. Okay, that's feasible. I want to make sure that my child has a good start in life. Shame you went and joined ISIS, wasn't it, really? Perhaps you should have waited for it to take its course in this country. Your parents are delighted. But anyway, so just supposing, hypothetically, they say to her, because she's already apologised for leaving the group, she said she feels guilty about leaving the group. She obviously shares the same thoughts, that you murder people who don't subscribe to the same things that you do. And they say to her, listen, get yourself pregnant. Right, let's work this story out. We've got to have all the angles covered. And you go to the country, okay? What you're doing is you're looking to cause maximum disruption to prove that ISIS is still a force to be reckoned with. So you lie through your teeth. I want my child to have a good... She has no regard for children whatsoever. No regard. Otherwise, why would you join a terrorist group and get yourself pregnant 3 times, if it's true? So 9 months down the line, they go, okay, you can come back to this country, and you just come back as if nothing's happened. And she then spends the next few months getting herself ready to blow herself. These people will die for their cause. It's as simple as that. They don't see any shame in it. She probably thinks she's going to a wonderful place. I wish she'd bloody hurry up and go there. And it's not this country. But that's what I think she will do. But again, that's a hypothetical situation. There might be people going, oh, perhaps she just really wants her baby to be happy. She's part of a murdering group of paedophiles. What are you on about? This isn't the Girl Guides of Syria branch. This is ISIS. They murder people. Do you see the people lined up on the beach? An executioner standing behind it? That's what she subscribes to. That's what she subscribes to. And her parents are over here going, oh, she should be forgiven. More stupid than I thought. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? What, so you're agreeing with what she agrees with? Just ask her a straightforward question. Do you denounce everything ISIS stands for? That's the question I thought somebody from the Sunday Times would ask, as a journalist. Obviously something different, but, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Steve, heart artery bursting means you're dead. My dad died from one in his 70s, so old age. Yes, there's also... I'm going to have it today because I fit into that category. And somebody emailed Darren this morning calling her unborn baby demonic. See, the trouble is, I can't say that. This is a child. The child has no idea that his mother it's not even born. This isn't sort of like Carrie or something like that. This is a child who isn't born. The fact that his mother's a bit simple, very simple, 15 years old, she'll stick 2 fingers up to the family, thieve, and go and join a murdering group of people like that, tells you everything you need to know about her. She's had 4 years to work this out. She's loved every minute of it. Loved every minute. She thinks it's actually quite normal. And everybody in this country is going, you're a murderer. You subscribe to murderers. Why on earth would we want you here? But it's not unusual. We have a few people here like that already. They've lied to get into the country. They can do us serious damage. And I think while there is that danger that this ignorant little nothing is sitting there going, I want my baby to have the best. Funny, you never thought about the first 2 like that. But she didn't. It took her till the 3rd one. And then the fact that ISIS were on the run and picking up their skirts and running like girls. And so she goes and hides in a refugee camp. Luckily, the Sunday Times find her. Out of 35,000 people. How brilliant was that? Michelle says, please wish my other half and dedicated spiker Roger happy birthday today. We listen every morning in Oslo. But it's cold over there. It's a bit chilly over here this morning. Little bit chilly. But so there you go. And Trucker Joe says, hope you and the team are well. Difficult to tell just by looking, I'm afraid. We'd have to get sort of a medical thing on that. Tad fresh out there today. Short 11-hour day today due to the dreaded dentist appointment. Oh, no, not a dentist appointment. And Callum's back again. We'll tell you about Callum in a moment. You don't know about, I'll tell you about Callum. 27 minutes. No, it's not 25. 26 minutes to 26 and a half minutes to 5. 24 minutes to 5. Anyway, whatever it is, who cares? My friend Callum, who is currently producing for this week, and he didn't tell me until the other day, because I wondered why he was writing in. He's a producer at one of our sister stations, Capital. And he started sending in these doctored pictures. He sends a lot of doctored pictures. I'd like to doctor him. But anyway, that's another story. And then it was only the other day, because I couldn't work out how he was sending these things in. I thought, but I didn't see him in here in the morning. But the regular breakfast team are off, so they've got another team in. And Callum, bless his heart, who's my new bromance, is producing it. So he started sending all these things in. He sent one in this morning. He said, happy Friday, Steve. And then he says, a week producing breakfast means a week of listening to my guy. I think that's what people say in that word. My guy, you're my man, kind of thing. At Steve Allen Show on the way in. So here are the pictures I've sent him about the topics he's been talking about, including my love sausage. My love sausage. And also the fact that we've all put Callum forward for Naked Attraction. And we're very much looking forward to seeing that one. I don't think he's as thrilled as he could have been, but I put his name forward anyway. So there you go, Callum. That's my wish to you on a Friday, that we get to see you on Naked Attraction. I've decided it's going to be worth every penny of the licence fee. But I've only seen him one day this week, and I only saw him yesterday because I should have seen him when I did Julia Bradbury, because I did her this week, and I didn't see him then. But we saw him yesterday, didn't we? We saw him yesterday. Scottish boy was ever so excited. He was meeting real people, as per usual. You have to rein him back in again, because he tried to sort of, hi James McVeigh. He sort of get like he knows him and things like that, And I'm Scottish boy. You probably heard of me, and all that kind of stuff. But it was okay. It went quite well, didn't it? I gave him a minute to change the studio round yesterday, because we have two. We have more than two studios. We have loads of studios, and so we were in the next one, and Emily A. Tack. And who was doing their breakfast show yesterday? I can't remember. Was it Rob Howard? He was doing the breakfast show yesterday. Another one of those sickeningly young people. They've noticed they've all got designer beards. Everybody's got design. Even Callum is sort of attempting to grow something. And for Naked Attraction. And he's sort of got these sort of half beard. Well, I can't do it. I just look as though I haven't washed or something like that. But anyway, so we went and did that. And then we have to change the studio. So in other words, I can change the studio from being one radio station in this building to another one. And you push buttons and you can get up all the things change and everything else. And we've got our own programme. And so it becomes an LBC studio. And then you push another button, it can become classic or whatever it happens to be. And so I'd said to Scottish Boy, I said, you've got a minute to turn it round. And they were running late, and you did it all right, dear. Yeah, you did it. It was good. It was good. So we managed to get the studio changed, which means setting the microphone, setting the speech content and stuff like that. And so he did it all right, actually. But he's got this annoying habit of sitting in the corner, and then at the halfway point in conversation, listen, talk to somebody. Don't be distracted. And so he's got this annoying habit of sitting in the corner. And I always say to them, at 11 minutes, just wave. And then I'll wrap up the first half, and then we pause for a second, and then I carry on again. So I'm giving away the secrets of the trade here. And so what does he do? No, he leans forward and does an impression of a windmill. So we get it's like the railway children. Daddy, my daddy, he goes, and he was doing the whole thing. He didn't do it like that at all, you fibber. Luckily, it's on camera. It's on camera. Yeah, you think it's not on camera, because I specifically asked them yesterday, get me something that gets him off the programme. And so what they've done is, I mean that in a caring kind of way. I don't mean that in a nasty way at all. Because we're a very happy little... Somebody was saying this morning, he said, how happy are you at LBC? I said, you want to see misery? Look at this face. Look at this face. It is funny. It's everybody's happy. You know, when... Yeah, James McVeigh knows who he is now. He knows who he is now because he shoved himself from... Oh, hi, James, Scottish boy, all that kind of stuff. But he does the impression of a windmill to wind me up. So we go, don't sit there fibbing. I've never known anybody that fibs so much as you. Your parents must be horrified at the amount of lies you tell, like you're their son, that kind of thing. You know, I mean, it starts with that. But no, we had a nice time. James was lovely, very, very chatty, isn't he? Very chatty. Loves his girlfriend. And the Vamps are on tour. But you'll hear that interview tomorrow morning with the lovely Julia Bradbury, who was with Prince Harry the other night at the Natural History Museum, and Meghan. And she's got a new programme. It started last night. Had some lovely guests, actually. Next week, we've already sorted out the guests, which is quite good, actually. Because normally, it gets to Monday and you go, and we're waiting on a couple of little bits and pieces. But next week's already sorted out. That's what Beth told me, anyway. And she knows. But apparently, I don't know if this is so true, I'm going to end up with Scottish Boy as my permanent fixture. Which, you know, I've asked them, is there anybody else? You know, is it possible to find somebody else who can sort of, you know, be a bit more, you know, a little bit more reverent to the presenter of the programme? But anyway, so no, Callum and I are having a bromance now. But I couldn't find them when I went through the other side yesterday, because he then told me that he was in producing the breakfast show. There was nobody on that floor at all. Apparently they were all in the off-air studio, as we call it. Steve Arge was on yesterday morning, singing his love to the GC. He looked huge. Looks like he ate the GC, says Nathan. Yeah, talentless bloke, isn't he? Totally talentless. Good luck today, Steve, says Jill from Marden. And the actor Paul Darrow, says Keith, who was in Blake 7, suffered an aortic aneurysm. Fortunately, he was with somebody at the time and stood in hospital. Didn't die, but he had both legs amputated. Oh, my Lord. I don't think I want that, actually. I don't think I want to go that far. I'm hoping they'll just go, oh, it's worth looking at again, but, you know, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'd quite like a Casualty Steve Holby City join-up. I've always wanted EastEnders and Corrie to do one. For example, an EastEnders character, as part of the storyline, has to go to Manchester and they turn up in The Rover's Return and thus have a little storyline in Corrie, says Gary. No, I really don't want that. Brian says, listening from Dublin... I've been listening for the last few weeks before going to RTE to read the news to the nation of Ireland. Good Lord, Brian. Really? We get all sorts of people. I tell you what I saw the other day. Do you remember that dreadful story of the murders in... I can't remember where it was in the country. The triple murder, Exeter. But they had a radio station and the presenter was talking to the camera about it. And I looked at this presenter and I thought... I've seen you before. And of course I had, because he used to work for LBC. His name's Bob, and he was Clive Bull's producer for a number of years. And I went, I know you. I know your mum Sue, for goodness sake. Matt Munro tells the story of taking a taxi from a train station to a club, and the driver saying that guy Munro he was going to see is rubbish, says Bill in Glasgow. And my dad dropped dead, Steve. From a ruptured aorta. He visited his GP complaining of pain in his tummy several times. Actually, the funny thing is, they've always said that there's no noticeable things. It's all going on inside. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Steve, you've got a bigger mic, says Gary, than those behind the glass. No, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same mics. They're all on the same mic stands. It's just that my muff... my muff's the same as everybody else's. They're all exactly... All the microphones are the same. Nick Abbott uses that. He uses that one, does he really? Good Lord. He's got a different mic muff. Oh, he doesn't bring in his own mic muff, does he really? Mind you, does he use his own headphones? Oh, right. He is scared of germs, isn't he? But actually, nobody's died in here. Yeah, the Steve Allen Memorial Studio. I want a plaque. If I go this morning, I want a... Hello, Ollie. Oh, look at Ollie. Look at, bless him, honestly. He always looks like he's wandered in from the embankment sleeping rough, doesn't he? I don't know why. But he always comes in, he's got his coat, his muffler, and his headphones on. What he's listening to, I've got no idea. Could be anything. Steve says, Connie, all the best for your hospital appointment. I'll be thinking of you. 12:20 today. 12:20. We're having the scan. I'm hoping it's going to be fun. I'm sure it will be. But you never know, do you? Same foam windscreens, Gary, exactly the same, except Nick Abbott's, which is probably completely different. Is that why he has a different mic? Well, how can you pick up germs off a mic muff? You're not eating the blooming thing. It's a good 6 inches away from me. Oh, well, why? Well, you're not touching it, are you? You touch the... Sorry, just in case it makes a noise. I'm moving the mic now. You wouldn't know I'm moving the mic, but I mean, it doesn't make any noise, but they go... That. But you don't touch the foam thing, do you? I don't think so. We used to have a woman years ago from Phone Tech, used to come round and clean the telephones. Because if you unscrew a telephone nowadays, you'd be surprised how dirty they are. But nobody's ever caught anything. I've never caught anything from mic muffs or anything else like that. Perhaps you can become paranoid. A bit like sort of Jordan. Not too difficult, is it, really? Also, £144 million tonight. What would you do with it? Blimey. You'd have the party of a lifetime. I would actually have a big party, and I'd invite everybody at work. Everybody at work. I would definitely do that. That'd be lovely. Brits go through... How many cars in the course of a lifetime? 11, apparently. And actually, I can bear witness to that. I remember my first car, which was grey, which was a Ford Popular. And I saved up and got a Mini, second-hand Mini. Then I bought a brand-new Mini. That was 3. Then I went from the brand-new Mini to a Fiat Tipo. And then I had a Mazda MX, whatever it was. And then I went to a Rolls, then another Rolls, then a Bentley, then another Bentley, then another Bentley, then a Continental. And so it's probably about 11 cars, they say, in your lifetime. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Carol says, whatever happened to Peter Howitt, who was Joey in Bread? Oh, Peter Howitt. He mainly directs. Carol. If you type in Peter Howitt and then images on Google, you can have a look at him. Johnny Weybridge tried to buy a Valentine sausage from M&S at 10 a.m. They'd already sold out. Fools to themselves. The place was heaving. The staff were running around like headless chickens. Where did they go wrong? I've no idea. I couldn't find... I found one in one store. I mean, that's just a bad promotion. It backfired on Waitrose the other couple of years ago when they had Heston Blumenthal Christmas pudding and they sold out. People were rushing around like headless chickens. But this one, they didn't have that much that was in, John. So, they need to actually sort themselves out. But, of course, it wasn't a heart-shaped sausage. It was 2 sausages, not even joined. It was 2 sausages. It was very disappointing. Very disappointing. The bacon was way too salty on it. Way too salty. It tasted horrible. So I only ate half of it, I'm afraid. So perhaps next year they'll have to try a little bit harder. I don't know what the symptoms of the aorta troubles are. On this particular one, you get it for hitting a certain age. If you hit a certain age, then you fit into that category, and then they sort of test you. It's like different things that happen, during your diabetes and stuff like that. And so you just have to sort of wait. They say, now you're in this particular age group, now we will... You don't have to be tested. If you don't want to be tested, you don't have to be. You can write back to them and say, I'd rather not be. I always grasp it all with both hands. Both hands. I'm not going to miss out on anything. If they say, this is what can happen to you when you get to a certain age, I want to be treated for it. Don't ever turn down hospital appointments. They're not there for, a bit of fun, at your expense. They're there to help save your life. It's as simple as that. 10 to 5, Friday, 15th of February. Still to come, we've got a couple of clips from our In Conversation guests this weekend. William says, are you a pensioner this weekend? No, not for a few weeks yet. Not for a few weeks. Good luck for this afternoon, says Nicholas. I think the nation should pray for you at 12:20. Yes, I am a great believer, of course, in the power of prayer. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, I walk past the Global Studios all the time, and it does look really impressive from the outside with all the blue lights. Yes, but you're looking at the back of the building. The front of the building is in Leicester Square, and in fact, if you stand by the half-price ticket booth and look up, the 2 buildings, one on the corner and the one next to it, are all us. In fact, the only studio that you can see from the front is Radio X. You can see there. I don't think you can see... No, you can't see anybody else's studio from the front. You can't see me and you can't see anybody else, can you? You think you can see the outside of this? Can you? Oh, but you wouldn't know we were in here. At the back, you can... I could tell you which floor everybody was on, but that wouldn't help. But at the front here, I think... Oh, so you think you can... Oh, you can see Capital Extra, but they've only got a window there, but you can't actually see in. But you could see I always liked the other one, actually, because I always sort of quite like to sit there, which used to be Capital Studios some years ago, which is lovely, because it's in Leicester Square, which is cool, which is very cool. Dom and Dom, thank you very much indeed. But he said it's interesting to know you can switch studios from one sister station to another. Yes, yes. Yes, he says. I mean, in my one, it's a bit more difficult because I've got permanent LBC signing. But in the one that Nick Ferrari has and everybody else, you can switch the graphics on the wall. They've got it's like a video wall in the studio with LBC written on it. It's very clever. I don't know how it works, but it means you can change a studio. So if we're filming an interview, then it turns into LBC studio. It's very clever, isn't it, really? There you go, Wayne. Steve, hope your hospital appointment goes smoothly. Now, without too many surprises, says Monica. Have a good day and wake us up, please. Yes, I'm hoping, actually, that I'm going to be here tomorrow morning and on Sunday morning. But I was still sleepy for some strange reason. Broke my rule. Coffee on the way out. Actually, I slept like a top yesterday. I didn't get back home till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. And I went to go and have a look, stupidly, in Marks and Spencer's if I could find the love sausage. And really, what's the point of having it the day after Valentine's Day? It's no good, I suggest nobody buys them. Let them sit there with them, because it's just ridiculous. The sell-by date on my one was the 15th, so it's today. So unless they've actually got, different ones which are available, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. Not good news at all. Very bad management. Very bad management. But nevertheless, they will learn. They will learn. Just takes them a little bit of time. 14 days on, fears growing for missing Libby. I think, actually, fears are growing long before that. Long before that. 14 days on, they normally say if they've not found somebody within the first 24 hours, then they start panicking. 2 fizzy diet drinks a day raise a woman's heart risk. And the family's saying the ISIS bride should be forgiven. Of course they are. Of course they are saying that. I don't know why. Put it this way, she disappeared for 4 years, and now she wants to come in. I mean, to be honest with you, I think what should happen is she has the baby. I'm quite sure in the refugee camp there are facilities. The baby comes back to this country, and we leave her out there. She can go somewhere else. I don't think you can trust her as far as you can throw her. Gary Lineker says he once avoided a red card on the road because of his football fame. What, a bent policeman? Surely not. Surely not. And the Chuckle Brothers' hometown has snubbed them. They wanted to have a square or roundabout named after the Chuckle Brothers. Ant and Dec fans leap to their defence after footage from less than 15 years ago shows them wearing blackface and dressed up as 2 black women. I mean, undoubtedly racist. But, of course, all those years ago, 2003 or whatever it was a case of they didn't think it was racist. It was just funny. They just dressed up. But, couldn't they have just dressed up as 2 white women? Would that not make it a little bit better? Little Britain did it as well, didn't they? And I was trying to think if French and Saunders did it. I know that they dressed up as 2 blokes, but I don't think they were ethnically sourced. But I think in the case of Ant and Dec, these were 2 black women, and they put on the voices as well. Which, to me, I mean, in this day and age, in 2018, it smacks of, that's racist. You can't do that. Why did they not just do 2 old women anyway? But they decided not to. Didn't make any sense to me. And I was delighted that after I told you about that funeral service down in Southampton for a man who was a hero, only 2 people were booked for it. And I said, you can go down there, it's at, whatever it was, 9:45 or 10 or something like that, and hundreds of people turned up. Isn't that great? I like it when you do things like that. I like it when you applaud what people do for a living. And at the end of his life, 2 people were going to be... He was 99, 2 people were going to be there, and hundreds turned up. And that, I thought, was, you just wish that he could see it. You would like to think that he could see it. There's also this mugshot in the papers today, you won't miss it, of a beauty salon customer. She's an ugly. She's gone viral because of her trout pout and the fact that she wandered off after treatment without paying for it. So she's a thieving little toe rag at the same time. The last survivor of the real-life Great Escape dies aged 99, and the word mother is no longer gender-specific. So it can mean a man as well. How ridiculous are we getting? How ridiculous are we getting? David Beckham gets a court case. I think it's in Bromley. I think. I don't know why. And Richard Osman has found love with a jazz singer. She's a little bit shorter than he is. Like 19 inches shorter than he is. The drink drive deaths hit an 8-year high. Subo's back on tour, rivetingly dull and unexciting. And you've not been recycling. You've not been recycling enough. You see, I don't do the recycling bit. I know it makes me a bad person, but frankly, you know, we've all got one cross to bear in our lifetime, and mine is I don't do recycling. It's bad enough trying to be organised for other things. Lego's getting a digital overhaul with toys which come alive using a phone app. Whee! I used to love Lego. We only have a red and white Lego. Nowadays, they've got lots of different coloured Lego, and we had enough with some windows, so you could make half a house. So we used to call it Condemned. It was a lot easier, but only red and white Lego. Somebody gave us a big bag of it, me and my brother, and we used to play with red and white Lego. I just love it. There's a Lego version of me. Don't be so silly. Of course, why would there be a Lego version of me? What Christmas present? What Christmas present? Was there a Lego version of me? Was there? I can't remember last... What's he on about? What are you on about? Stupid boy. Talking about there was no Lego version of me at Christmas. Where'd you get this? What are you on? Are you? You didn't make one for me at all. Honestly, why does he make up these stories, Chris? Honestly, I've never known anything like it. I don't remember that. No, exactly. You don't remember it. I don't remember because it never happened. That's why. In his fantasy, he probably had a dream that he made me a Lego version of me, and then because he believes it in his mind. He believes in his mind that that's what it is, but you've never made me a Lego version of me. Yeah, but, well, why would you make a Lego version of me? That's a bit odd, isn't it? You know, like me making a pipe cleaner version of you, which wouldn't be happening anyway. And all the best for today's appointment, says my friend Rich. He says, I'm on my 21st car. 21 cars. Actually, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, Rich. That really doesn't. 21 cars. How many cars you had, Chris? How many cars have you had? How many cars do you think you've had? 2. That's it. How many, there we go. Nothing at all. You know why? Because you're with the Lego man. Because you're with the Lego man. You can't, have you never passed a test? Please God, it never happens. Please God. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but frankly, if ever you're going to be on the road, I want to be off the road. I want somebody to phone me and say, he's on the road. You failed on parallel parking. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think you're sensible enough to actually have a driving licence. Seriously. I mean, whereas I'm a brilliant driver, I'm very good indeed. I don't think you'd be, I don't think you'd be up to it. No, of course you don't, but you don't live in London, do you? You're just part-time here. You really live in Aberdeen. And, you know, you could take a car up there and you could drive all the way up there. But I suspect you'd be bored after about the first mile. Friday. You just need to say the word, don't you? Say it to yourself twice. Friday. Why do we like Friday? End of the week. Unless, of course, you work weekends. In which case, boo, Friday, horrible. Means you've got to get ready for work tomorrow. But it doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't matter. Peter says you're dead right about hospital appointments. My wife went for a routine mammogram, which identified a potential problem. Further investigation revealed the presence of cancer. But because it had been identified so early, treatment was relatively straightforward. It's true, actually. You know, if ever they offer you appointments, in fact, in my doctor's surgery, I've got to go in actually for a non-fasting blood test. And it's a case of this is how many people cancelled their appointments last month. And you think, are you that confident that you can just cancel an appointment when, you know, they're going to help you to try and get you better? I mean, it's a bit naughty, isn't it, really, to cancel it? But people do. Either because you're frightened of going or you just don't want to go for some reason. Ron says, bit of a leap there, the Mazda to the Rolls. I know. They seem to keep it for ages before they sold it. It was done as a trade-in. Viv in Chelmsford says, we have to keep you fit. I know. Well, I think I am we'll know after today. I don't want to state categorically I think I'm fit, because I think compared to some people, I'm probably not fit at all. Ron says, I'm on my 55th car. They've all been old dunkers of similar appearance, so I guess I'm still on my first car. Yeah, I mean, Dom and Dom has had 17 cars. 70. Some people like buying cars. I don't buy that many. Well, quite clearly, as you can tell. I mean, normally I buy a car now and I keep it for a year, a couple of years, 3 years. I think the most I ever kept one for was 3 years. And then I sort of changed them. They always say the reason to change a car is when it starts costing money. And so if you've got a car and it's a bit of an old banger and it starts costing, I always say to somebody, get rid. Because it's only going to cost you more and more money. All you're doing is patching it up every time, which isn't so good. So the moment a car starts costing money, get rid. Get rid. Imagine if there was only one studio. The cleaner popped in, do a bit of hoovering during the ad. In this building, I've lost track of how many studios there are, actually. On this floor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6... Yeah, we don't know how many. I can't remember, actually. There's about, on average, 6 a floor, something like that. A floor above here. You think it's more than that? Yeah. Are we counting news booths and stuff like that? Or in which case, then, there's loads of studios in this building. Loads. Even I lose track. I remember the first time we moved in, they gave you a book to get you around the building so that you could find out where everything was. I was still none the wiser. I said, there are still floors here that I've never... Oh, God. There are still floors here that I've never actually... been on because they keep reorganising them. What's the matter? What's the matter? You have a nice weekend. I think you're working this weekend, aren't you? Oh, great. So I look forward to seeing you. Will you be wearing a different outfit or the same one? I'm talking to the newsreader, Josh, because he's now leaving to go and catch his bus and to try and get him... Train. Whereabouts you catch the train from? Oh, right. You're literally a hop, skip and a yes, and your fans, are you available to do, are you doing personal appearances at the moment? For a good fee. You're not in the Gemma Collins camp, are you? 13 grand an appearance, they think. You're not that, well, you're close to being that big. I mean, I think you are, actually. If we put you next to Gemma Collins, I think bookends. Do you not think so? I just saw some nice bookends the other day. Paddington Bear bookends. Great to see you. He's wearing a little jacket, a little over-the-shoulder bag, and a T-shirt. And I said, because he comes from Kent, and I said, will the summer version of that just be minus the jacket? And he went, yes. So just be the T-shirt. He doesn't possess a shirt. We've never seen him in a shirt. In a building, you know, I expect people who read the news to turn up in a dinner jacket. You know, you can't be that lucky, can you? Steve, chickenpox update. Current count is 55 spots, and the 5-year-old's insisting I call him chickenpox guy, says Tracy. Yeah, I can't remember what the side effects of chickenpox were. I just remember you got to spend time in bed, and we didn't spend too much time looking at the spot. You just knew that I've got chickenpox. And I can't remember if I felt ill or if I didn't. Julie says, good luck at the hospital. I'm sure you'll be updating. I will be updating. It depends what the news is. If it's not particularly good news, I shall not be updating. Well, actually, of course, I will be. So, if you've just woken up, this is LBC. I'm Steve Allen. Early breakfast with you till 7. And it's sort of, I was going to say, most days, it's a humorous take on the news. Unfortunately today, because it's occupied, and we did it yesterday, and everybody did it overnight again. This is the ISIS Brits bid to flee Syria, because she obviously wants to take full advantage of all the... Why is it doing that? Got a mind of its own. She wants to take... Yes, you think ISIS sounds like Syria. Does it? Might do, actually. But no, I don't think so. But it burst into life with "What can I help you with?" So I decided to ignore it. So here she is. She's a miserable-looking devil. Of course she would be. She left home at 15. How many children do you know? If ever I left home when I was sort of like 12, 13, 14, my mother found me in the shed at the bottom of the garden. She goes to Syria so she can have... radicalisation. I mean, obviously the ISIS fighters, I wouldn't, as I said at the beginning of the programme, I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. I think she tells lies. I think she's devious. She was part of a terrorist organisation. She's pregnant with a terrorist's or a murdering paedophile's child for the 3rd time. She's never voiced regrets or shown remorse for joining up with the Islamist butchers. And permanent exclusion is an option for officials. Good. Let her stay out there. The reason that she's doing this is because she suddenly started thinking, oh, people are getting a bit nearer. So she's run to the hills, to the refugee camp where there's 35,000 people. And now she thinks that we're going to take her back in and we're going to pay for her to have a child. Well, let's make the parents pay, shall we? You're so keen on it. Why don't you send money out to her? That'd solve the problem for everybody. So the full astonishing story, because when you actually look at the sort of the tie lines on it, I mean, quite clearly... You know, she fled the UK at 15 to join ISIS. Now she wants the NHS to look after the baby. No, you look after it, dear. You look after it. Her husband, incidentally, was linked to an ISIS terror cell planning Paris-style attacks. There were 3 of them went over there. Khadija Sultana and Amira Abbasi, and then Shamina Begum. She says she has no regrets at joining ISIS. Well, I tell you what, you stay where you are then, darling. You stay where you are. Nobody wants you in this country, apart from your parents. What a shame you embarrassed them. What a shame you brought shame on them as well. But anyway, they reckon that Amira Abbasi was killed in an airstrike, but Begum claims she heard they're still alive. And these are supposed to be friends from school, you know, radicalised, or as I prefer to call it, people of simple nature, who get taken in by all sorts of things. And she's freely admitted, when she saw her first severed head, it didn't faze me at all. Good. Well, there you go then, love. Unfortunately, we're a bit more above that kind of thing in this country. But Brendan O'Neill, writing in The Sun, says, sorry, but this is not your home anymore. No, you've made your bed, and you must, you lie in it. 3 options. Shamira Begum cannot simply board a plane home to Britain. ISIS routinely stripped foreign fighters and their families of passports and ID documents before destroying them in a bid to stop them fleeing. Ministers said they don't plan to launch a rescue mission, and there's no British consulate in Syria to support her. Good. Good. I couldn't care less. You stay there. You stay there. Sources yesterday indicated the government had 3 main options. The first is to ban her from Britain permanently, stripping her of UK citizenship. The second is to prosecute her in absence for being in a designated terror area under new powers which came into force this week. And the third is to allow the teenager to return, only to then slap a strict terrorism prevention investigative measure order to monitor closely. What, waste money on her? Waste money on her? I don't think so. Other legal options include issuing a temporary exclusion order used just 9 times in 2017, and it bars a British citizen from coming back to the UK unless they agree to be investigated, monitored and de-radicalised. But as I say, she's a compulsive liar. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. I seriously wouldn't. I think she's a devious, nasty little piece of work. You know, ask her that one simple question. That's all you have to do, the one simple question. Come on. Do you renounce everything that ISIS stands for? She'll be going either no comment or no. It's as simple as that. She shows no remorse at all. The picture of her on the front is of an arrogant person of limited intelligence, and that's the best you can describe it as. Mike says Gemma Collins got 13 grand a show. No, that's what they were hoping to get from sad little discos and nightclubs and everything else. But I think what they've done is said, oh, she's determined to cash in on it. What, for being a loser? For being a major loser, for falling over, for basically just... apparently, according to her dancer friend, he said she tried to quit 4 times from Dancing on Ice, which, of course, would be in keeping with her status of, I can't do anything because I'm fat and useless. Silicon Valley Sue says we'll be sending a prayer and good thoughts for the test today. When will you let us know the test results? Probably... Oops, sorry, I just stuck my finger in my cup of tea. Probably on either Sunday morning, or I shall do it later on today. I'll see what state I'm in. You know, if it's a good state, I'll be tweeting good state. If it's not, I might not say... No, I don't want to say that because that's dreadful, isn't it? People start getting a bit panicky. He's not said anything. What's happened? Why has he not said anything? So I'll try and let you know. But it's not till 12:20, so the earliest you could hear probably is coming up to about 1 o'clock. That'll be the time I'll be sitting on the bus going back, going, oh, well, that was all right. That's the theory. Anyway, the Duchess of Cornwall is such a good story. She gets in a cab and the driver starts talking about her without knowing it's her. What she's doing in the back of a cab, I've got no idea. 1 in 5 of us have fallen out with friends over rows over money. Never lend a friend money. It could ruin a friendship. Seriously, it's very, very difficult. And... you know, I can remember I lent somebody some money years and years ago, and I'd forgotten I'd lent the person some money. And it was quite a substantial amount. And I can remember the tax man came back years and years and years ago and said, what's this money? Where's that gone? And for the life of it, I couldn't remember. I could not remember where this money had gone. And then I remembered some years later, by that time it was a bit too late because they'd investigated. I think they thought I was offshoring, because it was a few £1,000s, and I'd lent it to a friend of mine who paid it back in dribs and drabs, so it didn't go out as one lump sum and come back in as one lump sum. It came back in as, you know, £100 here, 150 here, 1,000, whatever it happened to be. And the taxman thought I was offshoring. I thought, God, if I was offshoring. Talking of Lego, Do you remember Bricklayer? You actually had bricks and a sort of grey cement. Yes, I had it when we were based at Coningsby, RAF Coningsby. And they were proper little bricks, and you mixed up the cement, and then you made houses. It was rubbish because it never actually set properly. Never set properly, but it was quite good at the same time. But I got it for my 10th birthday from Mum and Dad. I opened the box. Dad made a detached house with it. The following birthday, I got a carpet maker, which Mum made. Thank God I got a bike the next year, says Ray. I'd be the same. Do you remember when you used to ask for presents for Christmas? You used to ask for certain things. I wanted a reel-to-reel tape machine, and I got one. It cost 25 quid. And that was my Christmas and birthday present. Nowadays, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? £25. Never had a new bike, always a second-hand bike, which my dad, repaired and painted up and everything else. Very resourceful, my dad. Very resourceful. Honestly, so I ordered this thing the other day from JML online, and it comes through very quick and very good, and service nice, and with it comes a catalogue of other JML products. So I picked something out that I want, and it turns out they don't have it anymore. This was an old catalogue. Completely ruined my day. It was a belt which doesn't have holes in it. It grips onto the side, so it adjusts for most waist sizes, including mine. Steve, what tests have you got to have? Is it angioplasty? No. No, it's not. It's the aorta thing, which is good. It's nice. I caught chickenpox at 35. Ill or what, says Tina. Oh, fatal. Well, not fatal, but I mean, it's not very nice at 35. Hacking cough, face like a green blob. Delirious. I mean, not well for a long time afterwards. Yeah, I mean, it's you're supposed to have all these things when you're young. The whooping cough, the chickenpox, mumps, whatever you've got. Dreadful. Mo says, I had my beloved Volkswagen Passat for 28 years. She had less than 170,000 miles on the clock, but I couldn't get parts for her brakes, so now I've got to look for a second car. Oh, you must be able to buy brake parts for a Vauxhall Passat. You must be able to. You'd find those. There'd be people who'd be servicing cars like that. Perhaps for somebody else's brake. Take it to a garage and ask them what else they can do. They'll have an answer. They'll have an answer. They're like that in garages. They're very useful. Very, very nice. Here's Anton Deck. They step in as the X Factor ends early. Also, Gary Lineker, there's something creepy about Gary Lineker, says he once avoided a red card on the road because of his football fame. He knocked a motorcyclist off his bike in London. He said the biker was sent flying across the highway and was going mad at him when he got up, but Lineker said the man calmed down when he realised it was the former England hero who'd hit him with his car. Good Lord. He does a football podcast. Oh, how dull. How dull and boring, but there you go. Also, Alan Carr and Graham Norton are to be judges on the UK version of RuPaul's Drag Race. It's an 8-part show. Honestly, the BBC, everything like that. They've become so liberal at the BBC. Let's do drag. Let's put Graham Norton on there. Can we find another gay presenter? Oh, Alan Carr's gay. Let's wheel him in. It's all these sort of things. And then the picture of Anton Deck blacking up as women. 2 old ladies, and then somebody said it was absolutely dreadful. And then somebody else, stop trying to create something out of nothing. It's racist. It's racist. You don't dress up as 2 black women, comedy or otherwise. Are they putting on The Voice as well? I don't know if they're putting on The Voice. I suspect they might have been, actually. The controversy over blackface has been rumbling for centuries. Because Katy Perry the other day had to take off her shoes because they were selling shoes which looked like they were it was part of the black and white minstrel show. It was terrible. But mind you, when they visited Corrie, they appeared as Japanese girls and they did a Bollywood prank with Peter Andre. Oh, poor Peter Andre. It's so funny, isn't it? Bless him. He turned up the other day on another, or is it coming up? I can't remember, television programme, which is sort of Peter Andre eating lots of food. And he's playing Teen Angel in Greece. I mean, that's obviously as good as it gets, I suppose. Still waiting for that film that he was talking about in America, flying backwards and forwards, going to be a big film star in America, because Peter Andre's an actor, sort of. I don't know when. And then we're waiting for the tour of Australia to come back on again. That was cancelled due to lack of interest. But don't worry, it'll be going back on again. Carolyn says the ISIS girl is described as heavily pregnant and at nearly 9 months pregnancy. If permission were to be granted, surely no airline would be prepared to carry her at such a late state of pregnancy. I don't, you think not? No. Well, I don't know. But also, she's left it too late. That's why alarm bells ring. Ting, 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 ting. She's left it to 9 months down the line to go, I think I want my baby to be born in Britain. I think not. You dump Britain. You know why? Because you hate us. You hate us. Steve, the Passat is a Volkswagen. I said it was Volkswagen. I say the Vauxhall Volkswagen. Everybody knows about that, I mean, surely. Greg says the JML belt is in stock on eBay. I don't want to buy it from eBay. I make it my business in life not to buy stuff from eBay. Had my scan on my aorta, had me straight in hospital, put a stent in. Oh, I've already got stents. Stents are dull. I've got 6 stents in, so there you go. And waiting for the follow-up scan the end of February. It's all happened over the last 3 months at St George's Hospital. Chris in Chessington says, when I was younger, I used to pray every day that I get a new bike. But it never worked, so I stole one and prayed for forgiveness. Da-da-da-da-da. You mustn't steal bikes. It's very naughty. Very naughty. I want to do... I think on the internet there's bait bike. I think it's a very similar thing to the bait car. You know, with these tow rags get in a car, you know, whoa, we've got the car and all the rest of it. And then the car locks them in and you can see the panic on their faces. Always entertaining as far as I'm concerned. My favourite, though, is 2 people, I think in America, going on a ride called a slingshot. It's like something you used to have with a thing. And so it's a seat with 2 people in it, and you're on a giant elastic band, and they wind it down to the ground, and then they go, and you shoot up in the air. But this time they decided to prank the bloke on it, who was having a really bad time. He was frightened. He's going, and the girl who's with him going, shut up. You know, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. He's going, what? And then just at the last minute, as they were about to set the slingshot off, the guy there pranked him and said, wait a minute, you've got to do your belt up tighter. It's too loose. You'll fall out. And it was at that moment they sent it up into the air. He screamed all the way up because he thought he was going to fall out of it. I thought it was hilarious. But there again, I have a 6th sense of humour. And then he said, because he's seriously... I mean, I've been on the Chairaplanes. Have you been on the one when they did it at Winter Wonderland, which I didn't go to this year? Mainly because I think it's... Oh, I did go to it this year. I do beg your pardon, sorry. It was so expensive. We didn't actually do any rides. I don't think so. The one ride Darren wanted to go on, I don't want to go anywhere near it. It looked a bit... It just swings backwards and forwards. I thought, well, I can live without that at my time of life. And so it's a case of... We went on the Chairaplane ages ago, a couple of years back, and it goes up, and then it goes up and up and up and up and up, and you're still going round at high speed. The only thing that's holding you in there is a little bar. And some little chains coming out, like little not hawsers, little chains. Seriously, wouldn't hold a rabbit hutch up there. And I clung on for grim death. I couldn't wait for this thing to blooming stop. It was awful. My mechanic tried the garages, said Mo. The internet and the local scrapyards, no luck. Oh, VW discontinued parts quite early. It was a bit ridiculous when the car's still available, wasn't it? Maz says, I remember getting a toy potter's wheel one Christmas. I popped the wet clay on the wheel, pressed the pedal, and whoosh! The curtains, the walls, and the carpet all covered in brown goo. Couldn't find my present on Boxing Day. Love it. Chrissy says, buckle-free belts on Amazon. I don't want to go to Amazon. I wanted to buy it from JML. I wanted to be one of those, loyal customers. But we don't get rewarded anymore for being loyal customers. Ron says the company that claimed to buy any car must have a lot of cars by now. Time to make them an offer for one of them, I think. Go on, you do it. Go and see them. Patrick says, assuming you've been, is Strawberry Hill House out of your way? Worth a visit? Yeah, it's worth a visit. It's not out of my way at all. Absolutely not. It's less than half a mile from me. Don't worry about your test, says Roger. It's easy. If it's huge, it'll mean a major keyhole op, but you will survive. I had a ruptured AAA, life-changing, but 9 years on, I'm still here. Still drink a little, but gave up. But he's 71. Thank you for the show. It keeps me sane. Lord, imagine a show being responsible for keeping somebody sane. I quite like that idea. Again, for at the umpteenth day this week, no Daily Express. Are they printing it anymore, or have they just given up completely? Awful. 2 fizzy drinks a day raises a woman's heart risk. Which is not very good, is it? And inside the severed head didn't faze me. So here they are, February 2015, Shamina Begum and 2 classmates fly from Gatwick to Istanbul after telling parents they're going out for the day. No question on this aircraft about where they're going to at all. They take a bus through Turkey, cross into Syria. Within days they wed IS fighters. Bearing in mind she's 15, The IS fighters are paedophiles, as we all know. She's married to this guy called Jaeger, who's now 27. Then they moved to a camp. Daughter Soraya, born in April. Begum slightly wounded in an airstrike in late 2017. Early 2018, with ISIS losing territory, the family moved south. Jera, born in March. The Caliphate in November 2018 suffer heavy losses. Jera dies of malnutrition, aged 8 months old. In late 2018, they moved to Baghuz for ISIS's last stand. In January 2019, Soraya dies of illness at 21 months. 1st of Feb 2019, they surrenders to SDF troops. It's the last time she sees her husband, Begum, heavily pregnant, taken by coach to a refugee camp at Al-Hol. In other words, there was a very good chance she was going to get shot, and so they took the easy option out. So now what? Now what? She wants passage to Britain, but Britain has no embassy or consulate in Syria, so she'll have to get herself out of the war zone, because most people that I've heard discussing everything is the fact that they don't want to pay for it. You know, they don't want to pay. Well, they don't want to hear, first of all. They don't want to pay for it either. I mean, how a schoolgirl from Bethnal Green was groomed into an ISIS bride is beyond belief. I agree. But she was prepared to take that risk, dump her parents, say basically thank you for nothing. And the parents now going, oh, she can come back. And this country's going, I don't think so. You can't trust her. She is absolutely untrustworthy. It's as simple as that. Also, that big question for not just ladies, for men as well. How can some people eat like horses and still stay slim? It's just, I mean, I find it depressing. I've only got to look at a cream cake from Patisserie Valerie, which has been saved, by the way. So that's exciting. Perhaps they'll revamp the inside and come up with better food on sale. The cakes and everything else we don't have a problem with, but let's have some better food, shall we? That'd be quite a nice idea, because it's not really very good at the moment. And I don't know who's put money in, I can't remember. We'll find out, actually, after the news. It's a company we've never heard of, but they've obviously decided that that's what you want on the high street. I think we want better food, thank you. We've changed a little bit. LBC News. Nice to be company. 26 minutes to 6, Friday. Yeah. Shane says, remember to wipe your chest properly. I didn't. My shirt was sticking to me when I was on the train. Probably the heat, I should imagine. And Dallas says, apart from being completely sick and treacherous, the ISIS woman sounds like a seriously unfit mother. Apparently. Now, work this one out for me. Her mother broke down in East London last night after speaking to her long-lost daughter by phone, telling her to just come home. You're obviously out of step with what this country wants, so we don't want filth like that here, thank you very much indeed. Her brother-in-law said he understood why people in this country are angry and don't want her back. Good, try and transmit it to the mother. And in which paper is the report of 2 fizzy drinks harming women's heart rate? Every paper. You can find it in the... You find it for yourself. Who is that? Am I finding this for somebody working here or whatever? Yeah, 2 fizzy diet drinks a day raises a woman's heart risk. Find it on the internet. Steve, the weather in Loch Arran is dry and cold. About to drive to Inverness shortly for the dentist and a haircut. What at this time of the morning? I mean, some days I've thought, I'd quite like to have a haircut at this time of the morning. It never works out, actually. And who likes the dentist? Not me, says Mr. Craig. Paul says brakes are still available for the Passat. You should try Euro car parts. Other suppliers are available. And totally agree with you regarding the ISIS girl. I think that's what everybody's saying in the country. There's no way she should ever be allowed back here. She's quite clearly devious, untrustworthy, and a compulsive liar. No, I'm sorry. What, you've had a little of an adventure, have you, dear, and you think you just pop back into the country with your beliefs? I think not. That's the whole idea. We're trying to weed out scum like you. Thank you very much indeed. Pregnant or otherwise, you know. You stay in the refugee camp. You stay there, okay? You go and stay with your husband. Because now, having dumped the parent, she's prepared to dump the husband. Lord knows, I wonder what lawyer could manage to find way for him to come back into the country. The snowflakes are turning their noses up at late-night bar work, fearing it will upset their sleep. One club boss says such feeble attitudes now threaten the whole night bar industry, because people don't want to work late in clubs. And I don't really know why not, actually. I thought loads of people would want to work in clubs. It could be quite nice, but they're saying no. They don't want to. They are too lazy. Many young adults are turning down lucrative pub, bar and club jobs because they don't want to ruin their sleep. Club manager Ken Wright said he struggles to hire staff. He says, I'm constantly bewildered at the thought process of graduates seeking work behind or in front of a busy bar open 7 days a week until 3 a.m. Yes, I mean, I sort of came from a club world, so it was quite normal to work in clubs till 3 a.m. We just got used to doing it. And now it's like working here. When we were talking to James McVeigh yesterday, he sort of wanted to know the timing of everything. You know, and I said, I'm in here generally by about, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that, which doesn't give you that long. By the time you've had a cup of tea and you've wandered through the papers... Oh, yes, cup of tea. We've remembered, have we? Oh, here we go. We're going to lose him again for the next 10 minutes. I've got my own cup. Thank you. You don't need to go wandering to any other radio station, chatting to people, whilst you... I don't know why I bother actually with this. Every day it's a farce with this cup of tea. He's either going to come in... She's gone off again. He hasn't taken my cup. Oh, so, anyway...
I've been set a time limit.
Don't put your hands on the top of my cup. Thank you. Yeah, you've got to be back in 3 minutes, but don't touch the top of my cup. OK? Just telling you that now. You keep your hands off it. He's got his wallet in his back pocket. Do you think I can pick it without him knowing? I reckon there won't be anything in it, will there? I think he's already said he doesn't keep anything in his wallet. Lorraine in Spain says, wish my husband Gordon happy birthday today. We were hoping to go out for lunch today and out with the family tomorrow. Had to cancel. They're both ill. Oh, that's not good, is it? You don't want to be ill. Heavens above. Illness is not a nice thing to have. And why did I open that one there? It all comes up. Oh, it was JML. I thought they were responding to my insert. Where's the belt? No good sending me a blooming catalogue. You don't even have it, it's not even on the website. And did you see Nick Ferrari speechless on Sky News when Rachel Johnson went topless? No, but I heard about it. Majid thought it was very funny. As he would, probably, I should imagine. Hit the spike with you at 4 o'clock this morning, just as I was hitting Smithfield Meat Market. Fully loaded now, back to Epping. Funniest thing on television yesterday was Arj tried to sing to his beautiful girlfriend, the GC. I never knew he was so big. It was like they've stuck his head on a very, very inflated Mr. Blobby, wearing a very badly fitting suit. It's these poncy-looking bow ties and everything else he wears, and all this. There's something. He's not the full ticket, as we all know. He's had a problem. He said he was going to try and lose 7 stone. Yeah, Jackanory. It won't happen, of course. He is talentless, completely talentless. And then he sings to her, and they go, oh. It's like embarrassing, isn't it? Like embarrassing when he says, oh, she wanted the Dorchester and the flowers and all the rest of it. It's going to cost money. I thought, you've obviously got no money at all. Read the tea order, says Andy. Like I said, get a flask. Still there, girly boy, still hanging around. Oh, get a flask. Oh, look, there's a flask. Oh, I can't believe it. We don't do flasks around here, and we have kitchens, about 15 in this building, so probably not like you down in Rochester. Down to the stream, get some water, clean your clothes on stones, and then go back, and then... Did you see the other day? There was a picture of Katie Price in her kitchen, or whatever it was. Could have been any part of the house. The broken window, which she's blamed on Harvey. She was cooking on a Primus stove. Perhaps the electricity's been cut off. All very embarrassing. Victoria Beckham's launching a skincare range. Woo! Very exciting. Because apparently she's hugely successful. Obviously the reports in the paper suggest otherwise, but there you go. No public interest in prosecuting Prince Philip, as indeed we assumed there wouldn't be. Why would you want to prosecute him? There was obviously some reason. The police have obviously decided that that's very plausible, and the Crown Prosecution Service. So it's only the old biddy with the arms still in the sling, probably still trying to milk that one, who says, why was he not prosecuted? Because there are cleverer people than you, dear, out there. That's why. And why is it that some people can eat like a horse and stay slim? It's metabolism. I think it's to do with also metabolism. I don't know. It's... Thank you. He's here. He's... See, you can do it, can't you? Don't talk. But you can actually do it. You can actually make a cup of tea in less than 10 minutes. It is entirely possible to... Please don't speak. He did that in 3 minutes. Of course he did, because he's on a trouble thing, aren't you? Don't speak. Not allowed to speak. Okay, but you can do it. Is there any hot buttered toast out there? No. God, do you know, if we asked him to go and find hot buttered toast at this time of the morning, do you think we'd ever find it? 8:30 hot buttered toast. We want 8:30 hot buttered toast. And shut the door now. It's better. You can hear it close, can't you? A nice big clunk on the door. He's in a very funny mood today. He was in a funny mood yesterday. He kept coming and sitting next to me whilst I was trying to work. And, I was trying to deal with... He's got himself, what, a tea or hot buttered toast? Don't tell me he's got hot buttered toast. I couldn't bear it. Actually, apparently I'm not supposed to eat before this thing this way. They said don't eat too much. So I shan't be having a bacon roll. He's very odd, actually. So I don't know why. He was odd yesterday when he kept... Oh, green. Oh, God. So pretentious. Pretentious, moi, je. Yes, absolutely. But yesterday he kept coming, sitting next to me. Oh, Steve, do you need... no, go away. Go away. You know, he was okay when we were recording the interview. When he puts his mind to it, he can be quite good. It's just that we haven't found his mind, so it's a little bit difficult. I agree with you about GC and Arge, but why do the newspapers give these down and out so much time? Because people are interested. We laugh at failure. We laugh at failure. That's what it. That's why it is. You laugh at her because she's so talentless, and yet she thinks she's being really clever. She's as thick as Joey Essex, and he's disappeared. It's a bit like Prince Andrew's daughters. They've actually disappeared completely, mainly because the papers only say, "I'm sorry, do you work? Have you actually done a day's work recently?" Trucker Joe says working late in pubs and clubs upset their sleep. Try driving a truck starting any time from midnight for up to 15 hours a day. No social life or sleep. No. I said to somebody, actually, strangely, we were talking about this yesterday and today. I said, I never understand people that complain. They go, oh, I can't work nights. I can't do this. But well, go and do something else. Go and do something else. I mean, where else would you find a company where you can take the mickey out of a Scottish boy, something chronic, you can get him doing things. Can I have some water? Thank you. You watch, I can make him get up and down. I've changed my mind. I don't want any water. No, I'll have water. It's like doing the hokey cokey round here. Up, down, shake it all about. You do the hokey cokey and you turn around. And that's why we call him Tom. Ooh, get me some water. That's why I'm sitting here, mate. That's why I'm sitting here. And you're sitting there, typing away. Dear Mummy, I want to come home. I don't like it here anymore. Yeah. I know, I can't believe they're going away. I think that... When was the last time you saw them? I mean... Oh, here we go. It's going to be quite a long while ago. This is his parents. He goes back. He'll be arriving on the Friday at about 5 o'clock. 3 o'clock, they're on holiday. So he can't see them. You saw your mum... August last year was the last time he saw both of his parents. Well... We call them his parents. I said, get a DNA test. You can't, it might be somebody different. You don't know. You could have been brought up under a gooseberry bush or something. And then and he's going there to go and see them and go, hello, I'm your long-lost son, and I'm doing really well. People like me. I'm very popular. Got a girlfriend. And yes. And so I'm here. And they go, we're on holiday. But by the way, can you feed the dogs while we're away? Dreadful, isn't it, really? I mean, also, I can't understand it. Mind you, sometimes you don't go back, do you, and see your parents all that time. When you move away from home, you're on the phone all the time to your mum. Your mum's going, are you eating properly? Are you regular? They always want to know these sort of things. And then you go, I'm coming home this weekend. We're not there this weekend. All of a sudden, they're having a whale of a time, which they are. Have you visited Kingley Court next to Carnaby Street? No. I don't even know what it is. What is it, just a restaurant? Do they still think it's Christmas at Sandy's in Twickenham? Yes. Yes, he does. He leaves them up for ages. And mind you, I have to be honest, I think this is about the latest. He's not been well. He's not been well. I only say this because the lights, they are ablazing. But why? Why not? Listen, Stuart is very happy keeping his lights up. Daniel is driving to work for a Barbados something. Could be a meal or something that sounds like quite nice, doesn't it? What do we get for breakfast in Barbados? Will it be fresh fruit? Fresh fruit could be lovely. Why does Arge look like a huge pear with a head on top? Have you heard him sing? He just changes his voice to sound like Orville the Duck and thinks he's a croon. Oh, he never could sing at all. Janice says, when Philip Schofield kept saying there was going to be a surprise singer on this morning, I got all excited, expecting Michael Bublé. Imagine the disappointment when it's Arge, short for large. I know. What a talentless person. But that's the age that we're in. Jane says Arge really does put the Arge in large. I know. It's just fat. That's all it is. British Airways are painting 4 planes in different liveries, says Salim. One is in BOAC livery, British Overseas Airways Corporation, in celebration of the 100th anniversary. Is one of them done like a whale? I've seen a picture of a plane that looks like a whale. Matt from Stenning says, yesterday while listening to my Oxymoric CD of Peter Andre's greatest hit, I found some premium bonds from 1957. You ever won any prizes? No. My brother's got all the premium bonds. I'm not bothered. Seriously, I know it sounds really lame, but I'm really not bothered at all about things like that. You need about... Somebody said to me, why don't you get 20,000 quid's worth? Well, show me 20,000 quid. Ian in Warwick says it would be great if you were to present your show topless or even completely naked. If it was shown, I'd tune in. Of course you would. Everybody would tune in, including my boss, I should imagine. Holly says, I'm sure the ISIS girl and her family would receive lucrative offers for their stories to be published and for any number of book deals. Who said crime doesn't pay? Well, it's not necessarily crime. It's a terrorist organisation she went over, who she seems to support. No remorse, no nothing at all. She's a nasty little piece of work. And most of you seem to think she should never be allowed back to the country. But it's not just people listening to LBC. Audience at the highest it has been in 46 years. It's a case of, on Question Time, they thought the same. On Loose Women, they thought the same. Every organisation, now the Sun have got behind it, they don't want her back here either. Nobody wants her back. Couldn't care less what the family want. Really not interested. Mike says, I wonder how common it is for a driver who causes an accident in which a third party injures, include broken limbs, have their prosecution dropped. Are you talking about Prince Philip? Well, she didn't have any broken limbs. That was the thing. That's why they said she's just milking it. They said at the hospital, she doesn't need to come to the hospital. She just got a strained arm. That's all it was. And, is Nick doing that today? I want whether Prince Philip should have been prosecuted. I don't know, honestly. Carolyn says, I'll come back to you in a minute. Kevin says, Kevin's an expat, breakfast in Barbados is apparently usually a good old British fry-up. Oh, dear. What bliss, what happiness. Thank you very much indeed. The Southwest Airlines painted a Boeing 737 as Shamu the whale. And Tim in Marlow says the plane shaped like the whale is the Bus Beluga and now the Beluga Plus. It's a specially engineered version of the A380, the Super Jumbo, which was scrapped the other day, built to transport parts from other Airbus manufacturing sites. It did look like a beluga whale, actually. I know it's a plane, but it does look like it. And Steve, if Diet Coke is a risk to women's hearts, well, it's not just that, it's fizzy drinks. They're looking at fizzy drinks, Carolyn. What about the younger generation that drink full-fat Coke, energy drinks on a daily basis? As a teacher, I see children arrive at school with their bags full of fizzy drinks. They're meant to drink only water. I know. I understand your dilemma, but then you go into any shops now and it's fizzy drinks available all over the place. I feel sorry for people who drink, what's that stuff, Red Bull? That really can't be good for you. It's just sugar. I know they do a diet version of it. Matt in Stenning is going off to the... he's going to Vienna in March for a few days. My brother's going there for honeymoon later in the year. I don't know why he picked it, actually. It's very odd. But anyway, he said, I noticed you once worked for Blue Danube Radio. Is it a nice city to visit? You'll like it. It looks like any other European city. It's got... you need to get a travel card, go round the city on a tram. It's a bit old-fashioned. Nothing changes. The food is the same, the coffee shops are the same, the tram system, the buses and things like that. What you need to do is sort of get on a tram or a bus and just go wherever it takes you and then get off the other end and have a wander about. Because that's the only thing you can do. You can go to the Prater, don't go there at night, it's full of hookers. And you can go on the Riesenrad, which is the big wheel which they used in the film The Third Man. You will see people walking around, bizarre though it might seem, in national costume. You will see people walking around. You'll see Burgenlanders coming in wearing lederhosen, the women wearing the dirndl. You see this all over the place. You'll find hot dog stands. Most of them speak English. They'll sort of put you right on sausages and stuff like that. And you can do a tour of the Opera House and just loads of things. You can go down the Kärtnerstrasse, which is sort of the posh end of shopping. Maria Hilferstrasse is the cheaper end of the shopping. But there's lots of walking, lovely gardens, palaces. You go to Schönbrunn, you go to the zoo at Schönbrunn, and it's all doable on buses and trains and stuff like that. Or you can push the boat out and go and get on a train. Just remember, it's Austria. Like Germany, their trains run on time. If they say it leaves at 3.5 minutes past the hour, it'll leave at 3.5 minutes past the hour. All very clean. All the taxis are Mercedes in Vienna. But the food is not the most exciting, it has to be said. Their salads are awful. You can go to the Schweitzer House in the Prater where they do knuckles of pork, which is quite nice, actually. And you can go to any restaurant and just have a drink. You don't need to buy a meal or no minimum charge or anything like that. And they've got everything over there. The only thing they don't seem to have, or they didn't have in the centre, was a Kentucky Fried Chicken. They've got a McDonald's, But it's been there. I mean, I could go back to tomorrow, having not been for years, and it would be exactly the same. Everything would be in exactly the same place. They're all very unhurried. All very unhurried. Try not to cross the road unless the green man is showing. There will be policemen there who will point you in the right direction of, you don't cross. There are 4 KFCs in Vienna. I bet are any of them in the middle. I bet there's one in Marie-Hilferstrasse or something off Marie-Hilferstrasse. That's the sort of road that... There it is, I thought so. Because that's the sort of place that would have it. Nothing in the sort of the posh areas. They'd all be... Even the McDonald's sign off the Kärtnerstrasse, which is the posh bit next to the Hotel Saka, goes down, it's on the right-hand side. They've had to adapt the sign. And they had to change their policy. McDonald's work on the assumption 10 minutes for you to eat a burger and tiddle off. No, the Austrians will sit... You get little old ladies sitting in McDonald's. It's so sweet. So sweet. They'll sit there half the day nursing a cup of coffee. And nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. It's great. So now you know all about Vienna. Steve, the thing for breakfast in Barbados is a hangover. Swayze says that. So, see, the funny... I don't do hangovers. I don't. Steve, I thought I read the lady in the accident suffered a broken arm. No, it was a strained wrist. That's why there was nothing for the hospital to do. She was milky. Every time she turned up, they should, that kind of thing. So now the public prosecutor has made this decision. New colour, Beverley in Highgate says, hot news on the fashion aisles, mustard is the season's new colour. Scottish boy is trendy. Yeah, he had that thing the other day. Although, to be honest with you, we don't think it was his. We think he'd been to a charity shop and he'd found it in the window and he'd bought it and it suited him. So he was quite happy. But, I mean, he is sort of a trendy boy. Compared to me and the producer, we're just sort of like, we're not trendy. I don't think we could ever be considered trendy. But the only thing he doesn't have, which we have, is a trendy haircut. I'm going to go and get a trendy haircut today. He just has what we used to call the pudding basin cut. In other words, you put the basin on, you cut round, then cut a little bit in, so it makes it look as though there's a parting there, but it's not. So in other words, when he gets out of the shower, he just towel dries it, and then just does it with his fingers. He doesn't... I don't think he uses product or anything like that. Or if he does, it's certainly not noticeable. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. What else do we have? Mylene's baby Joy. She's sharing it with you. She's pregnant, which is good. And who's this? We can't take any more amour, because yesterday was Valentine's Day, so they've got loads of people. Jerry Halliwell with her husband Christian. Amir Khan with his current wife. That's the one who... Do you remember? He's actually not the most faithful person you could ever find, but they're sort of pretending to stay together. His parents don't like her, so that doesn't bode well. Ashley Roberts, the attention-seeking... I was a pussycat doll. Of course you were, dear, but now they're defunct. Vicky Patterson shows off some flowers she's bought for herself. And Paul McCartney has got flowers as well, with love from me to wife Nancy Chevelle. Plus Katya and Neil, the most boring couple in the world. What a dull couple. God, I don't realize people could be that boring. Harry Redknapp, true love for old romantics, because I'm assuming he must have bought her some jam roly-poly or something like that, but they've sort of got a nice posed picture, which is good. Also, the Daily Mirror running with the same story everybody else is. The British ISIS bride, she wants to come home. She won't be rescued amid the terrorism fear. She says, no regrets over going to the war zone to wed a jihadi. Yeah, well, stay where you are then, dear. Somebody said she's just an exploited kid. And then somebody else has said, this is Anila Baig, the journalist from The Sun, far too late to return now. Absolutely, she's been over there 4 years. She couldn't care less. She hates us. Absolutely hates us. She's just using us. Well, I should have thought about that beforehand. Also, what was this? Oh, it's a picture of... we had this the other day, didn't we? Amanda Holden celebrating her 48th birthday. 48th birthday. Nice dress. And she got loads of people there. And she was joined by David Walliams, who obviously wasn't busy that night, looking in the mirror, and Stephen Mulhern, a fabulous young magician and presenter. Very clever boy. I wish I was as clever as him, but I'm not. Plus, Cowell wants Anton Deck for the Britain's Got Talent champions. Oh, dear. Do you know there's some very good ones on an American programme called The Clairvoyants? They're on America's Got Talent. Check them out on YouTube, The Clairvoyants. It's a husband and wife team. They're good. Take my word for it. I've seen Clairvoyants before. They're very good. Blindfolded, and she can read things from anywhere, hold up a note and she'll tell you the numbers on it. They're good. I mean, really good. Even magicians I know have said they're worth watching. Ruhab for Wayne. Yeah, he doesn't care. Morning, everybody. Friday, 15th of February. So you've had Valentine's Day. That's it for another year, thank God. Don't have to worry about sausages and things like that, which, as I pointed out at the beginning of the programme, is very disappointing. Very disappointing. It wasn't a heart-shaped sausage, which I was led to believe. It was two sausages, not even joined. Two sausages. It was the packaging that made it look as though it was a heart-shaped sausage, just the shape of the box, because it was round, and then they put a thing in the middle of it. Very disappointing. Bacon was way too salty, but there you go. Mark says, could Colleen be staying because Wayne Rooney has her in a prenup? They've been no, it's not that at all. They've been together since they were sort of 15, something like that. Their families are intertwined. They're a proper chav. They're not pretend chavs. They're real proper chavs. He won't leave her, and she won't leave him. They're just about to move into a £20 million house. If she wanted to leave, she could have left on the first hookup that he had with the hooker. But she's issued a wake-up call on boozing. He's already said they're both desperately unhappy. Of course they are. That's why he goes off and he finds somebody else and he goes, yeah, loads of money. And go for it. I don't even know what he sounds like. I've got no idea what sort of, somebody said to me, can you do an impression of him? I don't know what he sounds like. Really got no idea. And so she's issued this wake-up call on boozing, and he's basically going, you want to stay or do you want to get out? I mean, if she gets out, what's she going to do? She's stuck with 4 children. 4 children. But he earns a bit of money. I think he's on about £300,000 a week. I mean, could they not resurrect their sort of romance? But to be quite honest, he obviously fancies, let's just put it this way, older people. Except for the last one, who was a Hooters girl, I think. And it was a 10-hour bender. I mean, that is a bender and a half. 10 hours, whichever way you look at it. But in 2017, he got a 2-year road ban for being over the limit. Colleen later forgave him. I'm sick to death of reading that. But that's their business. It's got nothing to do with us. If he wants to go off and cheat, and she puts up with it and goes, I forgive him. Of course she forgives him. She's forgiven him every single time. She's the one who's made to look like the doormat. If she had any sense, she'd kick his fat bum out the door. Get out. I'm taking you for everything. And take him. It's not like she's not got any evidence. Good God. I mean, she could walk away with a lot of money. She'd probably do a lot better, actually. But because they've been together for so many years, every time I've said to you, they will always... She's away on holiday at the moment. That'll be her little, kind of thing. So she goes off on holiday, takes the kids, and he sits at home, and she has to hope that he's not cheating again. But that's their business. It's their marriage. You don't worry about anybody else's marriage. Why we'd worry about that? Stacey Dooley flew into an animalistic rage after a mutt went to attack her dog. The documentary maker, she's not really picked up after this winning the Strictly thing, has it? It's not sort of happened at all, unless it's happened and I've kind of missed it. Tom says the so-called victim of Prince Philip's crash wasn't even the driver. No, not at all. She was in the back of the car, I believe. Wasn't her car. Also, if an ordinary member of the public had crashed into the car, nobody would have known about it. No, you wouldn't. It's only because his flipped over, and then she did her sort of drama queen bit, oh, my arm, kind of thing, and, why is he not contacting me? Not supposed to contact you, dear. It's not how it works in an accident. Obviously, you've not been in any. I'm sure you'll be in loads after this one. I think there are 2 Primark stores in Vienna. Good Lord, they must be in the cheaper end of the market. They must be in Maria Hilferstrasse, which is actually quite nice. It's a long... It's sort of a bit like... Now you describe it, actually. Sort of Hounslow High Street, just on sort of a different sort of level. The posh one is literally by the Opera House. You go down, and it leads straight down to St. Stephen's in Stephansplatz. See, I know Vienna so well. And you can go down, and they do an underground tour. In fact, on the underground, the U-Bahn, there's a glass window, and you can see into the old crypt of the church. And they've got all these heads... which have been stacked up over the years. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds of them. But you can do a tour around. They love their churches in Vienna. Every corner, church. Seriously, I was lighting candles like there was no tomorrow. I was being a shaman. Or perhaps I was shaming. I can't remember. But anyway, there's loads of churches. You can keep yourself happy with churches, palaces, nice things like that. You must go round, the palaces, and you can see the way that they lived. It's interesting, very interesting. Steve, my mother was Austrian, so grew up on Austrian cooking. It was an art watching her make apple strudel. I know, it's about all it's famous for, Austria. It's not famous for anything else. The food is just very, 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 very average. Even going into restaurants, it is a little bit average. I mean, all it was known for, I thought, was, what do they call it, veal. and stuff. And of course, people go, oh, can't eat veal. Well, over there they do. They don't care about things like that. But it's the sausage stands all over the place which you'll like. What's going at home with Wayne? Why would he be relieved if Colleen took the kids back to the UK? Well, he says that he doesn't like the situation. This is what we hear. He doesn't like the situation, and they're not happy. You know, individually they're not happy, so they're not going to... I can imagine they probably argue all the time, and she's probably shouted and sworn at him, but she's got the kids to look after. I mean, how much effort he puts in, I don't know. It's not my business. I'm not married to them. If I was married to them, I'd be going, listen, I think you should just sort of, Wayne, you better go and get some help. You've obviously got a drink problem. Or failing that, you're just fed up. He sits at home probably twiddling his thumbs and thinks, I want to go out, I want to have a bit of fun. But the trouble is, when you get married, and it's not like he's only one kid down, is it? He's four children down. You'd think he'd learn that they could do things as a family. But if you fall out, a friend of mine has just done this very same thing, with the other half for quite a few years, and then all of a sudden just falls out of love. Not interested, couldn't bear to be touched, just not interested. And so they've split. And always to one person it comes as a bit of a shock. They go, what do you mean you want to split? You go, I don't love you anymore. I'm not interested. And so that's how it is. And it's, you get the 7-year itch. I had a producer once who got the 7-year itch, and all of a sudden you have to deal with it. You've been so used to being with somebody for 7 years, 6 years, whatever it happens to be, or 10 years or longer, and then all of a sudden you're not with them. It's a bit like a bereavement. It's a bit like when my dad died, all of a sudden my mother had to do things that he had done. So when he did a bit of decorating, now she does, or she did a little bit of decorating, changing a plug. She'd never changed a plug before. She had to do things like that. Cooking she could deal with, and house, looking after it and keeping it all nice and clean and tidy. It was immaculate, absolutely immaculate. But some people don't cope very well. We were talking about this before the programme to one of the producers here, and he said, what's it like being single? I said, it's fantastic. I can't tell you. I'm surrounded by people at work. It's quite nice to get away from it and sort of go, oh, shut the door. Just shut that door. It's always quite nice. Massive queues are forecast as punters scramble to snap up tickets for the £144 million lotto draw. How long can it go for? I noticed that the UK Record Euro Millions winners won 161 million. This is Colin and Chris Weir. They recently sold their refurbished home for 1.4 million, moved to a £3 million pile in Troon, Scotland. There you go, Scotland's obviously lucky. Troon, is that near you, Troon? It's not. Where is it then? Where is it? West Coast. No good pointing down with your finger like... You don't know what you're talking about, do you? No good pointing about... Where is it? I'll talk to the producer. So... Oh, right, OK. You didn't say that. You didn't know ferries to Ireland, did you? It's no good just pointing... you're not doing the weather or something. You're not Laura Tobin. Goodness sake, honestly. I don't know, he might be. But anyway, so they've moved. And then Adrian Bayford from Haverhill won 148 million, but then split from the other half 15 months later. Always happens. They reckon that lots of Brits will take a £2.50 a line punt. Well, I bought the tickets the other day because I do them online, so I thought better to do that. They say here... you could buy an island, a millionaire's playground in the Bahamas for 47.7 million and still have close on £100 million left in change. But that would be silly. That would be really silly. I don't want to sort of point out and ruin your day, but if you win a load of money, you can't just move into rich circles, because the people who are in rich circles, they're people who've worked and they've got companies. They're not somebody who's won the lottery. That's considered naff. Gary says at least the Sandringham crash victim has a personal letter for any grandkids to possibly sell for a few... Oh, I should imagine she's worked out how much it's worth already. I don't know why. Why would she not? Heard you talking about food in Austria. When I was in Austria, and I was in a place called Wachau, try the local delicacy. It was a Knödel. Oh, they've got Knödels all over the place. A sweet dumpling with an apricot inside. Yeah. They do, I mean, it's like going to... I used to go to Café Landmann, which is opposite the Rathaus. It's a very famous cafe, very, very famous. And people sit there all day and just have a cup of coffee. And it's a different era. They do it differently over there. They do it differently. My brother's only going over there because he wants to go to the Christkindlmarkt. At Christmas, they do a good market over there. Matthew says, just spotted this typo on the menu of the Buckingham pub in Westminster. Young's beer-battered bod. Well, I don't know. You might be getting what you think you're getting. He said triple cooked chips, mushy peas and tartar sauce. Ugh. Not mushy peas again, please. Read the kids going on strike from school later over climate change, Steve. Kids can do something positive for the planet. They can stop leaving all the lights on in the house, leaving their tech on charge, dropping their litter in the street on lunch breaks, and eating fast food beef burgers produced by methane-producing cows. I could go on and on and on. Kids need to stay in school, says Holly. Oh, they're an aggressive little lot nowadays. We're on strike. We don't need no education. Teacher, oi, leave those kids alone. See, I can do that. In a moment, I'll let you know who'll be in conversation with me this weekend. One is a broadcaster with a great love of the outdoors, and the other is a super talented young songwriter and musician. You'll find out who they are in a moment, after the LBC News at 6:minutes. My friend Christopher says, lovely to hear your brother's getting married. He and his beloved were inseparable when we spent the weekend together last year. He loved it. He absolutely loved it. Seriously, he's talked about nothing else, because my brother and his future wife, and we only knew about it at Christmas when he said, my future wife, and we all went, like that, went along to Carfest, and they got treated really, really well. I mean, he really loved it, absolutely loved it. And so, yeah, they're going to get married. They're getting married in December. Then they're going to go, strangely, to Vienna. I don't know why strangely. To Vienna on honeymoon, which is nice. And then my friend Christopher says, what's the cool thing that Scottish Boy bought from the charity shop? It was a mustard roll neck jumper thing, which I think was in the wrong size. It looked a little bit too tight. He was holding his stomach in wearing it. You have to, because it didn't fit properly. And that's what he bought. Don't say that. That's not nice. Honestly, we've been nice to you up until now. We've fed you. We've watered you. And we've offered your parents a free holiday. So anyway, Wayne Rooney sounds like David Beckham, but with a Scouse accent, says Jenny. Oh, right. See, I can't even visualise that at all. If you bought a £47 million island, how much would that be to upkeep every year? I should imagine 100 million wouldn't last long. Oh, it would, yes, absolutely. Well, put it this way, certainly see you out. And Rachel says, I agree with you. Just nice to shut the door. I also live alone and love it. Whatever happened to Larry Grayson? Died. It was some years ago. Sue in Hackney, it's not pronounced Sawasi. It's pronounced Swoozy. It's a dance. Oh, right. Same age as you. Dances wherever she is, dances and encourages people of all ages. Woo! Even you could do the Swoozy. I shouldn't think so. How many Valentine's cards did Dave O'Brien get? 0. Okay, how many did Steve Allen get? They had to have a special truck to bring the stuff in. Does Scottish Boy know what a simit is? I shouldn't think so. He looks blankly. Mind you, he looks blank most of the time. He does have that vacant look on his face. It's a bit like talking to Jordan. And then I was looking at the television a minute ago, and there's Rachel Johnson getting her boobs out with that peculiar woman who started taking a close-up. You can only have to look at her to realise it's not the full shilling, is it, really? Steve, day off work, laser eye surgery at Bournemouth Hospital. Have you had it? I haven't, no, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Listen, they do things like that all the time. Claire says, I've just played Euro Millions with 3 tickets for tonight's draw. If I gave you a year's notice, would you come on a 2-week Caribbean cruise with me, all expenses paid? No. Absolutely not. You can't buy me. I'm a radio presenter. I'm just a voice that emerges from your radio. I'm not a real person. I'm probably a hologram, I would have thought. Steve, at 17, I remember getting very drunk on this beer in Austria that's been driven and then thrown about in the back of a VW combi van, says Keith. Right, see, I don't do beer, so I couldn't tell you anything about a beer at all. And Steve says, Canadian pen friend, you advised me to tell her I was gay. She replied she was glad I was happy. I suggested we had dinner and breakfast, long gap. Reply came, behave. What now? Ditch. They're very odd in Canada, I can tell you. She's not going to buy into this one. Thought I'd buy a dog. I like poodles. Yeah, when I suggested that you tell her you were gay when you're not, the fact you want to buy a poodle or a shih tzu kind of indicates to me you might be riding side saddle on your bicycle, okay? Butch men, unless it was Dirty Den, do not have poodles, okay? Poodles are girls' dogs. Are British passports made of gold? They will be shortly. Yes, and they'll be blue, of course. But I have to use that one-day premium service to renew the passport. 177 quid. To put that in context, I've got a return flight to Spain to the UK for 25 quid. I must tell my friends Chris and Steve, they'll be delighted. £25. Well, blimey, that'll be happy days. Now, in conversation tomorrow morning between 6 and 7, my first guest is a presenter best known for her love of travel and the outdoors, been dubbed Lady of the Lakes following her many walking series. You know her best as the former host of Country Farm, but she's done plenty more besides, including hosting the Royal Gala in the presence of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, now hosting a brand new series for ITV in which she explores Australia through regular tourist spots and the land down under's hidden gems. In between, drag shows, tattoo parlours and a few cringy high fives. My guest also addresses Australia's past with Britain in a well-rounded look. Such a nice guy, seriously. I mean, really nice in conversation. It's always a good in conversation. This week, especially good. The songwriter and guitarist James McVeigh, who's in conversation with me this weekend, along with the presenter Julia Bradbury. You can hear me talking to Julia and James tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9 p.m. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. And it's well worth hearing. It really is. He's a very honest boy. Very, very honest. Almost too honest. Almost too honest. Andy in Brighton said, I'm staying at the Grand Hotel this weekend. Any advice on etiquette techniques? It's not for you. And I don't know. I've never been there, actually. I passed it loads of times. Teresa says we must not lose sight of the past and let this monster of a terrorist back into the UK. Well, she's not a terrorist. We have to point out she's married to a terrorist, and she's a supporter of ISIS. And on that basis alone, the entire country seems to be saying, don't let her anywhere back in again. I couldn't care less what the parents want. I'm sorry, you know, they obviously didn't bring her up properly, because here she is, 4 years away, and now she's having calls with her mother. So obviously there is contact backwards and forwards. Did the parents say anything? Obviously not. Obviously not. Charlie Girling said, no, seriously, no. No, rather talk to you, Charlie. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I might think about it over the weekend. I might think after a glass of prosecco, I might change my mind. But at the moment, no. I'll tell you for why later. Holly says, "Big hooray for Scottish Boy." As a charity shop volunteer, I can tell you that people have embraced downsizing and decluttering, and charity shops have benefited, but I implore people to buy from the charity shops in return. Thousands of great bargains, many items are brand new. I know, we've seen most of his wardrobe, and it's lovely. Pop in regularly, and you'll see what there is to offer. Another way to save the planet. Lee says, do they make holograms your shape? Of course they do. I can be 3D if I want to be. And another one here, it says, good to know that BOAC is celebrating 100 years today. I've travelled by it on the 8th of August 66 as a naive teenage boy to join my dad in the UK. At that age, the ticket was 30 quid. I'm so blessed now. Granddad with 3 grandchildren aged 21, 18 and the youngest is 6. Worked 47 years and retired, but not quite as I'm caring for my disabled wife. By the way, I've donated to make some noise and gift aid as an appreciation for your broadcast show. Well, that's Dev. That's very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. OK, listen, you need a time check. Coming up to 6:30 for breakfast here on LBC. The government has suffered yet another embarrassing Commons defeat over its Brexit approach. Nick will get the thoughts of a Tory MP who voted against Theresa May and of a Labour MP who voted against Jeremy Corbyn and with the Prime Minister. He'll also be talking about the ISIS schoolgirls with a lawyer who's represented a jihadi bride and find out how much closer to reality Donald Trump's border wall will become once he declares a state of emergency later. Plus, after the Crown Prosecution Service choose not to take any action against Prince Philip over the car crash last month, do you think he's been given special treatment over it? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC from breakfast from 7 o'clock. Right, front pages of the papers. It's the British ISIS bride told we won't rescue you. Why do you want to waste money? Why do you want to waste money? You got yourself out there, get yourself back. If indeed you think you can, and if you think that you're not going to get arrested at the airport. Seriously. You know, and also, I mean, I still can't understand how the Times found somebody in a refugee camp of 35,000 people. They find one of the British ISIS brides. But she knew she was doing what she was doing, as indeed the Sun have said this morning. The front page covers it. No regrets, no remorse, and arrogance about her beyond belief. She thinks she's something really special. She's not. She was a silly, silly little schoolgirl who decided to sort of steal and then go abroad. And as I say, she's been there 4 years. Stay there. Stay there. All the programmes don't seem to want her. They didn't want her. Karen McGiffin came up with some good arguments on television, but again, it's with a warning sign over it. You can't trust her. She supports ISIS. She supports murdering paedophiles. That's what she does. You know, she sees nothing the matter with it at all. And we'll have to wait and see. Security Minister Ben Wallace has said actions have consequences. Exactly. What, so she's going to come back here and do what? What, sponge? She despises us. She hates us. You heard Savid Javid. You know, she doesn't like us. That's why she left here to go and join ISIS. Good, well, stay with them then. See how long you last. See how long you live. Because nobody wants you here. They didn't want you here last night. They didn't want you here yesterday afternoon. Didn't seem to want you overnight on LBC either. And it's this arrogance. You think you're really clever, don't you? Well, you're not that clever. As indeed you will just... Oh, my goodness me. My boss will be delighted. Kelly Brook wearing some red suspenders. Is it Red Suspender Day today? I wasn't quite aware of it. She was back on familiar territory in a lingerie shoot, and she's here with sort of leaning over. I'm like that when I pose for photographs. Whenever I do it with celebrities, I'm lean over, and all the rest of it. Somebody says she told her Instagram followers she never looked rougher than on a film's poster where she resembles a zombie. No, she looks the same, only just not wearing the underwear thing. She likes the underwear thing, and I'm sure everybody she works with enjoys the underwear thing, which I love it. Also, Wayne Funey, Wayne's relief at the thought of a divorce. They won't get divorced. They've just built a £20 million house in the middle of nowhere. Godforsaken dump of a place, but it's got 6 bedrooms, a swimming pool, a cinema. It's got all the usual... They're not going to divorce. Also, now, Prince Harry raced back from the Arctic Circle by private jet. Who paid for that one? For a Valentine's Day dinner with Meghan. She only cooks chicken. She can't cook anything else. Taxpayers pick up the £26,000. What for? Why should we have to pick it up? He's got loads of money. He's got more money than we could shake a stick at. Harry had left 7 months pregnant Meghan to fly to Norway. He asked Navy and Marines personnel, did you get your other halves a card and flowers? And then he gets onto a private jet. Oh, how privileged. Great. I don't have a problem with that, but you pay for it. Why should we pay for it? God, blimey, honestly. £26,000 so he could put on an outfit. Because he's not even in the forces anymore. I don't know what he was doing there. Shamina fled the UK at 15, now wants the NHS to care for a baby. No, you look after it, love. You look after it. It's not going well for you, is it? It's not going well. Also, trying to find something that's not in the courts at the moment. You know, I can't believe the Rolling Stones are still going. I'm always surprised by this. But they've got a new sponsor, a firm specialising in pensions. Kind of works, doesn't it, really? Also, 2 or more diet drinks a day have been linked to a doubling of stroke risk. Every paper today is running with this one. Plus, money raised for a family of 4 children who died in a house fire will help their 2-year-old brother. They've had about £30,000 coming in. It's amazing how generous we are in this country. And that's why when we... talk about raising money for Make Some Noise, we always like to offer something in return. It's not just a case of taking some money for you, which would go to the young people, which can change their lives. So this prize here is very nice. It's a 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board the Queen Mary 2. You'll sail from Southampton to New York or from New York to Southampton, and we'll send you out on an airy plane as well. And we'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom as well. This transatlantic crossing means you can treat yourself to a unique and timeless voyage, sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner. You've got 7 unforgettable days. It'll go by so quickly, take my word for it. But it's unhurried and dignified and with a wonderful dash of glamour. It can be as glamorous as you want. Your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it was in 1847. Now, with the finest refinements at sea, you can surrender to the service and the celebration only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. The prize includes all meals, entertainment and flights, either to or from New York. So, in other words, if you decided to go from Southampton, you go to Southampton, New York, then we fly you back to this country, or we can fly you out to New York, pick up the ship and come back that way. It's your choice, and depending on which way you want to sail across the ocean, you pick. All you have to do, though, to win a chance to get this transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2 is text CRUISE, CRUISE, and send it to 84850. There's a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text, which goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard network rates apply, and you need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So, if you want to be in with a chance, text CRUISE, CRUISE, capital letters, and send it to 84850. And good luck, and thank you for the good that your £3 will do. 18 minutes to 7. Ben says the girl who wants to leave just as the terrorist group is on its last legs and the fighters are using their brides as human shields. Yeah, of course they are. And she's also trying to cover her back. But she hasn't renounced them. She hasn't told you how bad they are and what murdering so-and-sos they are. You know, it's very convenient timing. Oh, got pregnant. But 9 months down the line, why not get pregnant and do it at the beginning of that? Because they've had to work out their stories and everything else. That's why not to be trusted. Totally she's an ISIS supporter. She's not denounced them. In fact, she said she's a bit sorry. She's having to sort of leave them. I bet you are. I bet you are. Very bad timing. But as everybody said, you can't have your cake and eat it. But you can't have anything at all. You must stay where you are. We don't want you back here. I couldn't care less. You know, she says she's lost 2 children already. That's what she says. We don't know. We have no idea. She might be lying through her teeth. We've got no idea. So rather, let's err on the side of caution. I mean, wouldn't it be terrible if, as I said, a hypothetical situation, she's still a supporter of ISIS, which she must be because she's not denounced them. She comes back here and she causes a few atrocities. You know, and all of a sudden, then we'll be saying to the government, what do you let her back in for? Why do you let her back in? She's evil. She supports evil. She supports murdering paedophiles. She was having sex at 15 with some of these perverts. These people behead people. You know, and she thinks, I think I'll just go back to England. I think you won't. The papers are not happy about it at all. Really not happy about it. And I don't think the government have got enough to worry about without worrying about some silly little ISIS supporter. 84850. Salim says we need to be fair and mention the little girl was brainwashed. We don't know. You've got no idea. No idea. And, you know, it was all done on the internet. She thought enough to go and steal so that she could get the money for a plane ticket and then trot it. She's been there for 4 years. It's not like she's joined the Girl Guides, is it? But, of course, being there now 4 years, we can't trust her. She's a victim, though. Well, that's her problem, not ours. I mean, that's bad parenting, isn't it? Did they not know what she was looking at of course parents don't know. They've got no idea. You know, you could say she was radicalised, and you can say, I'm quite sure that Majid must be absolutely can't wait to get onto LBC to start talking about this one. But it's a case of, no, she should. I wonder what he'd be. No, he'd be saying she shouldn't come back as well, I think. I'm only guessing on that one. I'm only guessing. We'll have to find out when tomorrow. So many do-gooders saying this pregnant ISIS girl should be allowed back, says Martin. She'll have to be on 24-hour surveillance as well as the normal social help. What we have to pay for as well? I don't want her paying. I don't want her getting any benefits on the NHS. She's a supporter of murdering paedophiles. That's what she is. It'll cost the taxpayer thousands a week. She's made her bed. She can lie in it. Holly says legally, Colleen would get around 50% from a divorce settlement due to their very long relationship. She's got no need to worry. She and the kids will get the super-duper house and then some. Yeah, but she's all by herself. They won't split. Even though some people might, I don't know what he's worth. If he's earning £300,000 a week at the moment, I just wonder how much he's worth. If he can afford a £20 million house, then obviously what would he do? Split up from he'd then go and live in a bedsit or something? Of course not. Of course not. They're going to stay together. It's just that they can't work it out. They don't know how to work it out, do they? LBC News Time, 6:45 is the time. Steve, at the end of the day, she's British, says Jurgen. If she's guilty, she goes to jail. Well, it's not a case of she's guilty. She's part of a terrorist organisation. It's not a case of she's guilty. She's not been charged with anything. She's within a terrorist organisation. And we don't do corporal punishment. We don't deport theorists if we think they'll be executed when we send them. Well, she's in a refugee camp at the moment, but she left here to go and join ISIS. There you go. It doesn't become any more normal than that. Ollie says, I think Prince Harry was in Norway in official role as Captain General Royal Marines. It's a quasi position. It's just you get to wear the uniform, so people kind of pretend. This is what he got when Prince Philip retired from public duty. But, I mean, I don't mind that. He can dress up in anything he wants to, as far as I'm concerned. I just want to know why we had to spend £26,000 on a private plane to bring him home. Goodness sake, honestly. Is that so he can be home to have something to eat with what's-her-face? Meghan. But £26,000, and we're paying for it. Terrible waste of money. Terrible waste of money. Front pages of the papers, well, you know by now, don't you? In the Mirror, British ISIS bride told we won't rescue you. Mylene's pregnant. Front page of the Mirror. She's pregnant. Another baby. How many is that? Is it 2 she's got or 3? She's got 2, so this will be the 3rd one. She's obviously very fertile. She seems to get pregnant quite quickly, actually. But she's doing that famous picture, isn't she? The Demi Moore one, where they went, "Ooh, I'm pregnant," kind of thing. 2 diet drinks a day, stroke fear. Don't drink diet drinks. No easy way round it, is there really? Holby City and Casualty merging for the first time in 14 years. I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. To be honest with you, I'm not really into watching hospital dramas. I really am not. I always feel a bit queasy. And I always marvel at how they know what all these sort of things are. They have to learn all the different long words. But generally speaking, I'll try and avoid it. The Sun, pregnant jihadi teen faces ban from the UK. I mean, she's 9 months pregnant. I mean, but she only just decided that, after 9 months, she wants the baby born here because she's lost 2 others. So she says. So I don't know. She wants to give birth to her 3rd child. Why don't you stay where you are? I'm quite sure they've got facilities in this refugee camp for you to give birth. That's fine, isn't it? Isn't it? I thought it was. 100 MPs slope off on the Brexit holiday. Ruse relief. If Coll splits, they won't split. Daily Star, Tra, Anton Deck duo step in as X Factor ends early. They're trying to look at different ways of doing it. I think it's run its course. I really do. Also, snowflakes turning their noses up at late-night bar work, fearing it will upset their sleep. And party girl Amanda is all smiles. She's 48, which actually isn't very old at all. The women on the front of the Daily Mail who can eat like a horse and still say this. They always say that, eat like a horse. They just eat straw, don't they? They're not very adventurous horses. And Mike says the main thing for me is that the ISIS girl has no regrets. No, she couldn't get no. She's basically said she feels a bit guilty at leaving them. And I thought, no, can't trust you. I'm sorry, we really can't trust you. Dozens of jihadi brides want to get home. Of course they do. Of course they do. I think they're a danger. They've been radicalised. Why would they? Have we got any evidence that she's not radicalised anymore? And another one here. Richard says you can't expect the royal family to use EasyJet. They don't serve champagne, don't they? I bet they would. I bet you could get hold of things like that. We have to understand that teenage children do a lot of crazy moves or actions without thinking or measuring the consequences. Yeah, we all did it, but we didn't sort of worry about, things like, where are you going? We just used to go and sit at the bottom of the garden. We should bring her back, Steve, and go through the process of prosecuting her. She's pregnant. Why would you want to complicate things? I mean, I'm hoping not. Well, don't wait till you don't seem to be keen at all. Anyway, you're not allowed to fly after 7 months of being pregnant. So what's she going to do? Walk back, says Warren. Right, so she can't fly because she'll have to wait till she's given birth. So we don't want her back here. Well, you don't certainly want her back. I've never seen such a backlash. Men can be mothers, say the government, and the US plans, according to the Daily Telegraph, to send British jihadists to Guantanamo. Yes, I think if you're a supporter, we have to send you somewhere. Boris Johnson has claimed that Labour's John McDonnell, the shadow chancellor, has become detached from reality. This is after the comments describing Winston Churchill as a villain. And can you crack GCHQ's centenary code? Apparently the Queen unveiled a plaque celebrating the centenary of GCHQ at the agency's original headquarters in London. But this being GCHQ, all was not quite as it seemed. The plaque itself contains not 1 but 2 hidden codes that may tempt fans of brain teasers as they pass in the street. I'm not telling you any more. You can find out yourself. Here we go. The Times. And the Times managed to find Shamina Begum among 39,000 refugees. How did that happen? The lawyers warn the ministers can't stop her coming back. She's a terrorist. She supports terrorism, and we would just be ludicrous to go along with that. We spent enough time and money, and people have lost their lives when these sick people. The Guardian finally tell you that there is a drug that could improve memory in old age. Thank the Lord for that. Time we actually get there, and we should probably forget what the drug's called. And another Brexit vote for May. Another humiliation. Chaka Khan apparently says she's had a magical life on drugs, guns and prints. I don't know anything about Chaka Khan, but I do now. And also the return of black and white films. Do you know black and white films are really good? There are certain films that show well in black and white. I can't remember any of the... I know in The Wizard of Oz it starts black and white and then it fades into colour. That was quite clever. That sort of freaked people out some years ago. And there's some very good early stuff that now manages to fit into the category of arty films. Prince Harry, goes Wendy, is not funded by the taxpayer. We're paying for this flight back. This flight was funded by us. Get your facts right. Get your facts. Nothing worse than somebody who doesn't know the facts. I didn't say it was funded by the taxpayer. This flight we paid for. £26,000. Steve, does anybody know who the father of the child is? Yeah, she's married to him. He's a Dutchman. She's married to him. Oh, yes. Of course we know these things. What do you think? She's just got pregnant, Immaculate Conception. No. This is a third time, we're told. A third time. But anyway, that's it for this morning. It's whizzed by really quickly. Busy week this week. Very, very busy week. Thank you for your company. And Scottish Boy got a present. He's very excited by that. Are you? You like the present? He's got... I never know whether he's looking at me or he's not. Is there something the matter with his eyes? Have you had your eyes sort of lasered or something like that? You know when they do it, where you get these sort of eyes where people have them tattooed and you can put contact lenses in. Makes you look like an alligator. You've not had that? What do you mean, me? Got a lot of bad language. Where have you learnt this bad language? You've been hanging around with Jordan again. I've told you before, don't do that. It's awful. Anyway, I've got to go. Just get nice week. You had a good week? Good? You done everything you're supposed to do? Paid bills? I know, nobody wants to pay bills. I explained during the week on the programme. The one thing I'm not very good at is dealing with financial. I can deal with financial things. I understand about working and the money goes in the bank and everything else. If it comes to anything that's confusing from HMRC, I mentally switch off. And I put things on the back burner. Unfortunately, sometimes I'm never out with it. I sort of leave it till the last minute. And the moment I'm up to the wire on the VAT, I've got to do it today. Although actually, I could do it tomorrow, but I'm definitely trying not to. Up in Blackpool, there are thousands and thousands of magicians, and they're all up there because it's the Blackpool Magic Convention, and it's where they come from all over the world, and there's loads of dealers, and it's a really good time. If it wasn't for Blackpool, although I watched that 4 in a Bed programme this week, which is where they get 4 owners of bed and breakfasts, although some of them are quite posh. And one of the couples on there was a mother and son from Blackpool, and I have to be honest, their hotel looked pretty spectacular. They were charging about £127. It can go up as well. And per night, but their rooms are super. They were a really nice couple. In fact, I like most of the people on there. There was one bloke who I thought was playing a bit of a game, and a couple who I thought were playing a bit of a game. This is where you go round to somebody else's bed and breakfast, and then they lift up the toilet seat, they go underneath they check everything. Dirt, dust, whatever. Dust on top of the pictures. They don't like it. But they really changed my opinion of Blackpool. And they've got a swimming pool in their hotel, but they were quite upmarket. But they just seems like such a nice couple. They didn't seem to have an edge to themselves. There was one lady on there and she was doing bed and breakfast as per usual, but she didn't offer a cooked breakfast. She didn't do the full English. And so a few of them were going, but she was doing fruit and croissant and stuff like that. She did porridge and she did eggs. And they were all going, well, if you do eggs, why can't you do bacon? I said, well, I don't want to do blooming bacon anyway. But they all ate it. They all enjoyed it. It was very nice. I had a patisserie Valerie breakfast the other day, which was, okay. It's okay. Not a lot you could do with something that's been microwaved. But anyway, it was, bits of it were actually quite nice. And so I thought I'd sort of, hold the flag and fly the flag. And then Shamina Begum. This is the girl who's in the Syrian refugee camp. How they knew she was there, I've got no idea. But then I suddenly worked it out. I must have been incredibly naive. She's got a telephone. And so presumably she's been phoning everybody she can think of, including her parents. But then I suspect she's probably been speaking to them all the way through this 4-year hiatus. And various items came into my mind as I was, and I've heard it on every single programme. We did it first because nobody was really in. When it first started, it kind of started on my programme. I was the first one to get the newspapers with all of it in there, and I kept thinking, so why the Times? How have they found her? You know, and is she to be trustworthy? Trustworthy? No, absolutely not. She's devious. Very like most children at that age, we all learn to be devious. She was a little bit more devious. People say, "Oh, she was what do they call it? Groomed on." No, she wasn't. She actively sought out ISIS. You don't sit there in front of your screen. It goes bing bing. You have a message. Hi, ISIS here. Fancy a holiday in Syria? Fancy getting married to some pervert and paedophile? Fancy having children, or not, as the case may be, because we're not sure what's true and what isn't. But the one thing I'm thinking of, okay, so she's been out there 4 years. Firstly, why did she not, with the first pregnancy, want to come back to this country? She didn't want to on the first pregnancy. She didn't want to on the second pregnancy. The third one, she's so far gone, no plane will bring her back. She's too many months in to be brought back to this country. So why should we waste money? Get her parents to pay for it. Get her parents to pay for it. But the other thing is, that is more interesting, is if you've been married to somebody who's in ISIS, okay, now we know what a murdering bunch of paedophiles they are. They behead, they murder, they blow up, they couldn't care less. They think they're on some sort of mission from whatever god it is they worship. Whatever it is, it's no god that you and I have ever heard of. She would be more than happy to see people dead, probably people in this country. That's why she left here. So she sits there, she actively seeks out somebody who can put her in contact with somebody to let them know the route that they're supposed to take to join ISIS. That is a fact beyond anything else. And so she marries the first one, who might, with the will of God, get blown up. Then she's got a second one, and they don't know his whereabouts at the moment. But think about this logically. You're part of ISIS. You're part of this group of murdering paedophiles. And you think to yourself, right, here she is. She's been with us 4 years. She knows loads of things. Her husband would have come back and talked to her about what they were going to do and all the rest of it. So all of a sudden, she goes to a refugee camp and she makes known through a Sunday Times journalist that she wants to come back to this country. Would you not be thinking, if you were running ISIS, take her out? You don't want somebody coming back. She would be spoken to by the security. So, I mean, I think perhaps in her tiny, stupid mind, but of course I don't believe this either, that she thinks she's actually going to come back here and just pop down the KFC, go on a bit of KFC, bit of benefits, have a kid, you know, get married to somebody over here, and it was just a bit of a jolly. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bit of a jolly. She's with the wrong people for a bit of a jolly. I think Nick Ferrari says on that trail, he said, I couldn't care less about the baby, couldn't care less about anything else. She has rights to come back here, but frankly, just supposing, because she's in a refugee camp, 32,000 people. Do you not think people in the refugee camp have had babies before? Do you not think that? Of course they have. Loads of people, I should imagine on a daily basis, they're probably chucking them out. And in the case of her, if you were running ISIS and you go, what, she wants to go back to the United Kingdom to start spilling her guts on what she knows about ISIS, they'll be looking to take her out. They'll be looking to put a bullet in the back of her head. They don't think anything about this, remember. This is actually par for the course. And I'm thinking, and then her family are going, oh, of course she's not well. Really? So you've known about this for 4 years. She's your daughter, and you don't know about this kind of thing? I think you're just making excuses. Nobody wants her back here. Nobody. There's been a couple of people, you could count them on one hand. I think on one programme that Nick Ferrari did, I remember hearing him say, I think it must be on Friday, he said, so does anybody want to bring her back here? Nobody. Then you always find the one, but they're just a bit stupid. They don't understand, you know. They don't understand that she's joined a terror group. These people behead people. They behead people. I tell you what, have her move in next to you. She thinks she's going to swan back into the country, meet up with all her little school friends. Oh, did you have a nice time? Yes, I've got baby now. Got baby. Look, baby. Terrorist baby. You know, father, well, bit unknown. So, as I said ages and ages ago, when this first happened, I said, no, she must never be allowed to come back. She decided years ago she was devious enough to buy a ticket to go through Turkey. We've seen all the films on the television. You know, it's very interesting that she was an evil little so-and-so. As a child, she obviously thought she was being terribly clever. So I'm not buying into the rubbish that, oh, she's a child, she didn't know what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. Exactly. She wanted to go out there. She wanted to support it. She's not been radicalised. She was radicalised before she went onto the internet because she's a simpleton. She seems to go along with the rest of the family who've popped up all over the place. Oh, no, she should definitely be sort of coming back. Really? Why'd you not say that? How many... See, I wanted to ask the question. You know, the Sunday Times journalist has a very interesting, tediously boring interview with a woman who's a member of a terror group who joined into it. And not just popped in for a couple of weeks, see if you like it over the weekend, have a barn dance, and then sort of pop out again. Oh, no, she was there for 4 years. 4 years, supporting everything that they did. She even admitted that she felt guilty leaving the cell that she was with. And so it was a case of, no, why didn't somebody just ask her the simple question, do you now dismiss everything that ISIS stands for? Nobody ever asked her that. Nobody ever asked her. Did you not feel that getting pregnant 3 times, and we've only got her word for it, was maybe a wrong thing to do? And so you want to come back now, not because she's renounced ISIS, but because she wants to have a baby over here. Well, nobody's going to bring her back. Who's going to waste that kind of money? We might waste money on other people bringing them home, but you, I think not. I think you're devious. I think you're a liar. And as I say, I think your parents know a lot more. A lot more. If they've been having conversations with her, I mean, it's not like ISIS don't have telephones. You know, they have telephones. So I'm with Nick Ferrari and everybody else by the sound of it. She ain't coming home. And if she does come home, you know, she can have the baby over there and leave it with somebody else. Why should we bring her back? Why should we bring her back? 4 years she's been there. As I say, it's not like a weekend break to see if you like it. You know, come home to a holiday home in Syria. Not like that at all, is it, really? Anyway, I'm sure you have thoughts on that as well. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Love the show, says Trisha in Bedfordshire. Well, you'd have to. You're in Bedfordshire. Have you been to Bedfordshire? I spent a year there one day. It was, you know, one of those sort of places. You go, oh, it's Bedfordshire. You go, what has Bedfordshire got to offer? Nothing. Nothing at all. And then somebody says, Happy Valentine's Day. You see, I get the ones who drink. I get the one, what day is it? It's, but I thought Matt was wrong. I thought Matt Stadlen was wrong. I know he'll be sitting in the car at the moment, shouting at the radio. But on the subject of Ant McPartlin and Piers Morgan, I mentioned every day. Not once did Piers Morgan talk about mental illness or anything else. I have no idea whether Ant McPartlin has got mental illness. I just know that he's a boozed-up drunk driver who was convicted. Okay? So then he goes in for rehab. And then, so Piers Morgan's whole basis, the whole thing was, because we're worth it. You know, we get the award, even though he'd not been on television for a year. Couldn't care less what happens, you know, behind the scenes. I'm not remotely interested. It's the fact that he got in a car with his dog and his mother and drove, knowing he was drunk. That's the bad thing. And so then there was that. And every day, I remember saying on this programme, well, not this particular programme, other programmes, I have many. And it was a case of, oh, look, it's another picture of, it's like almost going, oh, look, a picture of the Beckhams. A bit of a surprise for everybody nowadays. But no, here's another picture of Ant with his dog and their photographer. So that was the joke about the dog every day. It was nothing to do with anything to do with mental illness or anything like that. I couldn't give a toss what happens to him. I'm really not remotely bothered. All I know is he could have killed somebody. That's all I'm aware of. That's all I'm aware of. And the dog, because every single day there was a picture of him with this dog. They were going out for a walk in the park or not in the park. Shane in Sydney says, oh, and he doesn't even know. He's in Sydney. He says, I wouldn't trust her. Well, on the basis of what we've seen, she's a compulsive liar. She's a devious little madam, and she doesn't deserve to come back here. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. And the parents, I think they know a bit more, because they've obviously been having contact with her. So why, after child number 3, if of course the other 2 were genuine, or she's not just making up stories, which of course is highly possible, why did she not want to come back on child number 1? Because she's not interested in renouncing ISIS. You know, she just wants to come back to give the baby a better start in life. Well, you made your bed, love. You bloody well lie in it. because nobody wants you back. Every programme I've seen on the television, they all say exactly the same. All right, now, because it's gone a week down the line, people are now saying, oh, no, perhaps we should look after her. She's just a little child who'd been radicalised. No, she wasn't radicalised. She was radicalised when she started dialing up ISIS. Oh, hello, is that ISIS? Hello, yes. I know, there's 3 of us. I know. We're very excited to be coming out there. We reckon we'd stay about 4 years. Yes. So, is a house available? Lovely. And food? Lovely. Fantastic. Still the same paedophiles running ISIS? Fantastic. Thank you. We'll be out soon. And so they do the trip. There is a trip to do. There's a way of doing it. There's a way of doing it so that it doesn't draw attention. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at 3 children getting on a plane. Why did nobody query that? 3 children on a plane. But as I say, because she's so far pregnant, there'll be no airline that will bring her back. No airline at all. Mind you, talking of airlines and collapsing, Fly BMI have stopped. If please, I mean, I urge you, but it doesn't really help, does it really, I suppose? If you don't have another ticket for another airline, don't bother going to the airport. There's nothing that they can do for you. Seriously? Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay? I wish there was, but there isn't. And so 400 people will lose their jobs. Not much fun for them, but they've decided to pull the plug now. Okay, right. Take a short break, shall we? 8. So funny, another picture of the Beckhams, the shy retiring Beckhams, and with Romeo. Romeo's sporting an earring. Romeo's 16. What is it about gay earrings that sort of attracts young men nowadays? What do we get to? Oh, East End legend, Peter Dean. Played Pete Beale, you remember. He's 79. I shouldn't say that, Pete, I know, I'm sorry. But he's admitted that when he was in the Queen Vic, his pint glass held lemonade. Do you know I've not had lemonade? It's too sugary for me now because I'm diabetic, but it was too sugary, way too sugary. Oh, Friday. Now, Friday, I had to go and have my aortic scan. And this is because I'm at that age, yes, where because if you hit a certain age, whatever that happens to be, then you sort of, down the middle of your body, okay, like that, like a little tram line, is your aorta. And so when you hit a certain age, they call you in. You don't have to go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. But the one thing that they want to check is how big it is. Well, I'm always prepared to tell people. Always. And it's an old gag, but it's worth using. And so anyway, so I took all my clothes off. And then somebody came out and said, this is the waiting room, if you'd like to put your clothes back on again. So I said, I'm so sorry. And so I go into this sort of little room, and I said, is this the place where you take your clothes off? And she said, yeah, you don't need to take anything off at all. I thought, should I take my shoes off? Thinking about I could perhaps negotiate on which part of my clothing I could take off. She said, no, you don't need to take your shoes off. Just hop up on the bed and lift your shirt up. So I hopped up on the bed and lifted my shirt up. Ta-da! It's like the unveiling. And of course people always look because I'm scarred, and I have to explain I fell on an oven, which, you know, I mean, sometimes it prompts a conversation. Not with this lady. It didn't prompt a conversation at all. She just said, right, you know what's going to happen? I said, yep, certainly do. I'm not bothered by procedures. Still want to take my clothes off. But anyway, so I've got this sort of jelly. It's a bit like ladies having a scan. And so she rubs it over, and then she gets this. To be honest with you, I didn't really take much notice of it, but I think it looks like a thing that you would grind herbs with in one of those little bowl things. Like a pestle and mortar. It was like a pestle. And she says, it's going to hurt a little bit. Well, it better not hurt too much. And she pushes down. I mean, like, pushes down. Because what she's trying to do, it's sending a scan back to her little monitor. And what she's looking at is she's looking to see how big my aorta is. And because if it's big and it bursts, curtains, you can die very, very quickly. But there's no warning of it. There's no sort of, oh, I get pains or something like that. They do tell you that you won't notice anything, but you need to check. So anyway, so she does it, and it's very quick. And so you push and you push and you push, and then she's going, right. She said, oh, it's difficult to see sometimes. It's hiding behind the fat. And so she pushes a bit harder. I sort of wince a little bit. I always moan a little bit during it, just to make them feel a bit better about it. And so she push, and I was being quite brave, really. And anyway, so she said, oh, well, that's it. She said, it's fine. She said, it's normal. I thought, it can't be in my body. It seriously can't be. And so she said, the good news is, because I said there are 4 stages, normal, little bit worse than normal, little bit worse, and then really you kind of got to worry about it. And in fact, you can have an operation, but it's not always the easiest thing to have. So she said, it's good. She said, and also at your age, she said, it won't grow because it grows very slowly. She said, it won't grow anymore. I thought, how many times have I heard that in my life? How many times? And so she did. So I said, oh, is that it? She went, yeah, it's fine. I'll send a thing to your doctor. And I thought, wow. So she gave me a bit of tissue. And so I sort of wiped up and all the rest of it. Is wiped up the correct terminology? I don't know. Mopped up. Anyway, so I sort of mopped up, and then I just pulled my shirt down again, and off I toddled. And that was it. So in other words, my aorta is normal. Well, I mean, it's normal as it can be for a diabetic with a heart complaint. But, I mean, it's okay. And it won't get any bigger at my time of life. So what she's basically saying is you ain't got too long to live. But, so don't worry. Something else will probably get you. So that was good, wasn't it? So I felt much cheered by that on Friday. I went home with a spring in my step. And I walked outside of the surgery. I missed 2 buses. So I was now in a foul mood. And anyway, I then got the next. I didn't know to wait about 10 minutes. And the funny thing was, as I was waiting to go in, some bloke was coming out, rubbing his tummy. And I said, I know what you've been in for. And he said, I know. And he sort of laughed at me. Anyway, I get off the bus in Twickenham. The same bloke gets off the bus that I was on, and he goes, how did it go? And I went, good. Have you noticed that patients in hospital, they'll always have a conversation? So how did it go? Great. Best circumcision ever. And, and people get quite excited by things. So there's people, they do this every day. But if you get the opportunity, if you're in your 65th year, I don't know why I got it. Sympathy, I suppose. You must go and have it done because you need to know. You really need to know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Iceman says, this girl fits into every part of the definition of treason, but as you say, there are a few insane do-gooders who will want her back. Yeah, a family. It's funny that, because I reckon she's been talking to them for ages. I don't know that. I'm just sort of guessing. You know, they're not as backward as you think. They get hold of guns and knives and phones and everything else. She'd be calling back. She'd be calling back, definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also on the programme today, Jan Leeming is looking for a new man. She's 77. Whether it's going to happen or not. Back from the dead, Glenn Hoddle, talking about what it's like to have a cardiac arrest. What was the other one? Oh, the tax officer, only in one of the papers today, hoping to become the UK's biggest drag queen. You've never seen anybody. Why is it people who want to be a drag queen... This one's so unattractive, he couldn't be drag if his life depended on it. Seriously, it's just the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. When you look at Courtney Act and you go, now that's drag, that is what you call near perfection, looks perfect in every way. This one just looks like a silly fat old man with a bad wig shoved on his head. Really awful. New attack on the grave of Karl Marx, because you get people out there who are sort of probably internet trolls. And the strangest story ever of some man. For 40 years, he says, I was told I was abducted. I wasn't. And he said, my parents are not my parents. 40 years. Also, ITV's deadliest show returns, Midsummer Murders. Do you know, I've never seen a whole one. Colleen goes on holiday with her ring on because she's forgiven him. Of course she has. She's forgiven him 4 other times, and that's only the ones we know about. Oh, dear. And Matt Cardle, reduced to singing in hotel bars with a Cilla Black tribute act. What do people break into? 60 sheds a day. Garden sheds. 60 a day get broken into because people nick lawnmowers. What sort of person would come around and nick your lawnmower? Fans are complaining. The Only Fools and Horses live show, it's too funny. Well, never something that's ever bothered me. Also, Victoria, a handbag hypocrite. Yes. Oh, I'm not using any endangered animals or skins or anything like that on my bags anymore. Only because somebody's gone, wait a minute, you're selling this stuff, aren't you? The ones she's got, the handbags she's got, are from crocodiles and snakes. It's disgusting. It really is. But there you go. What can we do about things like that? Front page of the papers will come round to. Martin Clune says he enjoys being grumpy, which is good. Harry's PTSD vow to mum of fallen hero. Although this woman, Viv, is touching Meghan. You're not supposed to touch the royal family. We really don't have things like that. But you get the feeling that Meghan's sort of talking about something she knows nothing about. And Harry's going, oh, yeah. I seem to forget there was a programme on the Royal Children the other day. Harry had done marijuana, apart from lashing out at photographers and being a nasty little drunk brat. He did marijuana at an early age. Didn't get told off about it. They sent him off to rehab, I think. Also, Harry Redknapp could make dozens of vulnerable people homeless in a big money property deal. And Liam Payne, sexy text to a model, and it's not Naomi. Do you know, I bet she looks hilarious. By the time she's taken the hair extensions out and the makeup's off, woohoo, rough Streatham girl, I'm telling you. Whoa, all right. That's what she's like, really. I remember. And Liam, she's apparently, she thinks he's too clingy. What's too clingy mean? Does that mean, you're really interested in somebody? That means you're sort of like, I love you. Actually, we were talking about this the other day. I was talking about it to somebody. I won't tell you who it is, because it's a well-known person. And I said, because they went out with this sort of other person. And I said, why did you finish? I thought it was ideal. And they went, too clingy. Started dropping hints like, oh, I'd like to get married again. So, oh, no, you don't do things like that, do you? The moment they start going, let's go and get that sort of catalogue which got lots of bride dresses in and rings and stuff like that, and you start going, let's not, because you don't want to do things, you don't want to be tied down, do you? Heavens above, not with Tinder out there and all the rest of it. I mean, God, there's a whole new world. Steve, 84848. Linda says, you're delightful. I know. I'm doing a break. Goodness sake, honestly. Other stories which are in the papers for today, apart from I must tell you again about Fly BMI. They've stopped operating. They've cancelled all their flights, and the reason is they've gone under. Mainly, I think some of it, they say, is due to Brexit. But I think what you have to do is, if you do not have another ticket with another airline, do not go to the aircraft. Do not go to the airport. They're not going to be able to do anything. They will do nothing at all. Simple as that. Scott says, do you have children? If so, how many? 7. And who's paying her mobile phone in Syria, says Irene? Well, I should imagine she is. As I say, she's so deceitful, you can't trust her at all. She's part of a terrorist group. As I say, she's not joined the Girl Guide Syrian branch. But that's what I say. I mean, I begin to wonder. ISIS, who wouldn't want anything discussed. Absolutely nothing discussed. They don't mind beheading people and then letting it leak to the papers and stuff like that. But, somebody like her would be a big risk to them. Why is somebody not broken into the camp? Or other people in the camp? Is this why she's doing it now? It's got nothing to do with having a child. She's a bit worried that she might get blown up. She is a monster, says Linda, and belongs in a garbage truck. Yes, I mean, she's lied. She lied to her parents, but there again, I don't trust anybody in this day and age. I really don't. Happy birthday to Ed Sheeran. Is it his birthday today, Ed Sheeran's birthday? Oh, wow. Yeah, exactly, who cares? He never talked about my birthday. Why should I talk about his birthday? She'll probably come back, says Mike. Have a baby, courtesy of the NHS. Of course it's courtesy of the NHS. We're going to be paying. Then we'll see her on Loose Women and Celebrity Love Island. She'll make some money from the papers out of her story. Oh, listen, if she comes back here, they will absolutely stick her on everything. Of course they will. There'll be a book. Seriously. Don't ever underestimate the British press. They'll be falling over backwards to try and get stories out of her. Of course, she'd just have to lie. Another one here. And ITV's This Morning blunder. Viewers distracted by technical gaffe. Did you see it? No. And apparently This Morning was back for the Friday edition, but moments into one of the first interviews, viewers spotted a technical blunder which saw the studio set turn black. Did it? Oh, right. Oh, it just meant that they didn't have that particular thing. Who cares? Nobody watched it with Eamon on it anyway. It's like watching Pensioner Time, isn't it? Here's Eamon. Hello. And there you go, another Eamon thing. The only time his eyes light up is when they start cooking in the kitchen. He can't devour frying pans fast enough. Seriously, he gets over there. Is it cooked? No, it's not cooked yet. I'll just have a little taste. And then the moment, he's shoving it into his mouth like there's no tomorrow. Seriously. It's just dreadful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Dave in Swindon, I ask you, Swindon, the millionaire's playground of Swindon. Get off the fence and say what you really mean. I'm a radio presenter. What are you, stupid or something? It's like, why do you have to tell people you come from Swindon? Nobody gives a forex where you come from. Unless you're marked down because you've been on Police 5 or something like that. I mean, who knows? I watched a thing the other day. It was one of these shouty women on a council estate, and she wanted all her stuff out. She was quite clearly disturbed Very, and you think the police have to deal with people like this. There was some bloke as well, he kept saying, you could tell he was drunk, he was a waste of space. You know, the police are saying, listen, you know, if we didn't have to waste time with stupid people like you, it's a shame some of it's filmed, you know, you could, it's nice. Steve, I agree with you, the family in the UK say the baby's innocent. Well, of course it is, it's a baby. Of course it is. It's just ironic that that piece of filth is its mother. Well, the last time this family had responsibility for a child, she grew into a traitorous ISIS sympathiser by the age of 14. The family don't qualify by any measure as suitable for future parenting, says Tony. You see, nobody likes her. Why don't we just go and tell her, you're not coming home, okay? You're not coming home. But everybody's had a take on it. Everybody's had a take on it. It's interesting because, you know, she was a devious little 14-year-old who actively sought out ISIS on the internet. As I said before, you don't sit in front of your computer at home or at school and all of a sudden it can ping message from ISIS. Doesn't work like that, does it? 8485 no. steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one here. There's so many of them, actually. She's a threat to public safety, regardless of being pregnant. Oh, I agree with you. Listen, she would be prepared to blow herself up. Wouldn't make any difference to her. Listen, these are people who throw homosexuals off the top of buildings and watch them die horribly. These people are sick. These people are paedophiles. She knows exactly what she's doing. She hates this country. She hates us. That's why she left. Doesn't like us. Don't believe a word she says Adrian. You can't believe how much front she has to actually broadcast. She wants to have a baby in the UK. Of course she does. She wants to come back here and take advantage of the benefits. To her, it's just like a bit of a game. Except she's tangled with the wrong people. And, really, really terrible, terrible, terrible. Steve, Wentworth Music Festival hinted on their social media. The public will soon be allowed inside Wentworth Woodhouse on tours. Yes, I should imagine. Everybody, even Tom, says no, she's definitely a threat to public safety. Yes, I mean, I would agree as well. I would agree. I mean, I wouldn't trust a word she said. She's a compulsive liar. 3 of them went. Is one of them been blown up or something? I can't remember. One of them's been blown up and the other one's God knows where. What she's doing is she's running away. But if I was ISIS, I'd be trying to get rid of her as well. She might come back here and start telling them all sorts of things. There must be a way of checking the calls this ISIS girl's been making to and from the family, says Ted. Yes, I should imagine there would be. I would like to know. You see, all I want to know is those 3 simple questions. 3 simple questions. Do you renounce everything that ISIS stands for and call them murdering so-and-sos? If she doesn't, no chance of coming back. Have you been having conversations over the years with your parents? What have you got a mobile phone for? And where's your current husband? And were you... Well, that's 4 questions, I've just realised. Where, did you really lose 2 children, or is it just made up to get... Because the families have started putting out, oh, she's got this syndrome. There's lies, and then there's this family. Ridiculous. Steve, I'm very glad you went for your aortic checkup, and thank you for promoting it. You don't have to go. You don't have to go to have this scan, but my advice would be go and have it. If somebody says you've got to have a procedure, I was talking to somebody a while ago, and they were doing a prostate examination, and they were going, oh, I don't want that. I said, listen, it's a blood test. Everything's a blood test now. She might as well go and have a big blood test. But it's a case of, if they offer you, surgery, or they offer you an examination, go for it. I always say to, people with the biggest killer of men, testicular cancer. How many men examine their little spherical objects? Do you? Oh, well, you're just saying that to try and be in with the in crowd. They both put their hands, oh, yeah, we did. All right, where would you do it then? Where would you do it? Now, here is the crux. Where would you... Yeah, where? In the shower, you got it right. You didn't get it right. You have to... And under a warm shower. Because apparently they drop. Yeah, right, whatever. Yeah, you have to do it on a shower, apparently. No good just whopping them out on the bus, going, oh, I wonder what we're doing here, Or letting some stranger have a feel for you. I'm medically qualified. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just one of those sort of people. Steve, I'm sure you can still be executed for treason. I think not. Actually, I think we did ban executions some time ago. In fact, many, many years ago. Although, to be honest with you, I would actually be bringing them back in again. And Ron says, how long before a human rights lawyer gets the wheels in motion to bring her back? Yes, of course. She's British. Although I'm told she's got dual passport. She's got Bangladeshi passport as well. But, yeah, I mean, she can come back. I think, to be honest with you, she should go to prison for 10 years. She can have the child where she is because no airline's going to fly her back because she's too far gone. She's too far gone, and it's not in their remit. What else? What else we got? Oh, the search for Shackleton's ship, out in the ice and all the rest of it's now abandoned, which is a shame because I'd love to see it brought back up again. That would be something and a half, wouldn't it? That would be something and a half. Apparently, the lady, by moving and joining a terrorist group, gave impetus and to them indirectly contributed to the death of many British soldiers. I don't think she should come back. No, I agree with you. But then I think every right-thinking person is thinking exactly the same, Julie. They're thinking exactly the same thing. You don't know what she's going to do. She might come back here, still being in that same, she's not radicalised. This is what she believes. Nothing to do with radicalisation. All they were doing is offering advice as how to get out of the country. First of all, thieve, buy your tickets, do this route. Otherwise, they're going to know what's actually going on. So you have to do it differently. So that's why she's devious. That's why she's devious. Eileen says, I'm off to Spain, and I'm taking you with me. Oh, lovely. I hope they've got some good weather. Have they got some good weather in Spain? I should have checked, actually. My friends Chris and Steve out there. I should have checked what the weather was like. I should imagine it's probably quite balmy at this time of year. Do you not think so? I would like to think so. And, there's a software update on my phone. Why do they tell you that? I'm going to sneeze. Oh, dear. 3. No, not 4. No, just 3. 4 is rare. I've done 4. Have you? What? I count them as well. I go 1, 2, and then you go, oh, no, that's fine. I was lying on the settee the other day. Oh, wait a minute. There's definitely another one. There's definitely another one round the corner, I can say. I was lying on the settee, and I sneezed, and I kind of woke myself up, because I was sort of half dozing. And actually, at that moment, my leg fell off the settee. It didn't fall off, quite clearly, but it sort of fell off the settee onto the floor. Woke me up. All very embarrassing. Let's have a quick look at the weather in Madrid. Sunny and light winds today. 15 degrees. That's nice. That's nice. My beloved dad, says Julie, drove himself to A&E in terrible pain and was sent home with paracetamol. It took him to collapse less than 12 hours later, him to rush into surgery with a 17mm tear in his aorta. Yes, I mean, I'm okay. But you must go. You really must go if they offer you the opportunity. They don't do it for fun. They do it because it's, it's something, I'm sure they've got better things to do. You are so great. Always bring a giggle to my evening or morning, at least once every 10 minutes. Recently become hooked on the programme. Yes, well, as the latest audience figures demonstrate, there ain't nobody that comes close to what we get on LBC. But there again, we are the brand leaders. There's a few sort of ne'er-do-wells out there sort of struggling to do something better, but it's failed miserably. Dying for 6 seconds, Glenn Hoddle talking about it, his amazing interview. And McPartland's ex-wife Lisa has enjoyed a pub date with a hunky chef who went back to hers. I don't know what that means. And Peppa Pig fans sparked a security scare at a theatre show by invading the stage. One toddler managed to wrap her arms around They believe it. They believe in... Peppa Pig is very powerful. Very, very powerful. But anyway, it is the world's #1 TV cartoon. You see, I've never seen it. I know what it is, but I've never seen it at all. Former Love Island favourite with people who want to see someone in their underwear, Hayley Hughes, posing in a gold bikini for a photo shoot. And that's all you're going to get in life, isn't it, dear? Photo shoot. What else do you do? What do you do? Model. All right, okay. What are you doing today? Photo shoot. And here she is. She's a Liverpudlian. She failed to find lasting love. Of course she did. None of them found love. It was all a load of old hooey. Don't worry about it. Royal family in turmoil. Why? They say that Harry and Will's separate households, changes sooner after leak fallout, and it's the wives, they say. I mean, to be honest with you, I've never known a time with the royal family where you've got something like this. Furious jihadi fans say, let bride home. I don't think so. You've only got to look at her. She's not repentant at all. She has not a decent bone in her body. Disgusting piece of work, But as I say, it'd be interesting to find out if they've got medical records out there and you can check. And I don't believe she's lost 2 children, but that's just me being cynical. You know, I'm allowed to have an opinion out of a terrorist. God, Lord. Morning, everybody. 10 to 6, Sunday morning. It's sort of so apparently, according to our former newsreader, Josh, who's in today, he said it's going to be 15 degrees today. So to celebrate, he's wearing a T-shirt. But to be brutally honest, to be fair, he wears a T-shirt every day. Every day he wears a T-shirt, isn't it, like the one we got with, and sort of wears another T-shirt because they must come in freezing cold, and then they go home, you know, in the middle of, you know. Anyway, far be it from me to start talking about what people wear. I'm no fashion icon, as anybody will tell you. Yeah, right. Emily Ratajkowski visits a local shop here in her underwear. Anybody else be prosecuted? She's apparently promoting her women's lingerie line. She's just an underwear model. There's a million of them. Victoria's Secret has got so many girls willing to do, you know, take all your clothes off and stick your stuff on. Tony Parsons. We like Tony Parsons. And what's he talking about today? Keith Richards, 75, wants to clean up his act. Left it a bit late, hasn't he, really? So it does seem quite a bit. Also, as I write these words, bloated Bieber parasite feeding on the free press. He says the BBC is leading across all of its multiple news platforms with the story of Shamima Begum, the British Islamic State teenage runaway who wants to come home. With its enormous resources of £4 billion of your money every year, you might think the BBC itself unearthed the news, but it wasn't. It was the newspaper, a newspaper, Anthony Lloyd of The Times, who found her in a Syrian refugee camp. I reckon she phoned. Otherwise, why would you want to go to a refugee camp and you go, oh, by the way, my name's Shamima Begum. Sorry, who are you? You're a nobody, aren't you? You're an absolute nobody. But anyway, the BBC, you know, sort of running on this thing. What does it matter, actually? What does it matter where the story came from? But they always like to go, oh, that was our story. Mind you, bad news, isn't it? Mark Wright has come back to this country. How ghastly. How ghastly. He's obviously decided that his career is not really going anywhere in America. It's just another reporter. They've got millions of them. Better looking and not as fake. You know, he is the one with the fake smile. He's married to Michelle Keegan, making another series of Our Girl or My Girl or Your Girl. And she was leaving her local gym in Essex. My God, your life's a bit dreary, isn't it? It really is. But Mark has quit his TV job to return to the UK. Boring, boring, boring. But he says he wanted to live full-time with Michelle. That'll be useful. It's your wife. It's your wife. Also, Mel B is urging a judge to let her have unsupervised visiting with her daughter Madison. She said in court papers that she'd passed every random drug and alcohol test with flying colours. She said, I'd never do anything to jeopardise Madison's safety. She's got two older daughters. And said in August she was going to rehab for alcohol addiction. Surprised she can afford it, actually. All these people, they have all these children, don't they? And you begin to wonder how they make it. But today, for the first day, there's not one story about Kerry Coke Toner, Daniela Dreary Old Westbrook, and Jordan. None of them. It's almost, I can't believe it. I've had to go through them twice just to find out if they're actually in there, but it turns out that they're not. People would talk about the Kardashians, so I've suddenly realised, having seen them on the television, what a boring family. Have you heard some of their conversations? Oh, what are you doing today, Courtney? Oh, I'm going to have my nails done. Riveting. Almost about as dull as Peter Andre. A friend of mine is up in Blackpool at the moment at this magician's conference. He sent me a thing. He said, would you like me to buy a ticket to go and see Peter Andre? He's playing the Teen Angel in Greece. He's also appearing on that Stuff Your Face With This Food. And then we have sort of people monitoring what they've eaten. So they've got Peter Andre on there, Nadine Dorries. It's the usual bores. And at you, 3, yes, God's blessing upon you in Jesus' name, apparently, if you do 3. 4's good. I thought it was 1 a wish, 2 a kiss, 3, don't know. Must be something interesting. The Loose Women panel think the ISIS girl should come back and teach to others. Yeah, there's some very stupid people on the Loose Women panel. I mean, some of them, they get on there, they're just desperate to be noticed, and they do, I mean, seriously. The only people I want to listen to are Carol McGiffin, because she speaks a lot of sense, and Jane Moore. I like Nadia Sawalha as well, but that's it. I mean, you know, she's it's just desperate. But they would be bidding for her. If she came back into the country, they'd be bidding to put her on the programme. So what was it like living inside of ISIS? She shares their thoughts. She says that all she sees is the loose women's heads in a bucket at the side of the stage. Steve says, Brenda, if they do let her back into the country, I'd like to hear on your show. I don't think so. To be honest with you, I'm not sure what the law is regarding somebody who's been part of a terrorist organisation. Are you allowed to talk? I don't know. I wouldn't want to anyway. Paul McCartney's mega-wealthy wife has had to declare the family firm bankrupt after they racked up millions of dollars in debt. Nancy Shevell, who's worth about 120 million, is said to be very sad about the closure of the trucking company. She didn't ask her Beatles husband for a bailout. Why should she? Why should she? Nothing to do with him. You know, it doesn't work like that. Here's David Beckham again. He's got this funny hair on his head. I don't know where it come from, but anyway. And they were out with Dave Gardner, who's Beckham's favourite friend, and little Romeo, who's another. They were saying the other day they had a picture of Brooklyn. Remember Brooklyn, who doesn't take photographs or make a cup of coffee, but he had got a girlfriend. And they said he was doing the usual flat cap thing, you know, which they've all sort of taken to. He said, far from looking like Peaky Blinders, he looked like one half of Chaz and Dave. Poor old soul. Poor old soul. Worried about Gareth Bale has moved his wedding to a private island and hired armed guards amid security fears. What do we know about Gareth Bale? Is there some story to do with Gareth Bale? Apparently, he was advised to book a highly secure venue after being threatened over a missing suitcase containing £750,000 worth of drugs money. Good heavens above. Yes, I think that, haven't they got... Isn't there something to with Gareth Bale? In the back of my mind, haven't cars been torched and things like that? Because one half of the family's a bit rough, to say the least. So, yeah, boo! Boo! Sorry. Carried away here with things like that. Also, pop star Dua Lipa. Now, you could... Seriously, I could be sitting on a quiz programme, they say, and for £1 million, tell me any hits from Dua Lipa, and I couldn't help you out at all. I don't know any hits from Dua Lipa. Does that make me bad? Is that a bad person? Do you know any hits from Dua Lipa? Yeah, but you don't know anything, do you? You don't know. What's your favourite music? This is the AP. Genesis. Oh, right, okay. I know what I like in your wardrobe. Stuff like that. Okay. And I can't remember anything else that Genesis had. What else do they have? Do they have any... Oh, right, loads of different songs. There's a surprise. I can't dance, apparently. Salisbury Hill was Peter Gabriel, wasn't it? Who was at one time the lead singer. He came on stage of Genesis with a flower on. You not remember that? Yeah. No, you don't. Yeah. Sledge? No, that was different. That was Phil... did Sledgehammer. Was it Gabriel? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm not totally convinced you're right. Would you... Oh, God. Would you actually put your life on the line to say that was Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer? Right. Oh, right, okay. I'm not going to argue over that one. Just in case I'm wrong. Rob says, no fashion icon. You look like one when in your sparkly suits. I know. My brother's getting married, as you know, later in the year, and the dress code is sparkly. I mean, what in God's name am I going to wear for that one? I mean, you can't go in one of these jackets. That would just be ridiculous. That would be way too sparkly, way too sparkly. Steve, it amazes me that Keith and the rest of the Stones have actually all got good heads of hair. Yeah, I agree as well. I agree. I think they, when you consider what Keith's been through, though, when you consider, the amount of... I mean, he just looks bad, doesn't he? But he's 75. I don't have a problem with 75. I'm always amazed at what sort of a state of preservation people are in, and that's a good... Cut beer tax to save pubs. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? I watched a bit of the Grammys yesterday. Have you ever seen the Grammys? That's a lot of sort of illiterate people standing up there sort of going, and the winner is... And then they name somebody. I mean, actually, Tony Bennett is still alive. That's surprising. He was up for a duet award. Are you cold or something in there? Is it chilly? I've got a window. Oh, how sweet. Why you got a window open? Oh, does Nick Abbott? Is he still wearing Brute? I bet he is, actually. High karate. I don't know what after... I can't imagine what aftershave Nick Abbott... Is it really quite strong in there? Is it really? Gosh. Yeah, just like a bit of fresh air. You're going to lie down on the floor and go to sleep in a minute, aren't you? I can just tell. Also, Matt Healy admits he's trying to stop taking drugs. It's the Brit Awards this week. I don't even know who he is. I've got no idea. But he's not. No, he's the son of Tim Healy and Denise Welsh. Tim, you've never heard of Tim Healy? He's an actor. Oh, shut up, you. You'd know him if you saw him. If you put a picture up of Tim Healy, you'll go, oh, Tim Healy. You know who Denise Welsh is, don't you? You don't know honestly, what planet are we on today? Yeah, but he's been on a Swedish chat show. And he's obviously in a group, but he's trying... See? Told you knew who he was. Oh, look at the time. We've got the news at 6 coming up very shortly. Things are hotting up for Jo Wood and her new boyfriend, Carl Douglas. He's met the children. Mind you, her oldest is 40. Anne McPartland's ex-wife enjoys a date with a hunky chef. Corbyn's secret link to a pregnant Jewish MP's tormentor. The Lego suffragette in the Commons, £19,000. Sarah Ferguson's popped up again, although we don't take any notice of her. Victoria's a handbag hypocrite. And the woman goes to bed with a headache, wakes up with a child. Morning, nice to be company. Sunday morning, you don't need to get up. Seriously, you might as well stay in bed today. You've got nothing to do. Don't bother doing anything. Jane says sparkly dicky bow and matching pants. Maybe not, pants, I'm not too sure about. Boris Johnson's sister Rachel flashed her boobs. No, she didn't. That was the thing. She was wearing a bodysuit. Yeah, they didn't say anything at all. She was wearing one of those flesh-coloured things which actresses use. Did you think she flashed her boobs? Oh, honestly, no. She was wearing a boob, like a boob tube thing. No, you know that one that you've got? It's like that kind of thing, only in flesh colour. Supposed to sparkly with your name on the front. Well, it was not. Obviously, it's not mine. It wouldn't fit me, would it? You're much bigger than I am. It'll be ridiculous. I'll have to sort of stretch myself into it. Yeah. With you, it's sort of like... But that's what it was. She was wearing the bodysuit, so she didn't flash her boobs at all, thank goodness. Rita Ora admits she hit rock bottom after being blasted for coming out as bisexual. Yeah, we've noticed you hit rock bottom. Every day another dreary picture of Rita Ora wearing another ridiculous outfit. Fergie, funds bid to school disaster kids. The Duchess of York. I didn't think we called her Duchess anymore. Isn't she just plain old Sarah? As indeed she always was. She's going to tell the House of Lords how 75 million youngsters have been left without schooling. Apparently, what struck me in Sierra Leone was that every single child or parent I met, no matter the tragedy or the hardship that they'd all suffered, all shared the same top priority. Children wanted to go to school. Oh. I don't know. I mean, I wonder what she did for a living. I'm never too sure about things. Another one here, very quickly. This is Prince Philip's signature. Is expected to sell this week for £100. The reason it's not too much is it's because it's a naval logbook from 1950. But it's an unusual vintage fountain pen ink signature. It's signed in ink Philip. Because in those days they didn't sort of put, Prince or anything like that. It just signed it Philip. Well, that was supposed to be enough for actually telling people about it. Also, who's this one? Do you know, there's some bloke here killed a seagull. A sick thug. Martin Maguire, 52, so he's not a child, well, mentally. He was seen on CCTV stamping on the bird's head. I mean, let's go and stamp on your head. Why would you want to do that? Point to that. He was found guilty of intentionally killing a wild bird. I didn't know there was a law for it. I mean, what happens if you sort of run over a pigeon in Trafalgar Square? A blessing, I suppose. But anyway, he's been fined £180 and has got to pay £200 costs. Good Lord above there. Let that be a lesson to people. Actually, I'm delighted to report that the woman who used to come round Twickenham dumping birdseed and bread and biscuits everywhere appears to either passed on and is sitting on a cloud somewhere because we haven't had any of that rubbish for ages, which is always good news, isn't it? Always good news. So what's going to happen to the airline FlyBMI? Went into administration with a loss of nearly 400 jobs. They've recalled 17 planes to the UK, cancelled all flights to the 25 European cities that they served. Affected passengers were told to contact their travel agents or insurance and credit card firms. That's the only way you can get anything back. If it's over £100, I think you're all right on a credit card. And don't go to the airport. Don't go to the airport. What you need to do is, if you have a ticket with another airline, then you can go to the airport. If you haven't, do not go. Do not go. I wonder if the refugees know she's in the camp. Well, I'm just intrigued by the fact that this person, who nobody knows of her, all right, so she ran away 4 years ago, changes completely. I wonder why, all of a sudden she manages... That's why she's got a telephone. I think she's been having conversations with all sorts of people, and somebody said, why didn't you make a plea to go back to the United Kingdom? As I said at the beginning of the programme, she didn't want to come back on child 1, child 2, and now child 3. But I don't think anybody will fly her. I think there are international laws about flying. And when pregnant. There's a tax officer here who wants to become Britain's top drag queen. You've never seen anybody who just looks like a silly old fat bloke with a silly wig on his head. That's not drag. Just putting on makeup is not drag. Watch Courtney act. Go onto YouTube, if you've got the time, and you can watch Courtney Axe starting off as a man and then applying his makeup, and he ends up looking stunning. Stunning. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt. You look at this poor one here, Robert, 28. I mean, seriously, mate. You know, I mean, you might as well give up now. He works for HM Revenue and Customs 9 to 5, but moonlights as sassy Jessica Blaze in tartan mini dress, stockings and studded collar. Just a bloke with a wig on his head. That's all it is. It's really bad. He's also straight, and his fiance's going with him. And then you look at the other ones he's up against. Girl, Struth, give up now. Give up now. It's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Apparently dirty jokes are banned. It's family friendly. Robert, who began wearing women's clothes. Ah, that's right. He's a tranny. He's not a drag queen. He's somebody who wears it because his fiancé. That's why he says he's straight. He's been wearing women's clothes for the age of 20. He says, I want to show young people it's okay to embrace drag. Not like that, it's not. Not like that, it's not. Oh, dear me. I knew there was something. Also, who's this? Hosier. What's Hosier? Have you ever heard of Hosier? I've never heard of Hosier, but doing a concert. And also, a NatWest advisor gave clients' details to crooks in a scam that netted a gang nearly £200,000. This is Jason Yeboah. And he was a bit bent. Anyway, just sent him to prison for 3.5 years. Oh, dear. What a shame. What a shame. You'll enjoy yourself in there. I'm sure you really will. Also, I keep looking at sort of different food recipes. I keep trying to find something that sort of tempts me, because I don't know what to have. Because I told you the other day, you know, we had a problem with Marks and Spencer's little sausages in a heart shape. And it turns out it wasn't in a heart shape at all. It was just 2 sausages bent over. So it was very disappointing and not really very nice at all. But nobody could get the blooming thing. No apology from Marks and Spencer's, just basically, oh, you just have to eat something else. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Phil says, you know, all these people, they weren't very pleased to know that she's there. I told you you'd always find somebody a bit simple. And here's Mick. You really need to show more compassion for this poor misunderstood girl. I mean, but he's done that because he's a bit stupid. He's done that because he thinks, oh, I'll be really clever now. You can tell he's called Mick. Come on. Are you a fan of Marmalade? Of course not. I'm diabetic. If you get a chance to watch Genesis Together and Apart on iPlayer, it's a nice watch. Oh, have you watched that? Obviously not such a big fan of Genesis as you're trying to tell us you are, really. It will tell you who recorded what. In the Air Tonight is funny. Genesis said Phil never played it to them. I wouldn't have either. I can see it coming in the air tonight. But the fan of Genesis, you know, when you ask him, out of all the music, I mean, he wanted to do the Tweenies and Steps, but obviously, you know, he thought better of it, so he came up with Genesis, thinking I wouldn't know anything about Genesis. But of course, I went to see Phil Collins at the Royal Albert Hall. I was invited some years ago to sit in a box and have champagne and things like that, which was very nice. But he's never heard of Genesis Together and Apart. So, what does that tell you? Not a true fan. Not a true fan. Just somebody who's probably got an old album somewhere, which he sort of digs out and... You've got the album, have you? Yeah. Well, do you have a favourite song from Genesis? Is that... do you have a favourite song? Anyone? Two Hearts. Yes, that's Collins. It doesn't matter. I mean, you know, you're digging yourself deeper into this grave at the moment. Two Hearts. Come on. Anything else? Ripples. You said Ripples before. Nobody's ever heard of Ripples. Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever heard you talk. Oh, I like Ripples, Steve. Great, yeah. I think he means the chocolate bar, judging by the size of him. Oh, I had to have a cup of tea this morning. Actually, that's my 3rd cup of tea. Yeah, made it myself. Don't trust anybody now. I've decided. But the AP during the week puts his hand over the top of the cup. I said to him, don't ever put your hand over the top of the cup. I've got a drink out of that. Dreadful, honestly. 84850. Did you see the GC is after her own reality show? Well, she's too boring. She's too boring. Nobody's interested. What would it be about? Nothing at all. They're saying that Emily Attack's going to get... That's all we'll have on the television shortly. Dreary reality shows. I mean, we know everything about Gemma Collins. There's nothing about it. She's got a fat boyfriend who says he's going to lose 7 stone. I mean, it's not like you're losing a few pounds so that you can get onto Dancing on Ice, because he basically hasn't got anything else to do. Seriously, there's no work coming in for him. Who is he? He's a handbag. That's all he is. So, I mean, the very idea that you could put her on a reality show, we know everything about her. You know that she'll do something for a couple of days. Apparently 4 times she tried to quit the Dancing on Ice. That's what her dance partner said, who's going to be taking his clothes off very shortly. So he's obviously going for an aortic scan. He's going to take this full Monty thing, you know, where you sort of go and they raise a pitiful amount for charity. They didn't raise very much at all last year. In fact, they all got fees for taking their clothes off. What are you smiling for? Is he playing Genesis? Is he playing Ripple? I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear Ripple. I do not want to hear Ripple. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not, on pain of death. What else we got? I didn't know that if you turn vegan, you can escape injury. Stop it. Yeah, this is coming in the edge. This is Phil Collins, isn't it? Not Genesis. Don't play it, we'll get into trouble. Colleen goes on holiday. That's Colleen Rooney, the one who forgives her husband every time he goes away and messes about. But there again, that's the sort of families that they come from. And has anybody ever seen Midsummer Murders? Has anybody ever seen it? Is it? Oh, ITV. We don't watch that at all. Producer going off skiing in the Dolomites or somewhere. He doesn't know where he's going, actually, really. He's going to get on a plane and arrive somewhere, and they'll be going skiing. See, I don't get the skiing bit. You know, if everyone was going to have a holiday, which I'm not really a holiday person, skiing would not be top of my list. It really wouldn't be. I don't mind... I told you, when I was in Austria, we went out to a place called Sievering, and there's a Hotel Panhans there. And I went with a friend of mine, and he worked for the radio station out there, and we went up onto the slopes, but just on a toboggan. That's it. Just on a toboggan. And it was quite nice, actually. It was quite nice. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to do it. The only thing I was happy about is coming back and having the sauna at the end of the day in the hotel. But unfortunately, over in Austria, all their saunas are mixed. I mean, literally, not just men and women, children, everything. Seriously, it's most disturbing. But, of course, you know, you don't know where to look because we're all British. So you spend most of your time staring at the top of the cabin. Because we were sitting there and we were sort of just chatting away about something at the towns around the way. And this sort of family come in, mum, dad, 2 children. The girl was about 14 and the boy was about 16. And they all take their clothes off and sit there. Oh, seriously, I have to look at the ceiling. Otherwise you just feel a bit awful about the whole thing. And they all speak to you when they come in. Good Scott, oh, hello. We won't be here long, we're British. We don't do the taking of the clothes off bit. It was really bad. And then they all went outside and jumped in icy cold water. Ripples, of course, is from the album A Trick of the Tail, says down. Yeah, I knew that. I knew it was Trick of the Tail. You didn't know it was Trick of the Tail. You had no idea at all. Don't shout at me. You certainly don't know. You just try and pretend that you're a fan of Genesis. You're not really. Oh, turn it off. I can't bear any more. Whoa. What have we got here? Prince Philip's signature selling for £100. Don't tell Emma Fairweather, broken wrist. She's got a copy of Prince Philip's signature. Yeah. She has, hasn't she? Oh, she's been droning on about it all week again. Luckily, there's no pictures or anything else. And I believe the hand's healed. So that's good news, isn't it? Yeah. Can you imagine? Only £100. She was hoping to sort of save up for sort of something. Quick time check. I know. Welcome along to Sunday Morning on LBC. I was just about to mention, actually, I was just talking to the producer of the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle. And coming up at 7 this morning, higher inheritance tax for grieving families sets a dangerous precedent. The Pope has defrocked an ex-cardinal, Theodore McCarrick, over abuse claims. Why do they not go to do they have a separate court at the Vatican where they say, OK, you've been defrocked. Should this not be with the police? You would think so, wouldn't you? We shall find out, thank you. And UK's Saudi weapons sales unlawful, the Lords Committee finds out. All of that and more. Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle on LBC. I wonder whether or not he'll still be doing the Syrian refugee. And whether or not that because it's just odd, isn't it? So she's in this refugee camp. Why? What's she doing there? Why did she not come back? All these questions have to be asked. And the main one is, do you now renounce everything that ISIS stands for? Because so far, nothing. Mike says, this is the first time I'm listening to you on a Sunday in ages, but such a treat, great show, but I will most certainly be with you at 4 a.m. tomorrow because we're here Monday through Friday, and then we're here Saturday, and then this evening I'm back again at 9 o'clock for In Conversation. And it's a great in conversation this week. So David Beckham, it's just always photo opportunities, isn't it? And his poor son with the earring in, and David's funny hair. We don't know where it's come from, whether it's paid for or sprayed on. We're not too sure, but they all seem to wear flat caps in that family, except Victoria Beckham, who just has dreadful handbags made out of animal skins. I mean, To be honest with you, I don't think it gets any worse. Because remember this week she made a big brouhaha about she's not going to be using animal skins in any of her products. She's happily been selling them for ages, but she's not going to be doing it anymore because she suddenly realised her fans don't want it. I would have thought, actually, it's not a case of what your fans want, darling. It's what a case of what you want. Don't take the fans, for this, because they're probably not buying any of this stuff. In fact, actually, the way it seems to be going, I don't think anybody's buying very much of it. It's very difficult to try and be, sort of a successful fashionista. And to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know. I can't quite work it out, actually. What have we got here? Oh, I can't do that one. That would have been a good one, actually, to do. I was trying to find something interesting in the papers, and I bought some strawberries the other day, and they weren't British. They were from Egypt. So they've been flown all the way over, and presumably they're sort of still ripening as they arrive here. And they were quite good, but at the moment it's oranges, isn't it? Satsumas and things like that, which people seem to like. I always bring Satsumas in for them here. Not you. I always bring them in for people who appreciate good food. And from what? Morocco? They're not from Morocco, are they? What, my Satsumas? Oh right, they're not mine. You're eating somebody else's food. Whose are those? He's just picked up somebody else's fruit. He's just eating it. I can't believe it. No, look, mine are in there. Oh, look what else I've got. Chocolate bunnies. Chocolate bunnies and... cut orange. But look, I've got these ones. That's how big mine are. Massive. Do you want one of these? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not throwing it through the glass. Yeah, you have to come round. A bit easier. Because once Phil Chrysicott knows that there's oranges in the world and satsumas, but these are nardicots. Nardicots. There you go. They're nice. And do you want some chocolate? Of course you do. Yeah. A bit late now, isn't it, to start changing? Do you want to take two?
I'll take two.
Yeah, of course you will. I thought you would. Yeah. No, he's already had about 6, but he wouldn't say no to more. Go on, take him in some more. Yeah, he'll have some more.
3.
He's got you 3. Well, he might not have you 3. Whose oranges is he eating there next door? That's a bit desperate, isn't it? I always like to make sure that people are healthy in here. Not everybody is always... I'm not the most healthy person, as we know. They're definitely not mine. I've never even heard of them. No. Where are they from? I only buy from... Yeah, but which supermarket are they from? Excuse me, do I look like the sort of person who shops there? I mean, honestly. Of course not. I either use Paul Cooper's shop or I go to M&S. So you're eating... Have you started eating somebody else's... That could be Nick Abbott's, actually. That could be Nick Abbott's fruit. There you go. Fly BMI, the airline that speaks your weight, says Bill. I don't even know what it is, actually. Are they a budget airline? They must be budget airline. I can't think of any other reason why I've not heard from them before. Another one here. If you're GC bashing this morning, can you play a clip of her talking about the dictionary? No. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less. I seriously couldn't care less about her. I mean, she's out of the thing, which actually, strange enough, Lorraine Kelly, oh, you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're marvellous, you're wonderful, I don't know where I am, but I've got some clothes and some items for the home that I'm advertising, and they're marvellous and wonderful and gorgeous, and all these items, and I can have them in my home. Why? Because I'm being paid to advertise them. Apparently, 6 months after the scandal surrounding former Cardinal Theodore McCarrick first came to light, wherein accusations of sexual abuse from a former altar boy prompted subsequent revelations of abuse and misconduct, Crux, which is cruxnow.com, has learnt the Vatican is now investigating a total of 3 cases of abuse against the former Archbishop of Washington. One of has yet to be publicly reported. So, why would this not be the police? Yes, I can't work out. I mean, unless because the Catholics did a huge cover-up years and years ago. As anybody who's seen all the different films about the abuse in Canada and everything else that was covered up by the Vatican, and then it was exposed by newspapers on how bad it had got. I mean, it really was bad. I think one year the Pope had to defrock something like 280 parish priests who'd been out there philandering with their ways. And so I'm waiting to find out why the Vatican... perhaps they come under Vatican jurisdiction. I don't know. It should really go to the police. Yes, yeah. There was a terrible one in Canada where it was children in a home being abused, and they kept trying to say to, and they kept being pushed back until a journalist said, "Listen, I need one of you to stand up," and they sorted it out, which was good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says the father of one of the other ISIS schoolgirls tells LBC his daughter was brainwashed before she left. So they knew about that beforehand, and they couldn't do anything about it. That's what's so hilarious. Listen, the other one, the one we're talking about, is a case of she contacted ISIS. She contacted people who could contact and let her know the easy way that she could get over there. 84850. Another fat bloke who keeps popping up all over the telly is Camp David from Ibiza Weekend. Have you seen him? He must be the only gay in the village. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not at all surprised he's single. Not at all surprised. Yes, his name's David. He's in Ibiza Weekend. I mean, put it this way. What he's doing there, I've got no idea. I assume it was some joke. Yeah. Frightening, isn't it? I know. Seriously. I mean, it's just really bizarre. And so they put him on this... He looks like Rodrigo. Yeah, Rodrigo. Albert, I think I look like Ken. No, you don't, dear. You really don't, I promise you. But yeah, Camp David, who frankly is another embarrassment. Why is it that every gay person they have to put on the television is the naff stereotype? You know, the mincing, screaming queens. Why, you know, is there anybody butch? The nearest thing we've got is Tom Daly. And, you know, and he doesn't want to turn up on programmes like that. But Camp David from Ibiza Weekend. There's also a bloke called Jordan on Ibiza Weekend who seems to be very successful with the ladies. Quite clearly, Camp David isn't. And, yes, Jordan's a good-looking boy, but that's all that... People only go to Ibiza to sort of hook up with somebody. I went to... Very similar you and Jordan. You mad? You don't look anything like Jordan at all. The River Jordan you look like, yes. So you look like Jordan the person. He's a good-looking young boy. I mean, you're like 3 people, aren't you? I mean, come on. You know, put it this way, they're not going to be contacting you for the full Monty anytime soon, are they? Bit of a joke on that one. Yeah, Jack Fincham got it. Yeah, exactly. Why somebody who admits to taking cocaine gets on that, I've got no idea. But, you know, that's television for you nowadays. 5 of Britain's, I must tell you, most outspoken MPs are going to be guest presenting James O'Brien's show from tomorrow. It starts with David Lammy. David Lammy is going to be let loose on the airway. I can't remember if he's done it before, actually. I can't remember. Steve, with some of the closed HMV stores opening again, how big are the chances of all the other closed stores opening? Not really. Not really. They have to work out which ones are going to be profitable and which ones aren't going to be profitable. And because there's no point, because I believe somebody said to me, "Oh, it's good, isn't it, really, that they've saved Patisserie Valerie?" I said I wasn't totally sure they've saved all of Patisserie Valerie. They're going to have to look at it and try and work out where they went wrong, because just somebody else taking it over isn't going to boost it and get people just going into it. Because you're only going to go in there for a cup of tea in the afternoon. And there's some really, in London, there's some super places. Cafe Concerto is a huge chain, which is all glitzy and glamoury and chandeliers. And God knows what the prices are like, but it always looks very impressive to me. I love a nice place for afternoon tea. I've had it before. I've had quite a lot of afternoon teas. But I had it at Fortnum and Mason's. That was lovely. But Cafe Concerto is going to be my next one to go and try, because they seem to be everywhere. There's one... Oh, we've got to take a break for the news. Is that what you were signifying? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. LBC News Times. Currently, what we've discovered is with paedophile priests, of which there are many, because people rely on their priests, and in certain countries around the world, the priest's word is absolutely as if it's come from God. They don't think anything differently. And what the old procedure used to be is that they would investigate somebody. If people wrote in and complained, which of course, you know, is highly likely, then all they would do, they would then take that priest and they would move them somewhere else. So they would carry on doing what they were doing at Position 1, and they did a documentary on the television. I always remember it, because I remember thinking, well, that doesn't solve the problem, does it? Just taking somebody and saying, well, listen, you know, you've been very naughty, and mind you, I suppose it's their vow of celibacy, which must make it quite difficult. But it doesn't excuse it in any way, shape, or form. And so they just move these priests. And as I say, one of the popes because you have to take their word for it. Some of them have been quite lax in the past. I think current pontiff, I think, is on top of it. And so it's a case of, I don't know, I just find it really bizarre that you're supposed to be, committed to Christ, and then it turns out not to be. Then it turns out to be you're sort of doing something else. But people respect them. In certain parts of the world, I mean, if you live in, the middle of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of anywhere, Sao Paulo or something like that, and there's a church, then your priest would be the person that you go to for everything. So even though things might happen, people turn a blind eye, which is not good. Connie says, my nearest HMV is Wimbledon. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to save all of them. I think what they have to do, they have to look at which ones are going to be profitable. I mean, our one in Kingston was huge, absolutely enormous. Then it went downstairs and it's smaller. But to be honest with you, I just find it bewildering. They go and you can have 2 for a tenner or so, and you wander about. I don't know. And then, of course, nowadays everybody downloads all their films. I bought the Lady Gaga film, which was A Star Is Born. I haven't watched it yet. Isn't it funny? I bought it because I was standing at the till in Waitrose, and they had it there, and I thought, I better buy that. It was $9.99, and so I bought it, and I took it home, and I haven't watched it. And I keep meaning to watch it because she's just won a Grammy, I think, for her song, which she did with Mr. Cooper. Little Julie says, good to read. It was all okay on Friday with the medical appointment. I know, couldn't have been happier. Could not have been happier. It would have been awful if they'd said, it's slightly enlarged. I'd panicked over it, but not to be. Fly BMI is a small offshoot of what was British Midland Airways, bought by BA in 2012, says Ron. All right, so who owns it now? Is it part of BA? I'm not too sure. Whatever it is, they're not flying. They're not flying. It's as simple as that. So unless you, have got your money back from your company, from your credit card company or your bank or whoever you bought it through or your travel agent, then what you have to do is no point going to the airport because the staff won't be able to do anything at all. So you need to have booked with another airline. Tony says no point asking the ISIS woman if she now rejects them. She'll only lie. Well, she's lied all the way through. But it's interesting, isn't it, that one of the parents came out and said, she was radicalised. So you knew that and you didn't do anything about it. Even more shameful. Why is that? Oh, yes, the Only Fools and Horses musical, which we did on this programme a short while ago. It's already previewing, started on the night. People say it's fantastic. They absolutely love it. And some fans laugh so loudly at the gags. I think they're doing everything, including the falling through the bar bit and the other bits. It sounds great, and it's a musical. So if you didn't get a ticket, you better get your skates on. Talking of getting your skates on, Jane Danson could win Dancing on Ice. At least we've stopped messing around with the ridiculous Gemma Collins, who didn't bring anything to the programme apart from just some silly sort of attitude. It's ridiculous. She didn't contribute anything to it. She can't skate, she couldn't dance, she can't do anything. It's like watching one of the dancing elephants in Fantasia. Stick a little skirt on them and they sort of bounce up and down. There was no dancing. That was the trouble. They pushed her onto the ice and then she waved her arms around like a small windmill in the garden. It was all a bit feeble. So at least Lorraine Kelly said, at least she's gone, now we can concentrate on the programme. Because, to be honest with you, the show was axed because it was dreary and very boring, and I suspect it could go the same again. Also, Little Mix and One Direction snubbed the X Factor, because what they're trying to do is bring people onto it, former successful groups on the programme, to try and boost it again. They've done it in America, where they stuck Susan Boyle on. God knows why, as a result of which Susan Boyle goes out on tour. I mean, seriously. Do you know she still lives in the same council house she's always lived in? She's got about 4 million quid in the bank. I'd be eating Kentucky Fried Chicken every night. I tell you, I'd be lying down there, peel me a grape, pour bottles of Prosecco. Oh, good Lord, yes. Prince Harry, when he went to Las Vegas, remember where Harry got drunk, took all his clothes off in the Wynn? And the photographs got leaked to the press here, but they weren't allowed to show the offending article. And so he's standing there with his hand. I mean, obviously, talk about over-exaggeration. 2 hands covering his royal crown jewels. And Steve Wynn, who owns the Wynn Hotel, waived his bill of £30,000. He waived it, which is like the other day when Harry was stuck in an igloo somewhere and they wanted to get him back so he could be with his wife for Valentine's Day, so she could cook chicken. And it was £26,000 on a private plane, and we paid for it. We paid for that. I don't think it was very good. Sad picture of a snake, a 13-foot-long python. What did it get? A wallaby. It got a wallaby, and it's swallowing it whole. What it does, it dislocates. It dislocates the lower jaw, and then it can accommodate a wallaby. And you look at the size of this wallaby, it's inside. This snake, I mean, it won't need to eat for about a year, I shouldn't think. It slowly digests everything and then sort of pushes out really, what a shock. That was at some poor woman. Was it in Queensland, where a snake came into the house? She didn't know. She goes into the bedroom to discover her poor little doggy was halfway down its throat. Because once they go in, you can't get them back out again unless you presumably kill the... Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. Stuff like that just drives me mad. And here's Ebony Stevenson, woke from a coma to find she'd become a mother. So she got a very cute baby, but she fell ill. She's 18. She had no idea she was pregnant. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Perhaps the person who got her pregnant can step up to the mark. And here she is, Victoria's handbag hypocrite, flouting her own exotic skin band. They've taken pictures from Victoria Beckham. Firstly, wearing... you can only imagine how much money these things are worth. This is an Hermes. She seems to favour Hermes. A Himalayan crocodile bag. How much? £290,000. It takes 3 crocodiles. Disgusting. Then there's another one she's got, £91,000 for a crocodile bag. An ostrich bag, £20,000. An Oscar de la Renta metallic python bag, £2,000. A shiny alligator satchel, £18,000. And an Hermes Kelly. I don't know what that is, actually. And... it really is disgusting, isn't it? And then a spokesman for Victoria failed to respond to a request for comment, because she announced on Tuesday she's been using animals for ages, but she would cease to use exotic skins in her own designs. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting. Why do you make them? I remember years ago I used to have a hamster, and it was quite a cute little thing, but you have to play with them. Because otherwise, if all of a sudden you start putting a hand around a hamster you've not played with for a while, it's going to bite you. And they've got... So our one we used to play with on a daily basis, so it was really tame. You could pop it on the back of your shoulder, it would fall down and pick it up and put it back on again. And I remember my mother came home one day, she said, "Oh, you won't want to look at this." I said, "What is it?" She said, "Somebody's wearing a coat made out of hamster skins." I went, "What? What?" I was mortified. Absolutely mortified. So I kind of went off the idea after that. I'm not so mad as to shout at people who wear fur coats, because in some countries that's what people have to do, otherwise you freeze to death. Ibiza weekend, and it's sort of... David has had some romance. This is Fat Camp David. After one of his ex-lovers made a surprise appearance at the hotel. Well, it won't be a surprise appearance. It will be organised, won't it, by the film company. But it is the most dreary programme, honestly. Jordan tries everything to sort of bed all the girls. This is real people. They are reps. And these poor saddos go out and go, "Today we're going on a pub crawl. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." And they all go dragging themselves down Ibiza, where, to be honest with you, it's a dump and a half. And then they all get very, very drunk, and then it's okay, who's now going to sort of start dancing and get your boobs out? And it's really disgusting. It really is. Disgusting's the wrong word. It's just a bit tragic. Also, footballers who turned vegan to stop injuries are still picking up knocks. Sergio Aguero and Fabian Delph stick to diet-free from meat, fish and dairy. And Chris Smalling is also an advocate after being persuaded to do it by his model wife, Sam Cooke. What is it, a footballer's a model wife? What's your wife do? She's glamour model. Of course she is, dear. And what do they call you? Pimp. And you think to yourself, they've all got them, haven't they? And you can all spot them a mile off. And then you get the one that used to turn up on the television, mercifully not too often. And she talked like that, babe. What, babe? All that kind of thing. You begin to wonder what planet they're from half the time. Also, Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox's private plane was forced to make an emergency landing after it lost a wheel during takeoff. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. It's taking off, you don't need the wheel. And when it lands, you can sort of skid in for the sort of the last remaining little bit. Also, why did I save this bit? Oh, Paul Hollywood's ex-wife. Do you remember there was a bit of a row in M&S, I believe? Paul Hollywood's ex-wife has told how his second affair killed their marriage. Loyal Alex stayed with him after a fling with a co-star was exposed, but when Paul strayed again, she decided enough was... Oh, we all knew he was going to do it again. Of course we did. Women know. Women know when their hubbies are cheating. They really, I promise you, they really do. Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? This is Vicky. I'm ready to thrive, not just survive. Oh, do you think somebody comes up with these things for them? We don't know who she is, actually. She could be anybody. So let's have a quick look. This is... Oh, Vicky Patterson. I've been getting this... Oh, dear, honestly, I didn't realise. Vicky's collection for Godiva is out. That's all they're promoting. And O.T. Mabuse chats fame and why she doesn't find it hard to be mean. Got to be honest, haven't you? And Billy Fairs on designing her second baby wear collection. My God, the talent you've got, dear, honestly. I feel as though I've not even started. What next? A square? A square? You could do that, couldn't you? Plus loads of pictures of favourite underwear. But we've had Valentine's Day, haven't we? Also, Emmerdale actor Anthony Quinlan opens up about the unusual gifts that he's received. I've never even heard of it. Who is he? Anthony Quinlan. He first turned heads as Gilly Roach in Hollyoaks, but since then he's playing hunky farmer Pete Barton. I've never even heard of him. I don't even recognise the picture. And that's bad because I would not consider myself a huge fan of Emmerdale. I mean, I do like it. I'm a big fan. But I've never heard of him. But there again, most of the people in these series sort of grow up. I'm looking forward to Islands of America with Martin Clunes, which is on Tuesday, I think. And then you've got The Great British Sewing Bee, which is back here with Joe Lycett. There's a career downturn. The Brit Awards is on Wednesday and hosted by Jack Whitehall. Yeah. And then you've got, unfortunately, MasterChef back with the dreadful Greg Wallace. Oh, God, honestly. Lord save us from Greg Wallace. That's the one with the fake smile. He's a bit Mark Wright. You know what I mean? It's one of those smiles you go, that's not really very genuine, is it? Somebody's told you how to do that. Loose Women, the GC on Strictly Jeremy Kyle show on ice. That'd be a nice idea. Who's going to be next? Who cares? Seriously, I mean, the programme is dull in the extreme. So Gemma Collins was on there only because we laughed at her. And then she thought we were all in awe of her. And now she's gone. There's nobody else on there at all, is there? You've got James Jordan, yawn. And you've got, can't remember, Brian McFadden, Claim to Fame, Children with Kerry Katona. God, blimey. 12 company, it's 9 minutes. Woo! So I'm just waving at Andrew Castle. I saw him go past the door, and I thought, he's just come past the door. And then he came back and waved at me. I'm wearing a shirt this morning. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Sunday People. This morning, Martin Clunes. I enjoy being grumpy. It suits him, doesn't it? He's got one of those lugubrious faces. And Strictly Bosses want to sign up a member of the royal family to bid for the show Crown. They've set their sights on Zara Phillips, her husband Mike Tyndall. Well, he's done just about everything, hasn't he? And Sarah Ferguson. Oh, God, three of the most boring people. You can't imagine anybody more dreary. Hasn't Mike Tyndall failed on every reality show he's ever been on? He's achieved nothing at all. But Sarah Ferguson, oh, Lord. Following the appearance in the audience of Sophie, Countess of Wessex, and her daughter, Lady Louise Windsor, insiders say there is serious talk they can get the deal done. Somebody says here, bosses believe Fergie would be a big hit with fans. She hasn't got any fans. That's the whole idea about Sarah Ferguson. Nobody likes her. They'd be sort of desperate for her to fall over and everything. Paloma Faith going out wearing a very peculiar outfit. I don't know where she gets that from. And also out... Victoria Beckham's son, Brooklyn, wearing his Peaky Blinders hat, but of course it's not. He's more Chaz and Dave, which is very sad and tragic. Also, telly star Duncan Bannatyne has blasted Karen Brady for not speaking out against under fire Sir Philip Green. Baroness Brady, a judge on The Apprentice show, has refused to resign as chair of Green's business empire after allegations of sexual harassment emerged against the clothing boss. It's funny, isn't it? People don't see things. Do you know that 3,000 kids are unteachable? Yeah, I know where one is. Also, how many jihadis are on our streets? Oh, I should imagine loads. MPs have urged security chiefs to reveal how many have returned to Britain, how many have dodged justice. Yeah, I just don't want to let them back in again. And the family of an Islamic State poster girl last night insisted jihadi brides should be allowed to return to Britain. What for? Each person is judged on their merits. There's also... I mean, no, I don't want to do that one. It's boring. Colleen heading to church. You know, she went to church, very inappropriate outfit, but she went off in Washington to go to church, and then she's going to go on holiday, I believe, because that's all she does in her life, really. And a former paratrooper's daughter has asked ex-servicemen and women to attend his funeral. Bernard Duffel, 94, joined the newly formed Parachute Regiment in World War II and saw action in Germany, Normandy and the Far East. And it's set for tomorrow at 2:20 at Grimsby Crematorium, North East Lincolnshire. You have to remember it, don't you? It's sort of, you know, that's the deadline. 2:20 tomorrow at Grimsby Crematorium. If you live in that neck of the woods, it's the family would love to see people. The one the other day that was Southampton, they got loads of people turning up. Loads of people. I think about 200 people turned up, which I was really pleased about. You know, when it's somebody who's given so much to the country, and then they die, and they don't have any relatives who can actually go at all. So you end up, you know, with nobody going. And some of these people have a send-off which comprises just sometimes of the staff from the funeral home. So if we can get a few more people to go along, why not? 17 million saw Matt Cardle win the X Factor. Now he gigs for hotel guests alongside tribute acts. But he's probably quite happy. He's probably quite happy doing things like that. So they say he was reduced to singing at a hotel alongside a Cilla Black tribute act. I wasn't even aware that there was a Cilla Black tribute act. But he did very well. He did get the second biggest selling single of 2010. I interviewed him. He was lovely. He was going through a slight sort of mistake. And there's not a mistake. What am I talking about? Not a mistake. He was an emotional crisis. Emotional. A British woman flew to Turkey for a £3,500 operation to give her a fuller bum, but ended up in an NHS bed when things went pear-shaped. This is Kiana Kinsella, 38, way too old for this kind of thing. And she decided she wanted a bum lift. And so she paid for it. She's old and she's, you know, she thinks she's a Kardashian, but of course she's not. And lots of people have had problems. She said the place had 5-star reviews, but things can go badly wrong. If I had another £4,000, I wish I could go back to the way I was. Yeah, well, that's your fault, isn't it? You should have asked and checked with sort of doctors. The reason she went abroad is because nobody over here would do it. And that should be the indicator. And at the age of, as I say, 38, she then developed life-threatening abscesses after having it. And so she's had to have more surgery to remove the 2-inch sore on her right buttock. Why is it we have to pick up the pieces every time? It really is. These people should get a grip on themselves. I'm trying to find something interesting. Oh, Bert James bought his wife some Black Magic chocolates. Like Black Magic chocolates. In 1953. But she never opened them. So this week, he delivered them to York's Chocolate Museum. As he's 104, we're relieved they weren't milk tray. The helicopter, abseiling rope and speedboat might have been a bit too much. But that's it. So it's a box of chocolates bought in 19... But she never opened them. If somebody buys you a box of... I mean, that's not like you. I mean, box of chocolate, you'd have that wrapper off before you got on the bus. Wouldn't you? 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. You could go through a box of chocolates. But he could as well. He loves his chocolate. Oh, you just do the whole box? Oh, right. Oh, well, that's another trick you never told me about. I suppose we'll all have to put up with it. Actually, a box of chocolates, I quite like the look of them. I wouldn't eat a box of chocolates, quite clearly, because I just want a box of all soft centres. And they have to put on it what it looks like, you know, or what it is, because I can never decide. But occasionally I have a little splurge. And that's quite nice, but then I feel guilty about it for ages and ages and ages. So it's not worth it, is it? Not worth it. Also, 1 prisoner in 50 identifies as the opposite sex. Karen White was born Stephen Wood and had previously been jailed for rape, but was transferred to Newhall Women's Prison in West Yorkshire last year. Of changing name, starting to wear wigs. She was jailed for another 8 years after a judge branded a highly manipulative predator. Dirty person. Dirty person. Cowell could take his shows to Netflix. He might do, mightn't he? He might do. And also the danger of legal cannabis oil sold in health shops. And that, as they say, is it for this morning.